All right, welcome everyone to the FY 2025 budget presentation listening session. We're here in the Levinson room, thanks to the library and the staff who've made this feel like home. Going to now pass it over to our city manager, Karen Conard, for pretty much next 6 hours or so here while we'll fill the departments.
Thanks, Your Honor, and we will do our best to be as efficient and thorough as possible and respect everyone's time. So thank you for joining. We have Councilor Denton on Zoom. In front of you today you have a printed agenda. We are going to do our best to stick to that. And also next to you is a revised page 93. There was a typographical error in the one in your book, so if you wouldn't mind switching it out, that would be great. So with no more ado, we will get going. So the council and those here today and tonight will hear some of the same themes for the first handful of slides, and then we'll jump right to departments. But the idea of this budget, as I mentioned in the press release, and into my 5th year of understanding what the community needs and wants from the budget process, that this is our staff's effort to present to you an intentional, sound, long-term financial planning tool with the continued consideration for appropriate measured management responses to both challenges and opportunities. So please keep that in mind when you're walking through this. So here's the agenda for the day. We have organized it such that we wanted to keep general fund together and separate from both enterprise and special revenue funds. So this is the beginning of every budget conversation that we have when we have the guidance as proposed by you, and on the right you will see the City Council goals that were fairly newly adopted for this year, for this term of your councilship. So the goal was to adopt a range of 3.5% to 4.5% increase with no additional headcount unless the positions are self-funded. We took a different approach this year in trying to make the budget a little more digestible, and we followed the guidance that is in the GFOA, or the Government Finance Officers Association budget program, because we recognize that this budget is a policy document, a financial plan, an operations guide, and a communication tool. So we're leaning heavily into the education and communication tool aspect as we present, to try and make it more digestible, more approachable. And the slideshow shows how our budget is organized, and really the takeaway here is not all the bullets under the categories, but to say there's a whole lot in the budget than just numbers. And I've been told to share this on Zoom. Wouldn't that be helpful? Hold on one moment. I think we're okay now. So I'll take it from where we are. We wanted this to really be understood as a resource that can be used throughout the year. I know that staff and I do use it in that regard. So for the budget's impacts for this fiscal year, as in many fiscal years, you have the category devoted to salaries and benefits, which includes COLA and contractual obligations, and the ever-increasing and ever hopeful to be managed health insurance cost. The category this year that is new is changes to reporting expenses for both subscription-based information technology agreements, or SBITA. You'll see that acronym a lot, and in the way we show overlay to be more in line than other reporting structures. So we're not creating additional work to revert back to the way we used to report it. It is a different way, and a way that many communities show this expense. In terms of revenue, the good news here is that revenues are anticipated to increase by $1.87 million, with $900,000 in investment income alone. We've made some really good investing in CDs, and we can guarantee those rates. The rest of the 1.87 is made up with rooms and meals, motor vehicle, ambulance, other local revenues. And the use of fund balance will come up later, and then again tonight. But ARPA funds is mentioned here because we are recommending that the remaining revenue loss category of ARPA funds in the amount of $2.1 million to be put directly toward government services in this contract to help offset the tax rate. The last category is non-operating, which has the typical categories, as you know, and the fact to keep in mind is that debt service and the county tax obligation make up 76% of that entire non-operating bucket. So to summarize, the general fund budget has come in at proposed 4.5% increase, and that is with an increase of a 0.32 FTE. A reminder, in FY24, the FTE count went up over 8 positions. There were also 2 supplemental appropriations. And back in this current fiscal year in FY24, we were looking to play catch-up to the tune of $4 million for one-time revenues in FY23. So we're going to, this is again, another way to make the presentation more digestible. Where does all this money go? And you can see the percentages allocated. Sometimes we show this in a pie chart, but I think it's important to see the different components of government and how they are represented in the budget. And again, the driver slide, which we highlighted a little bit in that on that columnar page, but it's the impacts of the contractual obligations. When we say delayed hires, we are speaking of the people brought on in this fiscal year in finance, IT, legal, police department, and recreation. And you know how that happens. We bring them on, and they come on at a 3/4 or half of a year in the current fiscal year, and then come in as a full-time. There are increases, as much as we would like to manage, that are beyond our control with the materials we need and the electricity we use, and then additional capital requests and programmatic needs now that we are reaching the end of obligating our ARPA funding. So we will now go through the departments, and this is our happy group, as you all know. And what I really want to stress is, A, there are no changes to our budget, really, and B, to recognize that the core functions of the city manager's office are to represent you, to represent the staff to you as the council, to put forth a budget every year. That's one of the main reasons, one of the main functions of my job, to show fiscal management and budget oversight, to care for all the real estate owned by the city, to support leadership and community engagement efforts, and to develop people and to develop strategic planning efforts. So that is core function of the city. And as there are no changes, we're not going to spend an inordinate amount of time if things aren't new. We will ask each department to spend time on what they would like you to know about initiatives or things that are nuances new to FY25. So next up will be Chief of Fire, Bill McClellan. And Councilor Lombardi has his hand up.
Can I just ask a question about revenues? Notice that fees is down $200,000 on revenues. Why is that?
I think there was an expectation of some building at perhaps Lonza and other facilities that may not come to fruition. So thanks, Chief. Welcome.
Good morning. Am I good on the mic?
Sound great.
Okay, just making sure. Appreciate that, Mayor. Good morning, everybody. So here to discuss the fire department budget here with you for our FY25 request. And again, as the manager mentioned, there are no new positions here, and we're looking to maintain what we have. You'll see here on this slide, we're talking about our core functions here for the operations of the fire department. Oftentimes we get asked, what is it that we do on a day-to-day basis? And this slide is meant to sort of encapsulate what our crews are up to at the 3 firehouses across the city. And while we have up slides here showing the firefighters doing fire and fire rescue activities, it's the same for EMS as well. While we would like to be able to show you some EMS slides, it's a lot more challenging for us with respect to HIPAA violations when we're out dealing with patients. But that's nearly 70% of what we do is EMS, but it's still the same. By and large, our crews spend our days getting ready, training. We need to make sure that we're repeating what we're doing and that our skills are kept up to speed, and that we don't lose those skills, that they're not perishable, right? And then making sure that our equipment is ready, and that it's ready to perform at a moment's notice, and that we're good to go. And then actually responding to and mitigating the emergencies that you call us for. and then getting out in the community and becoming aware, whether it's a site walkthrough at a construction site, a building familiarization tour. Those are the types of things that we find invaluable in that we're getting out into the community, being seen, and seeing what's going on around us in a non-emergency setting. We want to make sure that our crews are aware of what's going on around town and that we're seen. But you can see here, you know, some of our probationary firefighters on the far end there are practicing pulling some hose lines, and then practicing with a prop that we have, a training prop that simulates breaking and using forcible entry tools to cut and to force their way in. And then under the emergency slide there, that was the acquired structure that we had for a day or two on Deer Street, where we were able to smoke it up and actually practice combined operations using multiple companies to advance hose lines, practice search and rescue drills. And you can see that it was smoked up utilizing a smoke machine that we had. And then finally here you see a crew walking along in the port, familiarizing themselves with what's going on. But as a reminder, 3 fire stations citywide, staffed 24/7. You have a captain in charge of the shift at Fire Station 1 on Court Street, and then a lieutenant out on Lafayette Road, and a lieutenant out at the International Drive Fire Station 2. Next slide is our core functions when it comes to community risk reduction. This is where we're trying to keep our city safe and reduce the number of fires and incidents that we actually have to respond to, and certainly trying to mitigate their severity through code enforcement. Pat Howe is our Deputy Fire Chief of Community Risk Reduction, and he works with fire prevention officers Chad Putney and Sean Wheeler. They're out in the community doing these plan reviews, inspections, acceptance testing, public education, code enforcement, life safety inspections, compliance investigations, and finally, fire investigation to make sure that we understand what's causing the fires and that we have a determination. Next slide. So here's what we're after here. You can see the trend lines here when it comes to the 911 service calls. They have been and they continue to increase. Additionally, we're still working to make sure that we keep our training hours up, whether it's, as I mentioned, our probationary staff, our new folks, or any of our skills that we have, be it you know, at the hospital simulation lab, stimulating cardiac events on patients and that sort of thing with the hospital staff, going to EMS, continuing education with our partners over at the hospital or bringing in outside instructors. We want to make sure that we're staying up to speed. We're getting our annual recertification hours in for our licensure and our certifications, and drilling on our fundamental competencies. Many of these are high-risk, low-frequency events. But you'll see here that our responses have been going up, and that we have to plan for multiple incident responses. You know, just recently in the month of January, 70% of the calls for service that we did, we had a competing call for service at the exact same time. An outlier of a month, but it happens. You know, where we're called to 2 911 calls at essentially the same time, and we have to split our crews up to make sure that they can handle what they're being called to. Additionally, we're working with our mutual aid partners. We take in mutual aid and we send out mutual aid to our partners here, and we're trying to work a little bit better regionally to make sure that we can cover what's going on in the area. And our increase in our inspections and permits, right? Obviously, with more building and more projects going up, that's more time for our staff to be out in the looking at these things. Next slide. Some accomplishments here in '24 that we're happy about. We settled the collective bargaining agreements, which was a big deal. It had a ripple effect, certainly on hiring, recruitment, and retention. It certainly had a big effect on morale within the department itself. We also deployed record management systems and part of the CAD software that we're partnering with the police department. Some of our stuff was a little bit easier to move on, and was the first phase of the computer-aided dispatch system. So some of the fire department modules were easier to upload and to get online. We've also graduated some new paramedics, and we've enrolled some more. And another thing that was a large time occupier for us was the emergency operations plan for the city, where we worked with the other departments to get the city's emergency operation plan updated and current. Some of our FY25 initiatives that we're working on is to finish off that CAD implementation and record management systems. We're moving to get our leave and staffing modules into that CAD system so that it's all automated and we can get away from paper slips and paper calendars. Then our newest item that we're working on this week with our vendor and both with fire and police, with the police and city IT departments, is our new SCBA system, and it's got an accountability tracking system where we're going to have the ability to have real-time data in our command car modules to be able to track the actual air usage by employee by name, know where they are, where they're deployed, and then how much air they're breathing, their consumption rate, and so on. It's a huge leap forward for us, but at the same time, as you can imagine, it's a huge logistical challenge for us in able to figure out computers and networks and getting them all to talk to each other so that everything works. But both city IT and the police department IT staff has been working with us to get it done. We're working on how to better identify and track our inspection and code review times. And you should be seeing us here shortly in the next few months as we finish and update our hazard mitigation plan for the city. Next slide. So here's where we're at. Here's our budget drivers. Right, we're at the high end here for requests by department at over 11%. You can see that just to staff our ambulances and get back to where we were prior to the implementation of these contracts is the large portion of this. It's about 5.5–6%. COLAs, retirement, and stipends, salary steps, all increasing along with our workers' comp insurance. What we're trying to do here is, with this budget, is get ourselves back to having 15 people on shift all the time, which would then make a fire truck and an ambulance at each of the city's fire stations to make it better for coverage and for our operations. This is a plan that had been first implemented and adopted by the...
Hold on 1 second.
You want to resume, just resume.
Thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay.
Pause.
This plan had first been adopted by the Fire Commission back in fiscal year 20, and we'd been working implementally to try and increase our shift strength and to get that third ambulance on the road more of the time. In the previous fiscal year, we were able to get it onto the road, and then after the contracts were settled to help fund those, we had to take it off the road. So both Chief Achilles and Chief Germain, prior to me, were trying to implement this, and we were headed that way. It also is a big deal with respect to firefighter safety and health. For us to be able to comply with recommended best practices and standards. NFPA 1710 recommends that we have 17 people on the initial alarm responding. Under this proposal, we would get ourselves to 16 on the initial alarm, and our goal is to fully implement that. But in order to get there, it's got to be incremental, and that's understood. And I think this budget proposal is helping us get in that direction and take the right steps. Fires are a very dynamic event, and they have an impact on the community. And our goal here is to try and make sure that we're not having businesses or homes be lost to fire, and that we're able to respond to them and to mitigate them in the best way possible. It's dangerous work, as we all know, and NFPA 1710 took a scientific approach to be able to figure out what tasks needed to be accomplished and how many people it took to do those tasks. So the idea here that a fire in Portsmouth burns the same as it would in Portland, Maine, Portland, Oregon, or Phoenix, Arizona. Next slide. So here's, again, one of our goals here is to get our crews out into the community. Here we are partnering with Recreation Department at the Thanksgiving Day event for the seniors. But we try to do this. This is D Chef Captain Rill and his crew out in the community. Next slide. Sure. So lastly, I just wanted to touch on emergency management. This year we were successful in that we completed the radiological emergency program with city staff to be able to get through the 2-year cycle on FEMA and the Nuclear Regulatory Commission's emergency evacuation plans and operations relative to Seabrook. So we're happy about that. But you can see that we're also still working on the hazard mitigation plan. There's some flooding going on at the Shaw Building earlier this year that we've put in for some federal reimbursement from some of those floods, and that in the future that we're looking to get some more FEMA drills and to work on the recovery efforts here. Final slide here before I take questions. And the slide here is a little bit deliberate. We talked a little bit about technology earlier and our advancements. And you'll see a screen grab in the middle of a thermal camera showing some firefighters at one of our drills. And it shows the temperature gauge on the side, and it's pretty high tech. And it's a tool we rely on. But at the same time, the larger picture there has 2 of our firefighters, Zach Strzezuski and Jack Bouchard, right, putting some hose back. And at the end of the day, that's really what our job is. While it makes it easier for us to use technology, it still requires people to hump hose lines, to throw ground ladders, to be able to pick up a stretcher and move a sick or injured person. And at the end of the day, it's about people and making sure that we have enough people to do our job and do it adequately. I'm in the question portion of my presentation now.
Assistant Mayor and Councilor
Thank
Faber.
Chief, as we talk about the importance of having 3 staffed ambulances and the increase in payroll for that, could you give a couple instances where we have needed the 3 ambulances and we have not had them, and how we've dealt with those situations?
Sure. So since the ambulance was taken off the road in the month of October, so from October 1st until the 1st of May, we had to call for an outside ambulance 118 times, which is in and of itself, a fact of life. But what that means with respect to dollars is that for an ambulance call, we bill at 3 separate rates. But to make the numbers seem somewhat reasonable, I presume that if we took those 118 calls and I billed them for an ALS 1 rate at a base rate of $1,750, and then assuming that our transport was about 2 miles at $33 a mile, that essentially translated to about a $210,000 loss in revenue to the city for those 118 times. In a similar time frame, the city sent mutual aid out 72 times for an ambulance in that time frame. So we took it in more than we used it.
Thank you, Chief.
Councilor Babe.
Thanks, Your Honor. And more a comment than a question. Quite a substantial increase, percentage-wise, but I think it's worth noting that this is our firefighters across the board were underpaid compared to the rest of the state for people in similar positions, and this is a result of us now bringing that pay to be in line with state numbers. And the importance, because it's the fire department, and we talk about fire, and as you mentioned, we saw a lot of pictures of traditional firefighters. But I think for most residents, the important point to drive home is just that, the ambulances, and making sure that we have ambulances with paramedics and advanced EMTs available to respond. Because, in the general course of someone's life, they're probably going to need an ambulance far more often than they would need a fire truck. And I wanted to highlight the importance of having those 3 ambulances for the safe and well-being of our residents.
No, I think Thank you, Counselor. If I wasn't clear enough, I think that's exactly what we're trying to get at here, is to make sure that we get the, the right people to the call at the right time to be able to intervene and make a difference in the event of a illness or injury to somebody.
Councilor Moreau and Councilor Cook.
Good morning, Chief. You get a transfer from parking revenues, and
Sure.
I'm just curious if that amount, the $25,000, actually sort of covers what it is used for, because I know it's been static for a while, so I'm just wondering if that's an accurate amount.
So that number has been static for a while, and I believe when that was first implemented, it was in an attempt to try and recognize that the fire department services the downtown business district and to offset some of those costs.
Would you say that then it's an accurate number to offset those costs, or could it be higher?
It could probably be higher. To be fair, I have not looked at it or considered what we charge off to that number.
Councilor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you so much, Chief, for your presentation. I had a specific question around overtime. Clearly, there's a significant increase in overtime. Is that driven mostly by the change in salary ranges?
So it is driven by the change in salaries, right? Last year we settled the contracts. The second year of the agreement is due July 1st. As a result, we have some raises that were deferred in the second year. So that shows that the overtime rate is increasing. So yes.
And as a follow-on to that, do we know, and this might not be something you know yet, but maybe the Finance Office might have some indication if the budgeted amount from last year for overtime is going to cover expenses completely in that area?
The question is the budgeted amount in this year for overtime going to cover? And I think the answer is no.
The answer is no. We had some savings in that we had some open positions for a period of time that we used to offset that, and then additionally we worked with finance and the manager's office to do some transfers to make sure that we were covered and not overspend.
Okay. And my final question is, when we are down an ambulance, how does that impact our response times? I'm thinking specifically because we usually, I'm guessing it's the Peace station that closes, especially in that area of town.
So it does increase our transport and response times. What we do is, in the event that, regardless of what part of the city that there's a 911 call for service, if a fire truck can make it there before an ambulance, we send the fire truck first. Fire truck still has paramedics and advanced EMTs, and they have all the equipment, so they can show up and begin to at least initiate patient care until an ambulance, which is going to be the transporting vehicle, arrives, be it a Portsmouth ambulance or a mutual aid ambulance. So it does increase the transport time, but with respect to actually initiating patient care, we don't see any difference.
Thank you.
Your Honor.
Councilor Tabor.
Thanks, Mayor. And thanks, Chief, for the presentation. Thanks also for meeting with Councilor Lombardi and I, and we were trying to understand the overtime large increase, and you were kind enough to give us a sheet of the wages of the firefighters, and we got an average wage, and old and new with all the increases, and we looked at your overtime hours and that you're running consistently, about 2,200 a year, I think, and 22,000. At any rate, the math works. That this increase is largely driven by the pay increases. If we asked you how would you do a lower increase than 11%, and what would be the impact on services, what options would we have?
So essentially, it would just mean I'd be taking I'd take an ambulance off the road to get to that number, to be able to make sure that we didn't overspend our allocation. So that's where the service reduction would be, right? Whether, again, it would be proportional to the amount that we cut.
Right. And is it correct that we had to take an ambulance off the road because we were going to overspend our allocation.
It's correct. On the, in October, one of the ambulances came off the road, and it has been on, sporadically, based on, full staffing or for storm events, or if we know that there's a lot of events and we expect high usage.
And I'm really glad that you showed us the revenue impact of that to Assistant Mayor Kelly's question, because
Yeah,
it's penny wise and pound foolish to take that ambulance off the road.
essentially, yes.
Chief, do you expect a decline in the number of overtime hours being fully staffed?
So I don't expect a decline in that our overtime hours have been fairly consistent over the last couple of years in how we budget for them. There's only a finite number of leave hours that each employee is entitled to. Certainly there are outliers, right, with respect to workers' comp or perhaps a maternity leave or a military deployment. Those kind of things can occur. But by and large, our overtime is what we think it will be.
Now, I guess just for making it simpler, if there's more employees because we're fully staffed now, why would we not expect overtime hours to drop?
Because we're replacing those employees as they take time off. There are less, the younger employees, as they come on, they have less time off to take, right? So that sort of makes up for the senior employees that take out, that have more vacation time and have accrued more.
Any other questions? Councilor Lombardi.
Is there a, is there a way that if you added employees, that the overtime would be decreased and effectively would that pay for itself?
Sure. So if we were, for example, I have it costed out here. If we were to hire firefighters on the premise that they would not be doing anything other than to reduce overtime, right? You would spend, to get an extra firefighter per shift, you'd get $510,640 expent. What you would then see is, assuming that you had, of those 4 shifts, which covers 7 days a week, 24/7, right? If you had an employee corresponding takeoff, if you took off 5 shifts a week to backfill that, the savings on that would only be about $60,000. And then as you creep up through the years, and the employees go up through the steps, that $60,000 becomes smaller and smaller. So again, it's a $510,000 expense to a $60,000 savings. And the council was pretty clear about not increasing the full-time employee count. So that's why you see the overtime numbers are where they are.
One last. How are we staffed? Are we full staff now?
At the moment, I'm short 2 positions, but we have the interviews with HR and the assistant chief are coming up this week. So we expect that number to go down.
Great. And are we seeing the benefits of increasing the starting wages in terms of the flow of applicants?
Mm-hmm.
And things?
No, that's a great question. Thank you. Yes, anecdotally we are, in that previously we would try to hire employees and applicants, and they would either tell us that they were more interested in going to a different municipality, or just flat out no, and then we'd have to go to the next one on the list. We haven't had that problem since we've implemented the new pay scale.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chief.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Chief. Next up is Chief of Police, Mark Newport. Morning, Chief.
I'd like to start with our mission statement and the purpose for our police department. The Portsmouth Police Department actively works in partnership with our community to protect, prevent crime, respectfully, justly, and compassionately help all people. If you go to the next slide. Patrol is the backbone of our police department and the organization. The officers pictured in this divisional are the most visible to the public every day. Almost every function of the officer's job is conducted in the public eye, answering calls for service, handling responses to resistance, performing arrests, and addressing the number one complaint amongst our citizens is speed enforcement. They're performing parking marks, doing building checks, handle event security, and most importantly, just taking time to speak to the citizens on out in the streets. These officers are the face of our department. However, in every police department, there's a fine-tuned operation in support of the patrol function. Go to the next slide. These are our core functions. This is where I'll spend the majority of our time in my discussion with you today. The rest of the department is the less visible and behind-the-scenes part of the department, and I'm going to spend, like I said, some time with this slide here. The foundation of our mission is in the people we hire. Law enforcement requires a high bar for sworn and civilian employees alike due to the high liability duties performed, compliance with local, state, and federal laws, our department's standing operating procedures, and the protection of information used.
I'm sorry, Chief, could you move a little bit closer to the mic?
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
The safety of those we encounter and the understanding of high expectations from the residents and the visitors to our city. Core function is to build our team to meet what is expected of us. This will get into the recruit and the training of our officers. We have a high expectation of what an officer looks like for Portsmouth Police Department. I don't feel that it's worth taking any risk because one bad situation can ruin our whole department and build all the trust that we've built within our community. Recruiting, hiring, and training our people is the first step. Our hiring process is stringent, multifaceted process to determine the best candidates for the job, department, and the community. The hiring process is the same for police officers and civilians alike, except for the added steps of a pre-employment background exam and physical agility test for police officers. All employees must complete oral board interviews, a comprehensive background investigation, a medical evaluation, a psychological evaluation, a polygraph exam, and after making it through each of these steps of the process, they then get to sit down with an interview with me where I make the final decision. There's no doubt this process is rigorous. We currently have a 90% washout rate, and that's how difficult it is to find employees in our profession. Couple this with a limited candidate pool, and you can see why this is our primary challenge. However, despite these challenges, to date we have hired 6 new officers, 2 dispatchers, and 2 admin civilian positions in this fiscal year. This would be great news normally, but we have also seen the resignation of 9 officers, 3 dispatchers, and 1 civilian in this year. Just on note, 3 of those officers left for agencies that paid higher, more money and signing bonuses that they felt were more advantageous than what our city was hiring, and we lost 1 dispatcher to a position for more money. So getting on to Councilor Tabor's question about the contracts, we feel have made an adjustment, but it's a little bit too early in the process. It's only been, 7 or 8 months since they've been approved. We'll see if they'll work in retention. I think we've been good at hiring officers, and now we just need to get better at retaining them. The training that goes on to employee, once an employee is hired, depends on the position. but each employee follows a training path. For police officers, that can include going to the police academy. We look to hire certified police officers to save that trip to the police academy, because that is about a 4-month training program. After that, they go into a several-month field training program. Dispatchers also have a field training program, which takes several months before they're on their own, and administrative civilians follow a training program in their respective areas. Training in law enforcement is constant. Mandatory training includes certification in all the equipment annually, defensive tactics, driving, qualifying with a firearm and taser, and as well as CPR and first aid training. In addition to the mandatory training, additional training hours are now required by the Governor's Council, which added additional training to cover things such as de-escalation and implicit bias. Dispatchers, too, must remain trained and certified in their field. The remaining civilian positions, like IT, must be on the cutting edge of IT and police IT to remain up to date and current in their field. Moving on to crime prevention. Crime prevention includes the anticipation, the identification, the review, and the risk assessment of crime, followed by a multitude of responses to reduce it. To get better at this, we added in our last FY budget a criminal analyst that has allowed us to analyze the crimes throughout the city and best times to allocate personnel to deal with certain situations. For example, an issue we can all identify with is school early release days. We anticipate and identify high volume days, hours based off of the hours, weather, and events and locations from prior early release days. We know buses and those who get frustrated behind school buses have to be addressed. We know hands-free driving compliance issues may be especially high during this time frame, so we can establish grant-directed patrols to assist in extra enforcement during those times. We know many students walk downtown on these days, so we can deploy extra patrol officers and have visible resources for a few hours in the area to interact with young people, as well as being visible and ensure safe at all times. Crime prevention requires us all to take a part. Police collaborate with the public, business owners, local, state, and federal agencies, and many other resources like fellow departments to keep the city of Portsmouth a safe and enjoyable place to be. Moving on to investigations. Investigations is another core function of the police department. We have general investigators, drug investigators, detectives assigned to elderly and juvenile matters. We have a community outreach, as well as computer crimes. We work with a multitude of agencies and utilize an array of tools with the goal of the victim of the crime having been supported to the best of our ability. We can investigate crimes to the best of our ability to assure they receive a positive outcome. Next, we'll get into the teams, which is specialized fields within the police department, which is enhanced specialized training. Seacoast Emergency Response Team, the K-9 unit, we have a drone team, critical incident stress management team, crime scene investigation team, street crimes unit, and computer crimes against children unit. These units are highly trained, specialized team members in their respective fields, which augment our patrol and investigative response capabilities. On the support and dispatch, dispatch is a trained voice on the other end of the phone when you call for help. However, the group of dedicated staff also answer the non-emergency calls and provide public with enormous amount of information when they do the fireworks to start requesting well-being checks on a relative who hasn't answered their phone, or an elderly person who tends to just want to talk to someone. Dispatch also supports patrol officers, investigators, and the team members, as well as a lot of other peripheral duties. Fire dispatch also falls under the police department and under the communications center. Lastly, the administrative support is here to help the public with non-emergency needs like accident reports, right to know requests, outside work detail questions, and a multitude of other information. Next, we'll go into the equipment that our officers have. Sorry, back up one. We equip all staff with the tools they need to do their job, whether they work in patrol, investigations, dispatch, or IT. From cruisers to crime scene van, from a bulletproof vest to a drone, or dispatch consoles and phones. All tools ensure our responses to the public are timely and professional, and officers have what they need to safely meet their responsibilities to the public. Working in communications and relations, our partnerships are what we build our trust in with our community to get out there and show that we are trying to be proactive and preventive in law enforcement and not a reactive police department, and building bridges with members of our community. It takes a village for the police department to be successful. We partner with law enforcement agencies like the state police, probation and patrol, FBI, DEA, ICE, Secret Service, U.S. Attorney's Office. We also partner with other agencies and programs like DCIF, the Division of Children's, Youth and Family Services, Bureau of Elderly Services, Portsmouth Housing Authority, and the Child Advocacy Center. We depend on our residents, business owners, and the influx population that comes to work in Portsmouth to help us train with us on crime prevention, safety evaluations, and help prevent crime and make the city safer to live for us all. Go to the next slide now, please. Accomplishments in the police department. Our biggest accomplishment last year in FY23 was the resolution of the 1981 cold case of the murder of Laura Kempton. There was a lot of hours that had gone on with that case throughout the last 30 years since it occurred, but in FY23 we were able to solve that case. We're always working on cold cases. We have a detective assigned to them at all times, and we continue to move forward on each one. Still solicit and receive tips and appreciate when new technology is developed that can assist us in the process. Another major accomplishment is being awarded our reaccreditation through CALEA. It's a 4-year process to get certified the first time. We just finished our second reaccreditation, and it takes just as much work and effort for the reaccreditation award as it did to get the first award. Just to put in perspective of what it is to be an accredited, CALEA accredited police department, is there 18,000 police departments across the country. 987 of those agencies are CALEA accredited. In New Hampshire, there are 21 accredited New Hampshires. And then on top of that, we're an advanced accreditation, which they didn't have the exact number, but is a small percentage of that number. Lastly, an accomplishment that takes a lot of work to achieve is both the handlers of our canines. We now have a bomb-certified canine. We have a drug-certified canine. And as you're all aware, we have our new comfort dog, Mason. Challenges to our budget and the drivers of our budget. As I stated previously, recruitment is our #1 challenge in our budget driver with our increased contracts. We feel positive about the prospects moving forward, and we'd like to thank the council for approving the contracts that are competitive to attract more officers to our department. The new non-ranking structure also lets us attract more certified officers because it gives me more flexibility on where I can hire them on the salary scale. One of the initiatives, the 30 by 30 initiative, which we are presently engaged in, and that's just trying to bring our workforce of women officers up to 30% of our workforce by 2030. This has been a challenge, not only because it's hard to find police officers, but it's even harder to find female police officers. Our cybercrime has gone through the roof. Almost every crime we investigate has the use of a computer or a cell phone. They're used to steal identities, commit fraud, violate privacy. At a minimum, almost every case involves a cell phone that has information to be extracted. And we have trained not only our detectives but patrol officers to be able to do this. The biggest thing moving forward is the new police facility. We've been working diligently with the building group. We've had public forums to explain the process. We've been doing next steps. We've also presented before the council with questions and answers sessions, and we'll be moving forward with that next week and looking forward to continue on with that process. I can't stress enough our appreciation for your involvement. Into our budget requests, we've had 2 delayed hires in the last year, one in October and one in April, so we had to make up for the equivalent of 1/4 cost for the social worker and a 3/4 cost for a dispatcher. In the previous budget, we had accidentally cut a dispatcher. We added that position back as a delayed hire, and now moving forward, that's what is one of the increases in this budget, as well as the social worker. Contracts came with expected budget impacts. Although the ranking maintained an existing step structure, the non-ranking has many more steps in their scale. Certified police hires can now be placed according to the years of experience. This is a positive incentive toward getting already certified officers from other agencies to apply. Although there is a budget impact with this format, it was necessary in the recruiting climate, and we lost officers in other agencies and lost prospective candidates in other agencies, so we're trying to prevent that. Let's get on the last part of this, is the city growth. Quoting Peter Britz, development surge in North End Quarter, he states, the development in Portsmouth remains intense. It hasn't slowed down, and it never seems to slow down. It's amazing how it goes. It almost seems like projects are getting bigger rather than smaller. This is a challenge for our department. The more people, the more cars, the more calls for service, and we are already handling over 40,000 calls for service a year. As the city grows, we review beat boundaries and calls for service and make adjustments as needed. The growth and development will, over time, likely require beat boundary changes and adjust staffing. Beat boundaries are drawn based on the number of calls to try to equal out the calls to different areas of the city. Some beats currently cover large masses that were less populated, but as we move toward the future are becoming more populated, which requires more resources from us. Is there a need for a new beat? This will require manning that we currently can't account for, and something we'll be looking for and keep an eye on in the future. On to the next, the rail trail. This is going to be a great addition to the city, but with that, the expectation of a place in the city where you'll feel safe. So we have taken steps to address the rail trail and make sure that we can offer proper enforcement. This is a 3.6-mile trail through the city, and we want to make sure that people remain safe while they're using the rail trail. Another initiative we have is we've joined the IACP Trust in Building campaign. This, like a Collier, is another step showing that we are being progressive and forward-thinking in addressing the needs of the police and community. Enhances trust and collaboration between the community and the police department, emphasizing the 6 key areas of bias-free policing, use of force, leadership and culture, recruitment, hiring, retention, victim services, and community relations. This would be another achievement over and above what we already have, showing that we're at the forefront and we are trying to be even better, provide even better service to the community than we already do. Any questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. Chief, I think I asked this roughly last year, but do you have the data of how many calls are incoming calls versus calls that are generated by officers on site? So like if an officer, obviously we have traffic stops listed separately, but like if an officer sees something and then initiates a call versus incoming calls?
Yeah, so we call that self-initiated activity. Yes. So yes, there's a separate number for self-initiated activity that's parted out of that over 40,000 service calls.
Do you happen to know what that number is, or what that percentage is? Is it something we can get during the session, or not?
I was going to say, we'll have to get that for you.
That would be perfect, Karen. Thank you. Thanks, Chief.
Councilor Blaylock and Councilor Lombardi.
Thank you, Chief, for the presentation. And I know it's been, we haven't had the social worker that long, but have we seen any efficiencies or any benefits from that?
Yes, she's hit the ground running. She started on April 1st, and she's been nonstop ever since. I've been getting nothing but praises from people in the community and all the organizations in the city that she's worked with already. And I don't know if it's necessarily going to reduce our number of calls, but she's handling people so we're not repeatedly dealing with the same people is going to be the biggest driver behind her position.
Awesome. No, that's excellent to hear.
Thanks, Chief.
Councilor Lombardi.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, I've lived here for 40 years, and during that time I've seen the police department go in and out of what you call community policing. I think that you've hit if not a gold standard, some standard that has been really impressive, and I just want to express my appreciation to that.
Well, thank you. I think it's important that our police department is made up of the character of the community, and in order to do that, we have to be out there and let people know who we are, build up relationships, because that helps us do what our job is, and that's to keep you safe.
And then I do have a question, and that is, policing does not stop at the borders of Portsmouth. And so there's collaboration with our neighboring communities. How often are we called to assist other communities, and how often do we call other communities to assist us?
Well, I think it depends on the investigation. Like, we have some large-scale investigations that involve multiple agencies, maybe not local PDs, but through our federal agents. The FBI has helped us a lot, some of our hate crimes. ICE, we work with DA. We're part of task force that are multi-jurisdictional that cover not only New Hampshire, but the New England region. And we have a member on a federal DEA task force that really can go take cases to anywhere. We work regularly with those organizations, and they come to us, and we go to them pretty frequently.
Councilor Bagley.
Thanks, Your Honor. Thank you, Chief. Looking at your numbers for traffic stops, there seems to be a slight decrease, 6 or 7%. I know we don't retain any of the revenue at the city level for traffic stops, so it doesn't really affect the budget. But the biggest request I get on parking, traffic, and safety is for increased police traffic stops. Is that just a typical kind of, year to year there's some variance, or was that because we were shorter staffed during some periods, and that's why the traffic stops are a little bit decreased?
I think the biggest driver of that is just our staffing levels, that we're real thin in patrol right now, so we don't have the extra bodies out there. We have some grant-funded traffic positions that we do, but our officers are working so many hours, it's hard to man that and then man what our minimum staffing levels are. So, and the number of calls that we're going to where officers are tied up and not having the ability to be out there doing traffic enforcement. So, but the biggest driver behind that, I think, is just our staffing levels, to answer your question.
Thank you.
Chief, a line item question here, and I know how fun these are. For dispatch, we have a training increase of over 100%. So in 23 for dispatch training, we had budgeted 26. actual spent 7, in 24, we had 8,700, and the recommendation for 25 is 18,000. Is that because of how many dispatchers we're trying to bring on? Is that, are we training in different programs?
In the contract,
Oh, sorry. And this is listed just under dispatch? Okay. I know I'm asking him, but really, I'm asking
that's okay. In the new contracts, the training stipend used to be about $2 or whatever per hour.
Yep.
Now it has changed to an hour of overtime, so
Okay.
it's significantly higher.
That is, yeah.
To train dispatchers.
And is that,
Well, I just so I can add to that, so you understand exactly what she's stating is, we have dispatchers who have been dispatchers, but when we hire a new one, they're basically like field training officers, so they get paid an hour of overtime to train a new officer because they're
Yep.
doing their job plus
And
training
plus.
an officer. So that's where the increase is.
so can we assume, Karen, because this is different or newer contractual obligations, that we're going to be seeing more of this, the 18,000 versus what we've historically seen annually? So we can anticipate that 100% jump going forward?
Right, and that 1 hour of overtime
Yeah.
is for 8 hours of training.
Yeah.
So it's just an equivalent thing.
Okay, thank you.
More importantly on that is if we get fully staffed in dispatch, those hours will go down because they won't be
We
training.
won't be training over and over. Thank you. I was just, yeah.
Any other questions? Councilor Cook?
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you, Chief, for this budget. I'm actually really impressed with your budget. Clearly, it came in just with increases related to salary changes and cost of living adjustments, and so I commend you on that and continuing good performance measures. It's really pretty impressive. Given that we have so many officers that we're currently needing to hire, will our current salary line item cover the differential for what we need to pay in overtime to cover those shifts?
That has been the case so far. I don't suspect that will change. And then hopefully we'll have the positions filled.
Thank you.
Councilor Moreau?
Chief, in our police outside detail, in fiscal year '23, we were well above what was budgeted, but in fiscal year '24, it went up. I don't know what the actuals are, but in '25, we still haven't quite reached the level of what we actually reached in '23, fiscal year '23. So I'm just curious where the outside revenue lines for outside details is coming from.
So you're talking about the revenue that the city brings in on us, and that's basically us having the ability to staff outside details. Right now, with our personnel levels, we're not able to fill all the available details out there, and again, it also depends on what projects are going on across the city that requires the use of police officers. So I think last year was like 300 and something thousand, but anticipating moving forward, it's kind of a wonky number.
And you had said earlier that you're having somewhat of success in hiring new police officers, but not retaining them. What do you think that the council could do to help you in that retention piece?
Well, I think we started with the contracts. I'll thank you guys. You guys have been very supportive, but I think even during our contract presentation and the requests, I stated that it's still probably not going to be enough. And it's ever evolving because, we got our contract signed, yesterday, but tomorrow 5 other departments are going to increase their wages, so it's a constant battle. I think pushing forward, moving forward, the new police facility is going to be a huge thing for retention. And we just have to think outside the box on what programs we can offer that maybe some other committees aren't offering to help us recruit and retain officers. I think we made some big steps last year with the parental leave program, so we're getting there. I think it's just going to take a little bit more time.
Councilor Tabor?
Thanks, Mayor. I agree with Councilor Cook. It's a good budget, and you have performance measures in place, and with levels, we've kept the staff level. My question is, we've got 2 dedicated IT people, and we have a staff of 8 now in the city IT department. Is there any way that the city's IT staff could handle your IT needs? And how are we doing with the computer-aided dispatch? Is that yet to come? Have we? What's the schedule for that? I know the fire department's already got it. And are there any efficiencies from that?
So on your first part of your question with our 2 full-time IT people, I think that's a necessity, and it's almost to a point where, you know, we could probably even use a 3rd person. And I think with the additional staff that the city has hired in IT, the part that's not there, you may not be aware of, is we're off of the city's network. We're our own dedicated network, or we're currently trying to get completely off the city's network. Patricia's pushing hard. So with that said, we support our own network. We support our own email. We're almost our own entity off of the city's system. And moving forward, hopefully shortly, we will be completely off of the city's IT network. Therefore, with the requirement of our own staff. I think moving forward, most of the technology in policing is all IT related, and all the software and programs that we need to do our job more efficiently is predominantly IT related. Therefore, with a lot of specialty needs and requirement just for police, our CJIS requirements are very strict that we need to follow in through our different softwares and NCIC, SPOTS, NIBRS, our specific network designed just for a police department that we need special security for. That's not a general requirement of the city. It just takes specific skill set based off of police technology that would require that staffing. And then moving forward in the new CAD armor system, we are in the process of implementing it. We plan to go live in the fall, approximately October. So we're working through that now. It's being installed and working through the kinks of it as we speak.
Will that be cloud-based, or will that be servers?
It's going to be the word. I'm not a tech guy. On-base, hybrid.
It's both.
Both. On-premise. That's what I was looking for.
And last question: the crime analyst. What has that position yielded up in benefits to you?
Well, as I said it before, it's so we can start getting into the weeds of different areas, evaluating time, different crimes that are occurring, where's the best bang for our buck, allocating resources. Again, that's a new position, fairly new position, so we're still working through it, but our crime analyst has got a lot of training through other agencies and other trainings that are offered out there to really help us use that position to be more efficient with our officers and our personnel.
Thanks.
Just a couple of questions. Piggybacking on Councilor Tabor, as we speak more about the IT, there's certainly going to be aspects that are specific to the police department. I hope that with Pat Ainsworth and your department, there's an opportunity to see as we grow the needs of the department and the needs of City Hall. If we're able to consolidate some aspects that can be, from a cloud-based perspective, it seems as though there's a lot of work that IT needs to do throughout the city, whether it's the school department, city, police, and then when there's issues that arise for an incident or a project that requires more bodies and people power, it would be advantageous to have collaboration across of those, so we don't have to hire out. So that's something, but there's no positions being added in this, so something to consider in the future. Where are we in staffing right now of patrol officers?
So right now, currently, we're down 7 police officers. We have 2 new police officers that are in the police academy that actually graduate at the end of the month, and we have 1 lateral police officer that came to us from Texas that is just about in the last stages of his field training program should be on the street shortly.
So I guess I'd like to figure out a way that we can more accurately represent the budget with the amount of officers that we have. Don't know how that is. Right now, we have 7. I think we'd be hopeful to get to maybe cut that number in half by the end of this year. But I'd like to be able to accurately reflect that without the feeling as though if the need is not there, and I think that we have that. I don't know how we would reflect that in the budget to accurately reflect the 7 positions that aren't there, and moving on from it's moving on through the year. And again, if any department, placeholders, I don't know how legally we would do it, but to share with the City of Portsmouth what we're actually funding and then what kind of comes back, especially in a time of revaluations, making sure folks understand that, if we're taxing something, it's going to be used. So that's more of a creative, maybe finance question to do, understand the need that exists there, and want to make sure that, we're not putting you in a position to once we have those hires lined up to then have to come before the council and reapprove them, but want to make sure that we're able to, again, just more accurately reflect what we've had in the budget now going back a couple of years. Obviously want to be able to get to the position where it's a quality of life thing for your team, but balance that against what the actuals are in the budget.
Mm-hmm. I think just to address that is the need is definitely there. Sure. I mean, we're running, nonstop, and our numbers, just to put it in perspective, even if we are fully staffed at 70 police officers, are still 1 less police officer than we had in 1998. So the need is there. It's just we just have to find people, and I think, like I said, we've been hiring people, but it's tough to predict when people are going to leave. So in the last fiscal year, we filled the positions that we had, but then we had 5 retirements and 4 other officers that left.
Yeah, it's definitely, and I been on the record of saying the need is there, and I understand the need is there from a standpoint of not only the City of Portsmouth, but for a police position that you're in as chief, to say, hey, what the hope of a future that's more fully staffed and people don't have to work overtime and people can enjoy being a part of the community, so the community policing works. I understand that. I'm just asking from a standpoint of the trust that exists from this department and this council, understand the need of what the police can do, to then look at the budget and say, okay, how can we reflect this and build maybe back up to a position where we are, given that this is the first of two-year budget cycle of the council. But again, that's going to have some questions for the finance folks around this, of how we could potentially build this in, but want to make sure that we're just reflecting what the number is to the City of Portsmouth, and I think we would mostly all agree in this room that the need is there, from a safety standpoint, but also a work standpoint of being able to hire and retain folks. It's a lot different if we say we're never going to get those 7 other hires, because I'm sure you say it all the time. Oh, we'll get those 7 extra gals and guys. This is gonna, you're not gonna be doing as much overtime, and life's gonna be better. So I get that portion of it too. Just want to try to figure out how do we meet somewhere in the middle with the council, so that the city recognizes what we have.
Understood.
Any other questions, Councilor Lombardi? No.
All right.
Thank you, Chief. I'll
Thank
speak
you.
up.
Thank you, Mayor. Next up, and then we'll take a break after Zach, will be Superintendent of Schools, Zach McLaughlin. Welcome, Zach. Very good.
Okay, all right. Good morning, everybody. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, city manager. Happy to have a little bit of time to talk to you today about the school budget proposal for the upcoming year. You'll notice in the presentations from everybody that we're using a very similar format across departments, where we start talking about the team. And I think one of the things that's really important to think about in relation to the schools is we can't put the team on a picture because the team is huge. We are a people-intensive arm of the city, and so we can tell you about, how many students we have, and we can talk about the staff. But we're approaching, 500 strong in terms of the number of humans who are working to do what we want to do for the youth of Portsmouth. And then you layer on top of that third-party contractors and volunteers, and we push beyond that number of 500. And I just want to come back through the course of our kind of conversation today to think about the fact that that is the case. We are definitely people-intensive. In addition, another reminder for folks is that in addition to the students from Portsmouth, of course, we bring in students from Newcastle starting in the 6th grade, Newington in 7th, in Greenland and Rye in the 9th. And another thing to think about is just that revenue stream coming from those tuitions represents the second largest revenue stream outside of property taxes for the city. So that partnership and thinking about service to those communities as well as the folks here in Portsmouth is really important. If we can move to the next slide. So we have been working through very similar to, if you think about city goal number 3, about inviting in the public to engage in conversation about what government should be doing and doing it in a transparent way, being thoughtful about reaching folks who have not been part of the conversation. We've been involved in that over the course of we're approaching 18 months now, where we've been working through revisioning what we want for the schools. Now, we know the core work of the schools hasn't changed in a lot of ways. There's really two things that we're trying to do. We're trying to put students, the youth in the community, in a position to self-actualize, become the human beings they want to be. But we also want to make sure that we are preparing the future citizens, the future leaders of Portsmouth, so they're in a position to be able to step into the community, be active and engaged members of the community. We went through a long process where we went out and we surveyed a whole bunch of stakeholders. We did community focus groups with folks. And we slowly developed a draft that took those two big goals of self-actualization and developing citizens and asked the community to focus a little bit on what more, what should we be focusing on, prioritizing as we move towards that. And what is this kind of vision we're going to have over the next, we'll call it 4 to 5 years, of what we want. We're using this metaphor of portrait of a graduate. When a kid walks across the stage at PHS at graduation, what are the characteristics we want that student to have when they've completed the process of moving through Portsmouth schools? In no particular order, and shouldn't be looked at as one over the other, these are the things the community said they were most interested in. Students walking out with a passion for knowledge, being self-motivated about gaining more knowledge, students being globally aware but then contributing, and there's a little bit of this kind of think global, act local type of component to it. That students are able to collaborate, and part of that is having effectively being able to communicate with others. That students have transferable skills. We talk about this a lot in the K-12 arena right now. This is the ability to do those things that an employer would want you to do, to look people in the eye, to shake their hand, to come to work on time, to have a strong work ethic, those sorts of things. Big push from folks when we talk to them about personal well-being, and as not like a sideshow of what we're doing, but actively pursuing the personal well-being of our students in a way. And when we talk to folks, a lot of that, I think, was coming out of COVID. Concern about where students were at, where the youth of the community were at as a result of what they went through in COVID. And some of the internal conversation we've had is how jarring that experience has been, depending on, I was not of an age where I was ducking and covering, doing drills for nuclear stuff when I was in school. We did fire drills, that sort of thing. But I always felt very safe in my environment. I always felt very safe in society. Our students are jostling with maybe society is a little bit more fragile and they're dealing with that themselves than they were led to believe prior to COVID. And we're seeing that manifest itself in a variety of different ways. People also talked about, staff, students, and parents and community members, about empathy and kindness, wanting students to connect with their fellow human beings, and wanting kindness to be a value that was intertwined with who our kids were going to be. If you could slide ahead. I will say one other thing about that, well, in this whole process. We've been working hard to try to reach communities who are not always represented in conversations. So in some of our focus group work, we've gone out to Wamisit as part of those conversations. As part of our surveying work, we have put out surveys in 10 different primary languages that are spoken by our families here in the school district. That ranges from Spanish to Urdu. We've been working hard to try to think about how do we bring everyone into that conversation about what we want the schools to be. As we've moved out of that first phase of saying, okay, now we have an agreed upon portrait of a graduate, what we want the end product to look like, we've now been involved over the last several months of looking at what's the how? How do we get to that end product? And we've broken out that work into 3 big buckets with a couple things that are going to intertwine through each of those 3. Personalized learning, adjusting what we're doing to individual students' interests and needs. Having a safe learning environment. Now, some of that is the hard, we'll call it the walls of the building, the safety that Chief would be involved in, and making sure that kids are safe and secure in our spaces physically. But a lot of conversation about how do we make students feel safe emotionally, and how do we take care of students' mental health, and how do we put them in a position because they're feeling strong in that way to then be able to access all the educational opportunities that we're offering. The last of this 3, and I'll come back to the bottom 2, is rigorous and aligned curriculum instruction. One of the things that Portsmouth benefits from, and I'll talk about this a little bit more later, is we have very strong educational professionals who work for us. And there's a reason, people work outside of our community for years to try to get into our school system. And that's great, but at times what we've seen is we could improve upon, at the systems level, how do we have those people work together more seamlessly? And one of the things I'll talk about later is vertical integration of curriculum. So making sure first grade makes sense as it bleeds into second grade, third grade, et cetera, and making sure that happens by design and not by happenstance. And so at times, we've had some good outcomes, but sometimes it's not always by design. And we want to get better at that. The other two things that these are actually 3 groups who have been working on these items. The other 2 things we've asked those folks to work on intertwining is that in each of these areas, making sure that we are being very thoughtful about equity and access for all students, and that we're being thoughtful about how we are going to train staff and what types of professional development will be necessary in order to achieve these goals. All right, thanks. In terms of accomplishments, I wish we had more than one slide, because what we're leaving out is slides and slides of all the student accomplishments that are happening on an annual basis, individualized staff accomplishments where they're being recognized as, as some of the leaders in their particular area within education. But here are some of the organizational ones, just in terms of thinking about the quality of your schools at the moment. Niche is one of many sites that ranks schools. But at the moment, Niche looks at Portsmouth as the top 10 school district, top 10 high school, top 10 middle school in the state, and all 3 elementary schools, lots of elementary schools in the state, all 3 are in the top 20. You also have 2 schools that were recognized as national blue ribbon schools since 2020, and it's only 2 of 11 blue ribbon schools in New Hampshire over the course of the last 4 years. These are strong, very strong schools that have strong partnerships with families. I was going to say, as we on that, and why, I think it goes back to that first slide I talked about where we can't put everybody on the slide. Again, people-intensive business. We're very good at what we do right now because we have very strong people who work for us. And I think what's going to become important is being thoughtful, and I think Chief spoke to this a little bit, about similar, maybe not to the same extent that law enforcement seeing it, but there was a decline in the number of folks who want to be in education. It is precipitously declining. Outside of Portsmouth right now, I talk to colleagues who are in places like a Somersworth, Claremont. They have a hard time staffing. Like, they have like open teaching positions, multiple open teaching positions, where they don't know as they roll through the summer. They're not sure. At least one of those colleagues, they're like, I don't know if I can open on day one, Zach. That is creeping closer and closer to us on a regular basis. And I think we should not take for granted that the folks that we have now are going to be available. We're going to have to, very similar to what Chief said, we're going to have to fight for those folks who are going to be replenishing our ranks of excellent educators. Budget drivers. Here are the things that are pushing us at the moment. We are definitely seeing an intensification of student needs. That is both in terms of breadth and depth. So there are, I think, as I said before, there's kind of the specter of kind of a low-level anxiety that is across the student body that is coming out of the COVID situation. But we're also seeing more cases of acute, deep need with individual students, which can be expensive in order to provide them the programming that they need. So this is both academic and mental health. In terms of federal funding, the big news on that is ESSER, our equivalent of ARPA, is about to be done. So on September 30th, we have to be all set, everything turned in, and that will close out our experience with ESSER, and that is going to cost us multiple positions. We'll come back to that towards the end. In addition to that, the other federal funding that we receive, which is Title I, Title II, Title III, Title IV, IDEA for special education, all of those sources are not maintaining pace with inflation. So the purchasing power of those sources continues to go down, and we're going to have to be thoughtful about how we're going to deal with that. Enrollment distribution is an issue that is both something we're trying to figure out right now, and is something that's going to have in the intermediate term, it's going to have a real impact on how we deliver education, and I think it will have there'll be a big community conversation about this. I think we talked in previous years. Last year we talked about enrollment decline, and then since 2013 till now, we're down as a system. We're down 222 students over that period of time. But what's happening is there's uneven growth, and where we're seeing families settle in the community. At the moment, where at least anecdotally, it looks like families are having a hard time buying into the boundaries of Little Harbor, and most kind of incoming family activities happening in the Dondero district tends to be down Lafayette, is where we're seeing that growth in terms of students and families. For us, what will be interesting is, one of your core goals involves that development of below market, the ability to have below market housing available for folks. That's great as I try to recruit teachers, because teachers are getting priced out of being able to live in your community, new teachers. On the other side of the equation, we're trying desperately to try to figure out how to project where our new family is going to come from. And as all the housing starts to go up on Lafayette, is that all going to Dondero? Is it going to be, and is it going to really push how we're going to have to redraw the lines across the city, which is, I have not been here for these, but I have sat with people over an adult beverage or two and had conversations about how challenging those conversations were in the community. How hard it was for Elwyn Park to go through at least one of those conversations, and I think we are very quickly coming to another one of those dialogues as a community. We want to make sure, and this will come to some of the spending, we want to make sure that we do that in a thoughtful and very slow way, because we want to get it right. We don't want to go and make a change and then have to walk that back. It has huge impacts on families. Additional vertical alignment, like I said before, we're in the process of trying to make these moves where we're being successful by design. Right now, our deep dive in this regard is in relation to math. We do score across the board in all areas. We are 15 to 20% higher than the state of New Hampshire average across all grade levels, all groups, when you break out our demographics. But between the two, we're a little bit stronger on the ELA side than we are math, so we're doing a deep dive right now in relation to math. The last one is labor markets. This is not necessarily going to have, actually you are seeing personnel costs increase in this particular budget proposal. However, next year, and then the next year's budget presentation will be interesting because we have 5 unions that are up for negotiation next year. And we're in an environment where we are fighting, like I said, fighting for staff. So we're going to be really interesting what we plan to do with contracts. And I would urge folks to just be aware that there's a dwindling workforce to do the things that you would like them to do. Changes for us, you're going to see in this particular budget an increase in out-of-district tuitions and services. Again, this goes back to some of those acute cases with students where teams are meeting, special education teams, which include parents, include staff, specialists are meeting to discuss how are we going to provide the students the services they need in what we call the least restrictive environment. So the most typical. How do we do that? That is leading in some cases to us having more, over the last 2 years, more students going out of district, which increases not just our tuition but also our transportation costs. In fact, those two things are really paralleling each other right now. We're adding a district psychologist, but really that's a net neutral for us in terms of services. So we already had oversubscribed the 2 psychologists that we had in the district already, and one of the 2 of them, Jim Sparrow, who'd been with us for quite a while, was able to have 2 interns that he was overseeing at the same time. So we added the 3rd during our budget process because we needed to bring down those caseloads, and then Jim decided he was going to retire. So now we are losing 2 interns because we don't have someone else who has the time in the field to be able to oversee those interns. So really adding this psychologist probably is a break even for us in terms of services that we're providing in that way. We are repurposing several other in-house. We're moving around things in order to make these kind of net neutral. These are not adding FTEs to the local budget. There's a curriculum coordinator at PHS, which is a codification of something we had already done last year. It's a short-term move. We're adding a preschool special educator. For those who are aware of our program, we have a program that runs out of Little Harbor called PEEP. PEEP is, the purpose of PEEP is to serve students who have educational disabilities, but it is designed in a way where we have an equal number of those students with, we'll call, non-disabled peers. So we are now, based on our increase in special ed enrollment at those earliest years, now looking at an increase to somewhere between 45 and 50 students that will be in that program, and we have to add an additional special educator as part of that. Social worker is not a new position from us, but is coming over from ESSER. It's one of the things that we want to hold on to, so we made space to move that over and have that become part of the local budget. Is a single social worker right now who's stationed at the middle school, but then drifts to help out at some other places. This has been, when we talk to our leadership team, this is something that absolutely, positively people feel like is a huge priority. That it's in the long run, it puts us in a position to empower families and parents to engage other social services in the community. It puts us in a much better position to partner with those folks. We have a math specialist who's moving over from Title I into the local budget, and then we increase the Dundero art teacher from he was 80% up to 100%. That's not just because he was on Kelly Clarkson, but it didn't hurt that he was on Kelly Clarkson. No, it was already in the budget pre-Kelly Clarkson. We have the addition of a modular unit going in at Dundero, which will allow us 1 to 2 classrooms. We have a meeting later this week to finalize the discussion about whether or not that will be 1 or 2. but it will alleviate some of the pressure we're feeling on the square footage at Dondero. And again, I've already talked about the upcoming labor negotiations. I will just put in a plug to what's not on here. I want to make sure, I see my school board chair in the back of the room, that this particular proposal does not include some elements that were approved by the school board. That includes moving a special educator from the federal money into the local budget, an increase in one of the nurses at the high school from a 60% position to a 100% position, the addition of a full-time maintenance supervisor, $20,000 for utilization towards outdoor education, and the other thing that I think my board would want to make sure you were aware of, we additionally reduced 5 full-time equivalents as a result of the loss of ESSER funds. So the things that went away as part of that were outdoor education. PHS had a math interventionist, and we had 3 kindergarten instructional tutors that we're using at Dondero to help deal with the large class sizes in kindergarten. All those are gone as part of this proposal. So the board has worked hard to try to come in, particularly at the FTE number that was put out as a goal, and I want to make sure that I voice what their preference was in terms of what was going to be appearing in the next year. So, take any questions.
Thanks, Zach.
Yep.
Assistant Mayor.
Thank you. Zach, I may have just missed it.
Yes.
What is the exact or estimated cost of the modular classrooms?
So, and that was 93?
92,320 is what's in the budget right now.
Yep.
And that's per year? Or
There's a rental cost. It also involves operating costs for the heat, electricity, data, those things as well.
Okay.
And setup, yeah.
40-ish thousand, I think, annual.
Okay. And how long do you anticipate?
This is the million-dollar question, yes.
I guess I'll be honest with you, I really struggle, because I feel like we in the school board have seen the trend of numbers putting pressure on Dondero, and now we're put in a really hard predicament of spending money indefinitely instead of having the hard, and I understand that this is a hard conversation of redistricting.
Sure.
But I'm slightly disappointed that we haven't had this conversation. We didn't start these conversations about redistricting and the pressure that's being put on Dondero a few years ago when we saw those trends. And we see those, as you mentioned, we see the development trends that are happening on Route 1. And we see the decreases, especially heavily on Little Harbor. And so I'm a little disappointed, and I'll be honest, a little upset at what we're looking at potentially to be a lot of stranded costs indefinitely that I personally feel like are kind of put out there because we don't want to have some of these uncomfortable conversations of redistricting. And so I just wanted to make that point. So thank you for that number. So you said on about $40,000, or I'm sorry, can you reiterate around $40,000 annual cost indefinitely?
You got the breakout?
The rental cost.
I'm sorry. Oops. I've done it.
Obstacle course.
That's right. The $92,320 that is in the proposed budget right now provides for one-time setup. It provides for a year of rental, and it provides for a year of carrying cost, the operating as the superintendent described. That total rental and carrying cost is probably small 40s, $45,000. I've got the number somewhere buried, but I think that's what we expect once it's in place.
Okay. And you said, go ahead. No, I just want to clarify. There is no end game or end date for these modulars.
I would say no, but my hope is no more than 2 years. Because I think what I want to do is I want to make sure that the trend, I don't want to redraw lines and get it wrong.
Yes.
That's what I'm worried about. And so we've sat with planning, and we're trying to figure out. So when we already know we had this year, it was two places where we really felt the strain. It was ended up being kindergarten. We got surprised by late enrollments at kindergarten in Dondero, and then in the 4th grade. That was the 2 places where we had, we're 20 plus, 24 in some cases in the 4th grade. And so when we know that's the case, and then I drive down Route 1, and I'm like, oh my God, Five Guys, oh my God, over here, and stuff's popping up, you instantly start getting panicky. You know, you think, okay, common sense, this is going to be a flood towards what we're doing over at Dondero. In talking about planning, it's more complicated than that because a lot of those units are going to be 1 to 2 bedroom units so that people can get the return on investment. And families aren't going to, I think part of planning's view is you're not going to get a lot of families into those units, even though we're building a whole bunch of units that would fall within Dondero's catchment area. So we're nervous about not knowing who that group of people is going to be once those units come online. So that's part of the conversation. The other thing we're trying to be very thoughtful about, it's not just the number of kids, but it's the makeup of kids.
Yep.
So if you look at our map now, and I wish but if you look at our map now, then it's like you have some lines that you look at looks like a gerrymandering, you know, congressional district where we've got these kind of weird setups, and then we have enclaves where we're pulling certain people out of certain groups because we're trying to get a demographic mix so that it's not, hey, Dondero is the school where everyone lives in apartments.
Yeah.
You know, and Little Harbor's the one where you've got the three-story house. And New Franklin, you know, is a combination thereof. It's the hipster up-and-coming part of town. So that's what we want to avoid. So it's it's not just getting the numbers right, it's also getting a demographic snapshot of who those families are going to be, so that we can then, as much as possible, we have schools that are not like, hey, the rich kids go to Little Harbor. You know, and it's like, we don't want that. So, yeah.
Thank you. Another question, and this may be for Mr. Lenny. So our proposal has is a little around $500,000 short of what the school board brought forward. What would that increase have been? Because right now we're at 5.57. With the proposal from just the school board, what is that increase?
6.9?
6.5.
6.5.
Okay.
The school board number was $564,000 higher. It was a 6.5% increase, and it included a net 3.86 FTEs.
Okay. Okay. Now, a little bit more poignant questions. I guess I am slightly confused on the desire for curriculum director at the high school. My understanding is that the assistant superintendent dealt with curriculum.
So you have a number of people across the district who deal with curriculum. So it starts with the assistant superintendent. You have a existing position that is there was an existing position at the high school, which is a curriculum person. There is...
is that position staying?
That's staying.
So
this is a teacher, we'll just be clear, this is a teacher who would be stipended for additional curriculum work.
Okay.
So this person's under a teacher's contract, not on an administrator's contract.
Okay.
And will receive an additional stipend for the curriculum work. But they are not spending a bunch of time in classrooms. So it's a hybrid-y type of thing, and we're trying, and the concern, like I said, I think of all of our buildings, and this is not a criticism of the high school, but I think and this is a lot of high schools, people tend to operate as like independent operators within a building as opposed to as a unit. And so we're trying to move towards where we can have, again, those curricular choices align more closely, and we think we're going to get better outcomes as a result, as opposed to, like, really this was a switch out. We had like a math interventionist that was up there. It's really a switch out for that math interventionist.
Bring back up.
So
I guess my question is, we're looking at, if I see this slide.
Hold on, I'll share it again.
Thank you.
Taking it down.
So repurposing of existing positions, so the PHS curriculum, so are we losing a teacher?
No, so last year, we had as we brought on the new principal, we had someone that we stipended on a short term. We ended up being in a position we thought we needed additional help during the year.
Yep.
So Jackie Chisholm, who's a longtime English teacher at the high school, we stipended her to do curriculum work at the high school. And this basically takes what we did before and tries to codify it and have her continue to do that work.
And was last year the first year that we had, will this be the first time that this type of position ever No, we're just.
No, there's another role that had predated all, the new high school principal, me being here. There was another role. It was at a administrative position.
Yep.
That is also curricular in nature.
Okay.
So.
Sorry, I just have a couple more. And then there was the desire to hire a maintenance supervisor.
Yep.
But we already have a maintenance director, is that correct?
Yes, so that the goal would be, I think the concern is over the long term is Kenny Lynchy, who's our Director of Facilities, Maintenance, and I don't know, I always get lost with all of Kenny's titles, and that's part of the problem, right, is that, so Kenny oversees all of our custodial and maintenance folks.
Yep.
At the same time, while that's going on, he's driving a plow, too, and when we're doing the football turf, we got like multi-million-dollar contracts and specs and clerk of the works type of work that's going on that he's doing. And my concern has been that we don't want to miss on those things. And simultaneously, there's enough work for two people. So I think that has been, Nathan, I think, has said, this has come up in conversation over multiple years. But it was one that we ultimately, in conversation with the manager, was like, what do you got? If you guys got to prioritize, what's it going to be? And for now, it was we would push this to the side for now and talk about it in the future.
Okay. I just, and this is a comment. Thank you for answering all of those. Thank you, Nathan, too. My concern is that, we have some of the schools, and I like to compare, say, Little Harbor to New Franklin, where we have, I look at Little Harbor and look at the amount of programming that we offer that is not in the classroom there. Yeah. And I sometimes look at some of the funding that we're spending on, and I'm not saying that it lessens the importance, but on administrators, and look at, well, could we have a Sunstarter program funded for the other two schools where we have equally as many, at-risk students that need, or I look at, we're blessed or sad to only have one Abby in our school district, but I look at what is happening with the ESL programs or the English as a second language learners and all of the extra programming that they are getting at Little Harbor, and I'd be remiss to say that I look at some of this funding and say, can we spend it differently where we're more hands on the ground? And I understand the importance of leading what we're doing. I just worry that we are getting a little bit admin heavy. And when we're constantly, and this is a concern, as you said, seeing a decrease in our student population in some areas, but overall we're seeing a decrease in population. And so I just want to make sure, and I'm not saying this to any offense of the school board, because I think I watch 90% of their meetings and it's really, really good diligence, but I just want to make sure that we are looking holistically, too, at some of the programs that are maybe done outside of the purview of administration, outside of the purview of the school board, that are really beneficial to our students, and starting to take a hard look of how we can actually build those into some type of funding and what we may have to replace within that.
Sure.
So that's just a comment.
Nope. I think it's always going to be a tug of war between, and I think there's always a desire to, and there should be, how do we maximize the amount of funds we're putting directly towards student services?
And I will say to the people who are here and the people watching at home, I helped work on the project Evergraduate, or Portrait Evergraduate, and so I know how important your leadership was within that, the leadership of Phil and the other principals and the teachers who spent countless hours working through that program, and so I know how dedicated they are. So I want to make sure we're funding to an adequate level, but maybe looking at different creative ways. Sure. I know a goal of mine over the next few years is try to find ways that we can reduce our food insecurity. We're at about 15% in our community, and it's a conversation that I don't think we have enough of, well, where can we move funds to make sure our kids have food? Where can we move funds to make sure our girls have menstrual products? You come to the library and it's free, you go to our schools and it's not. And so making sure that we have access to quality of life things too, because I think they're just as important as some of these things that we're funding.
Great.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Bullock.
Thank you. Thank you, Zach, for your presentation. When I was a student at Dondero, I remember they had closed Sherburne School while I was there. We accepted the Sherburne students, and my 4th and 5th grade year, I believe it was 93, 94, they had 2 modular classrooms at Dondero. I think they lasted 2 years. and then they took them away because the numbers of the students in each class, it worked out and changed a little bit.
Yep.
So I know this isn't the first time we've done this, and I understand that, say, if one class has a lot of students, the class below that might not, and there's variables. So just, with we're always trying to build more affordable housing in Portsmouth, and sometimes one of the fears I hear is that our elementary schools are bursting at the seams, and that each classroom can't afford another student. So any information that we could get or the public could get on the breakdown, the makeup, the number of the students.
So I would say, and we can definitely provide more in more detail. I would say the characterization that all the schools are bursting at the seams is wrong. So we have space, and I would say I think there's square footage. When I walk our spaces, New Franklin has used every inch of what they can do, and we're doing some work in the CIP coming up around moving a few things around in connection with New Franklin. Right now, the difference is when you walk through Little Harbor, there are spaces where we'll have a reading specialist, and they might inhabit an entire classroom. Right? Where they might have an office space somewhere else, or they might be sharing an office space with someone. So right now it's not a matter of there's not enough square footage to go around. It's just how do we redistribute students in order to utilize that square footage the best. And I appreciate Mrs. Mayor Kelly saying let's not dodge hard political conversations. Let's do the hard work. I just want to make sure that we do it with enough time for the community to have input and for us to have a solid kind of data stream about. And what I'm worried about is the variable is all that housing that's going in right now, and not knowing who it's going to be. Once I know that, then it's okay, let's go, let's have that conversation, and I'm sure it will be an impassioned conversation because there are families who are we are a fill in the blank elementary school family, and that's who our people are. And we'll have some really rich dialogues. The good news is our schools are all really good schools, right, at the same time. It's just that, but it's an intense, I think there's an intense kind of cultural heartstrings for people to be connected to certain places and have that. So.
No, I certainly understand. My father went to Haven School. I went to Dondero. My sister went to Dondero, then switched to Little Harbor when we moved.
Oh, there you go.
But I certainly understand the pride of what school you go to and the sense of ownership or the identity. But I do think any information to squash those fears that our schools are bursting at the seams, that we can't accept more, would be helpful.
Oh, no, I think that's not an issue. I mean, what we anticipate if we see any additional incoming growth of student population over the course of the summer, it's going to happen out on Lafayette. And so the ability to already kind of, if we have the modular as a buffer, we already have to redistribute already because we have too many kids in some classrooms in Dondero and we're out of classroom space. But then the ability to then be able to absorb some more if people come in as a result of those new builds will be important. But I do think for me, I want to be in a position where, this is tops 2 years and then we're in a position to pull those out and then we're going to have to redistribute students based on what we see. Okay. Even if that means there is no growth, we end up with this was almost a nil family change in terms of what's happening with all that housing that's out there. Even if that's true, we're still going to have to look at, if the trend stays the same, long-term redistribution.
So what is the enrollment number? Have we decreased?
So we're down from 2013, we're down to 22 total as a district. Okay. And that includes inbounds at the high school from Newington and Newcastle and all that too.
We are lower than we were 10 years ago.
Correct. Yep.
And so in the recent years, have we gone back up? Have we made up any?
In the last, so we were down in the estimates I have most recently. I think we were down 15 from last year to this, for example.
Okay.
So it's not we're not in the midst of a steady rebound right now, but the rate at which the decline is happening is slowing.
Percentage-wise, that's about 10%, right? Because
you're down 15. Down 15. Is it 10% or 1%?
Oh, I'm sorry. 1%. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Less than 1. Make sure the press got that. Not down 10%.
Can we get I'm sorry. Based on your question, can we get a breakdown per school of where we're?
We got a lot of space at Little Harbor.
Yeah. There's real estate at Little Harbor.
And so if we could get the kids in Little Harbor this year versus building a modular classroom, we would not need a modular classroom. The question is...
That's correct.
...whether or not we can draw the lines to put kids into Little Harbor this year.
That's correct.
Would love to hear in terms of versus getting it wrong,
Yep.
in terms of, cutting up the school district and what that means to be. It's not going to be like art classes in the modular classroom. There'll be an entire class that lives in the modular classroom, correct?
That's the plan. There'll be an entire classroom that would be, if not two. So the module will have the ability to accommodate up to two.
So I guess that's not a super ideal scenario for a class to exist outside of, given all of the last time we did a modular classroom, I guess maybe it was 93, but the issues around, school safety, lockdowns, all of those things are a lot different than they were then.
Agreed.
It's a far from ideal situation to create a modular classroom, even though we might get it wrong in terms of how we're, cutting up. It seems to be how much more we have to send to Little Harbor that's currently going to Dondero.
And again, going back to, it's also who. Because, again, we want to maintain as much as we can. We want to maintain similar kind of demographic snapshots of our schools as much as possible. So it's not, here's the rich kid school, and here's the comparatively less rich kid school. So,
Councilor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. I thank you so much for your presentation. I have a few follow-on questions around the same lines. If we were to redistrict the elementary schools, how many positions would we not have to add? For example, an increase in the Dondero art teacher, the request from the school board, which I realize wasn't funded, but for 3 kindergarten tutors. What money would we be saving, essentially? Because we would be rebalancing classrooms, and therefore maybe not even need as many teachers as we currently have.
Sure. I don't know that we've done that analysis. I would say very quickly that we don't think we're carrying excess capacity as a result of the distribution of students right now. So, I don't know that we would immediately save. It also depends on how you slice up that pie, too, at the same time. But we're not anticipating that if we redistricted you can pull 4 people off that we have right now. We're not anticipating that that's going to be one of the benefits of redistricting at the moment.
And do you think, as far as the numbers go, our ratios that we're looking at Dondero versus, say, Little Harbor, is it a differential of 10 students in a classroom right now? Or?
No, so the two places I think that were kind of a heavier, the biggest differences. Now again, this is not consistent from every single grade level. The two that would be like the most glaring examples was in kindergarten, Dondero ran basically classes of 21, 3 classes of 21 this year, where Little Harbor was 16, 16, and 15. Right, so that's decent size difference. Same thing at 4th grade. Now these are the two most glaring grades. 4th grade, 3 sections, 23, 23, 23 at Dondero, 18, 17, and 17 at Little Harbor. But that number, just to be clear, is not consistent across all grades. So in some cases, you had some grades where Little Harbor actually had slightly higher class sizes than the Dondero. It all depended on what the choices were. But if you look at it as an average, I think it worked out to, our average class size across elementaries was about 17.3, something like that. And Dondero was 17.7, and Little Harbor was 16.8. So in terms of, there's a deeper analysis around to look at, and that's just classroom teachers and kids in particular classrooms. So the gap is not like 10 students in every classroom different right now, but it is a difference. And then the other analysis that we need to do is to look at longer term is do we have a similar degree of intervention and support services available at both buildings based, per student. And I think that's another one for us to continuously keep reevaluating how are we ensuring that we have equity across buildings for services.
Okay. And have you considered in the interim a step of doing voluntary redistricting for parents? Say, if somebody's in a certain zone that's adjacent
Yeah.
to...
The conversation we've had, and this has also been around families who come to us around just a desire, independent of redistricting, that the conversation that we have is families are like, well, I'll just drive my kid to the other school. Is that fine? And what that kind of the dialogue we've been getting into is going back to that equity and access question. So it's like, if you're a family of means, or you're a family who has somebody who's able to be at home during the day, and you have a vehicle, then your kid gets school choice. But if you're not, you don't. You go to the same place. And so that is a kind of ethical conversation that right now has been that we don't want to advantage those families over other families. But of course, we could just say, hey, anybody who's at New Franklin or Dondero who has the means to drive your own kid to school, if you'd like to go to that other school next year, here's the number of slots we have available. We're going to do a lottery, that type of thing. I think we're worried about, again, going back to it, we're worried about ethically who are we empowering in those situations, and is it all citizens across the board? And we think the answer is probably no.
Well,
I would expand
on that. If we are, again, everything is in comparison to having kids stuck out or it's probably a nicely, nice modular classroom. But when was the last time we redistricted? I don't recall.
I will, the school board chair is behind you, and I know she's going to remember.
Long time ago. And so I just, from a difference of growing up, going to schools, there's definitely a difference in terms of what the perception of the schools was in the community and what the perception of the schools were to the kids.
Right.
Definitely going to New Franklin, loved it. Didn't feel like we were on the rich side of the tracks when we were at New Franklin. I cannot believe that would be the perception now amongst all of the folks. We have all three of our elementary schools are in a rarefied air when it comes to the state, and we have two of them, not Little Harbor, that have become blue urban schools in the last 4 years. And so I understand the importance of making sure it's an equity conversation, but also want to balance that against, one, spending money that could be spent on students, and two, just making, the outcome of having a classroom where they're going in and out of the school for lunch seems like the least ideal, possible outcome for us when there is classroom space that could be repurposed at Little Harbor to accommodate these. And if it could also avoid, I don't have the political chops to, thankfully Nancy does, to lead through a redistricting. But if we could also look at this from a standpoint of there will be, since we cannot predict the future of where housing will be built outside of, the city of Fort Smith, if there could be buffer zones within the districts that could be flexed based on, various of factors, lottery, or, sibling, that's been enrolled there, all of those things I would like to see at least discussed before we build out modular classrooms going into the next year.
Your Honor, I would just the tag team of that. I think we're talking about a lottery system, but to me, when I pull up the map and I'm looking at more thinking holistically bus routes, and I look at in some of the areas that we are street to street divide, right? A cul-de-sac is going to one school, the other end of the street is not. So I think there could be a holistically easier route if we are just looking. Obviously, I know we're talking about lottery and other systems, but if we're looking at maybe shifting, 15 students, 20 students, 30 students per grade, maybe we're looking at some type of lottery system within our bus routes, within looking at capacity of those. Obviously, I know the school board has talked about these things, but again, fiscally, I'm looking at stranded cost here, and it's something we always are talking about so much when we're talking about the DPW budget, but we don't always use those words in our school budget, but it realistically is. I mean, we're looking at over the course of 2 to 3 years, $250,000 that, and that's not even talking about the impact on students. This is the fiscal impact of what we're looking at. So I guess I would
Counselor Bagley, and then it seems like, so like, we're not going to solve the redistricting.
Yeah, of
I
course.
think we've shared the opinion that
Understood.
this is something that we would love to see, a plan that, maybe can get us to not spending that amount of money. Not that we have any discretion over your budget.
Yep.
Other than the number, but would love to maybe hear, and it might be request a report back on alternate options than the modular classroom at a future council meeting that might be requested, but Councilor Bagley.
Thanks, Your Honor. I grew up in a town similar in size to Portsmouth, and due to redistricting issues and family move, I went to a different elementary school every single year in my elementary school career, which was incredibly disruptive. I think when we're looking at a $64 million budget, $90,000 in the first year and $45,000 in follow-on years is a wise investment for the continuity of the community of the school children. When we're looking at the spreadsheets and the dollars and cents, it looks like it's a cost that we don't need to burden because we have at Little Harbor. But I think the education is so much more than just, sending kids here, sending kids there. It's the sense of community that they build up, being able to go to the same school as their older brothers or their younger sisters or what have you. I think that's important. So while I acknowledge that there's a cost to it and that modular classrooms, especially in New England, are probably not ideal, I do think that it's prudent to not be too hasty in changing the district lines and making sure we get it correct. With the amount of housing that we have coming online over the next couple of years, I would support, what's proposed. And I did just want to make a comment, when you look at all the proficiency and the testing, and, I'm not a huge proponent of school testing, but Portsmouth does much better across the board than the rest of the state averages. So what we're doing here is working, and I just want to commend you and the team because, schools is a bit different than fire or police or DPW. You're molding children's minds, which is very hard to judge with metrics. If the road is smooth, it's great. If it has potholes, it's bad. It's a lot harder with the school system and what you guys do. So I just wanted to commend you on that.
And I think the other challenge is it's fragile, right? So it's like, so right now we have really strong schools, but so much of that is in addition to those academic outcomes, is cultural, right? And so if the move to radically go in and affect that culture, which moving families from one school to another is going to do, doesn't have a really, really strong positive outcome on the backside, especially if you're rushing it, then I have concerns in terms of what that's going to do to the impact on the overall product of the schools for the community as a whole.
Councilor Mbadi.
Yeah, I just want to say I support the effort to look at this problem in depth but earlier.
Yep.
And I do that at risk. I was a parent of my daughters and these guys' age, and we went through the redistricting at that time. It was disruptive, but ultimately it worked.
Yeah.
And so I think that we have to look at it, as I say, earlier rather than later. And I might lose my friends across the street as friends, but I would support this.
Councilor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sorry to have another question
No,
on a different
questions.
topic. So I have a question about out-of-district placements.
Sure.
With the renovations we've done for Lister and Lister moving, is there a possibility of bringing some of those out-of-district placements back in district?
So I think we're always looking at who are we sending out, where are we sending the students out to. Separate from Lister, just for a second, we're always looking for clusters. So if we have a cluster of kids who have similar needs, similar programming needs, well then I can hire folks around that. If I get a cluster of 15 kids, I can bring that back in-house, right? But what we're seeing right now is that how many most of our placements are one-offs. And so we don't have that cluster. But we are exploring, when there is the opportunity to explore bringing students, because we do have Lister, when there is the opportunity to explore doing that, that's the first place we want those students to go, is to be able to come back into Lister if they have those sorts of needs, which is going to be smaller environment, students who are, Again, similar to what I talked about before, tends to be anxiety and things indirectly connected to anxiety. But we want to put students into that program as much as we can, while simultaneously being really thoughtful about the program design and making sure it remains successful. So,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Zach had a question on, you'd mentioned Ken Lynchey there
Yep.
on maintenance. So
Yep.
part of the things, added up all of the maintenance costs, about $1.6 million
Yep.
in there, and it's not going to be any lower.
Mhm.
But the idea with, the brain trust of Ken, and he's not going to do it, in perpetuity. Is there an opportunity, especially when we think of plowing, where I asked the police chief earlier, can we align IT resources so in the event of needing to scale up, that we have more people that could potentially be used to that effort? Is there potential to roll that into the DPW?
There was, I hope Peter's still here. I feel like there was, at some point, there was a study done around, particularly it was custodial services, right? And I think that the finding of that study was there was not advantage either financially or in operations in relation to combining the kind of oversight being all custodial services through one of those entities. I don't know in terms of, I don't think we've explored the plowing. I'm not aware of. Do you got something?
No, just that.
Go ahead. Then I'll come to IT in a second.
Yeah, I know that I was presented with a copy of Blue Ribbon effort. Mayor Farini, I couldn't tell you years, I don't know them that quickly, but there was a lot of work done then, and the results of that have been revisited, I think, twice since. Even as recently, again, I would look to Peter Rice, and he's just left the room, but as recently as 2 or 3 years ago, right before COVID, maybe we had a conversation. And I think that each time it comes down to a conversation about the mission of the teams. But I think I talked to Ken Lynchey about this just a week ago. I think there's always the opportunity for revisiting and considering. We have found some progress in terms of geography. The school right now provides service around the indoor pool. The Department of Public Works has been taking care of the space outside and around the Sherburne School where Lister's been housed, simply because we were already on site. Let's be efficient. So I think that there's opportunity to look at that as we continue.
Thanks, Nathan. I guess the question, so I loved, and I remember, forget his last name because he was just Ed, when I went to elementary school, you get to know the janitors. They're a part of the school, and they do a fantastic job, and it's a part of the community, and I don't think that there's the effort to consolidate the, or have a different succession plan and then pulling somebody in behind Kenny to have a program to be able to have that set up for the future is not in a way to change how some of the benefits that we couldn't probably put on paper to have the janitorial service a part of the school system, because they are a part of the schools, and I'd like to keep it that way in terms of being able to foster that community. What I'd like to see, though, is, in terms of things like doing RFPs, going out in terms of bids, for, fields, I don't think we should have 2 experts in the city of Portsmouth that, is good at, doing a bid for a turf field, for example. Or, when it comes to plowing, sidewalks, things like that, to make them aligned. And really, I think that we will see a further demand and growth for city services. Our job is to try to figure out how can we grow without we're decoupling the amount of folks that we have. There's going to be a whole lot of, demands on Portsmouth from IT and software. We can spend that up. Where I'm concerned, both from a hiring standpoint and a budget standpoint, is how do we make do with the same amount of people and help to reallocate them in different ways, especially in the school department where they're, maintenance and building stuff is flying, you know, in the summer it might be a little less when kids are in the classroom. How could we think about aligning to the greater, you know, things of the city? And this isn't, you know, something that's going to happen necessarily in this budget, but I wanted to bring it up because we have two, you know, cracks of this apple to say, hey, how can we look at, and especially there's no positions that are being added, you know, from a standpoint of maintenance, how can we look at this over the next year to say, hey, this is what could be a future plan to align some of these resources, again, to get more out of what we already have without growing administration layers.
I mean, we're always open to having conversations about what are synergies, you know, and where can we find them, and where does it make sense, and how to, and I think, you know, we don't want to maintain a separate workforce simply because it feels safe, you know, and it's a luxury. So we're always open to those conversations. You know, I think one of the challenges, you know, in the IT world for us is, you know, we're a Google-based group, and the municipal side of the operation is a Microsoft-based world.
I wish it was the other way around.
And so, you know, so I've got 500 users who are in Google land, and that's what I need serviced, you know. So, but always open to that conversation, that ongoing conversation about how can we best utilize the people that we have and maximize what we're doing with the taxpayers' dollar, for sure.
No more questions. Thanks, Dr. McLaughlin.
Great, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks.
And we're going to take a 3-minute just bio break here since we ran through our time allotment. So we'll be back at
11:20.
11:20.
Yeah.
All right, welcome back. We are now live with Pat Ainsworth. The floor is yours.
And before Pat goes ahead and as I work to bring the screen on, it's our pleasure to introduce this room to Ryan Babcock, who's currently our IT engineer, and Ryan will be succeeding Pat at a relatively soon point in time as Chief Information Officer. I want to make sure you all get to see the face and meet the name, and you'll see a lot more of Ryan. But Pat, please take it away.
Okay. It has been my great pleasure to lead the effort to build a City of Portsmouth IT department. And here they are. The most recent additions to the team are engineer Ryan Babcock, hired last December, who brings a higher level of technical expertise to the city. We also hired IT instructor John DeFrancesco, hired in February. He develops and delivers classroom training as well as one-on-one mentoring for staff. This ensures that everyone knows how to use the various technologies that the city has invested in. We started this team just 18 months ago with 3 employees, and now we're a team of 8. Next slide. Other organizational changes are coming soon, as the city manager mentioned. On July 1st, or shortly thereafter, I will leave my full-time position and transition to part-time, focusing on cybersecurity and to assist with the CIO transition. Ryan Babcock will be promoted to CIO, and his current position as engineer will be backfilled. Ryan is a Portsmouth resident who will lead the team through its next stage of development, and I have a high degree of confidence that he's the right person for the job. This plan is to execute the transition in such a way that the team will have my support during the transition, and service levels and technical progress will continue unimpeded. Next slide. The 5-year City of Portsmouth IT strategic plan is being finalized now. This plan was developed in collaboration with other IT units across the city. And these are the strategic themes in the plan that you will see shortly. Next slide. IT's core function is to spur innovation, which improves city business processes and enhances citizens' experience leveraging city services. City of Portsmouth IT continues to evolve towards the secure, accessible cloud computing strategy that we laid out when we began. IT is a key player in advancing the city's goals through the efficient use of technology. Next slide. Here is a short list of IT's accomplishments as we move from servers on site to services in the cloud. The migration to cloud drove many network upgrades since access to our applications requires additional bandwidth. Homeland Security, in the form of CISA, was brought in to assess what we had done and make recommendations. We were anxious to find out what we had done well and what remained to be done. As a result of this assessment and implementation of recommendations, the city's network is more reliable and the city's data is protected. Layers of security, such as 7x24 monitoring of the network and multi-factor identification, were deployed. A disaster recovery site for the finance system was completed and is live at this point, so should there be a disaster in City Hall, all business done out of the finance system could continue. Computers across all departments are being upgraded in a timely manner, which makes work more efficient. City cell phones are now managed, which ensures that city data accessible on these devices is protected. Department by department, documents are being digitized, and where the backlog of paper records is too extensive, those records are simply being physically secured. The IT department has developed a full set of policies and standard operating procedures, stored along with those of other departments, in the new document management system called Power DMS. Next slide. Perhaps the most consequential initiative before us is the replacement of the finance system, Finance Plus. It was installed 22 years ago and is locally hosted in City Hall. This project, which will take 2 to 3 years to complete, will transform all aspects of finance, including payroll, debt management, accounts payable, purchasing, budget development, and budget management, just to name a few. The RFP for the new system will be released in just a couple weeks. IT governance is before us as well. This is a formal process to prioritize and sequence future technology projects. Now that we have completed many of the very urgent technical projects, we are ready to move forward with a more formal project planning process where we surface the needs of departments early in the budget year and can plan for them appropriately, with the prioritization being done by a group of leadership. The new process will kick off September 2024 and will be part of the run-up to budget development for FY26. Slide 7. The challenges facing IT include the escalating pace of change and the rising cost of technology just to maintain the status quo. Retention of technical staff is a big challenge. We've been fortunate. Everyone we've hired has stayed. So hopefully our continued way of working and our emphasis on staff training will allow staff to feel comfortable staying with us in the long term. Finally, uncertainty is probably the biggest risk. Uncertainty caused by the emergence of AI, the fluid nature of technology, and the ever-changing attack vectors of our cyber actors. So, what questions do you have?
Well, before any questions, thank you, Pat, for all you've done for the City of Portsmouth. We appreciate your, certainly the results that you've brought, but your general disposition and demeanor when tackling big things, it's appreciated by everyone that gets to know you, and I'm sure if the rest of the City of Portsmouth were able to engage with you on the level that we have, they would realize in such good hands you've been in. So thank you, Pat.
Thank you. As I said to Kelly Harper last year, I said hello, and this year I'm going to say goodbye. And short but wonderful.
Questions of the council? So one question that I had, when we hear of different, we have different cloud providers, whether it's, M365 or O365 in the city. Don't know what we have with the police, but we've heard the school. It's Google. Could you speak a little to the fact, like how people access the network, and then like the underpinning network and the work that goes on in there for folks at home to understand, and for the council as well?
Yes, that's actually a really good question. Sometimes people think when you go to the cloud, all of your local IT disappears, when in fact, your local IT becomes network-based. It's all about getting from the computer down the wire, which needs to be Category 6 cable, not Category 3, to a network switch that's modern and protected and monitored, back to the core in City Hall, where the hub exists, and to try to have internet connections with multiple carriers in case one goes down, with multiple connections in case this telephone pole gets knocked over by a truck. And so all of that coming together becomes your network, which is more important than ever when your applications are not just sitting on your computer or in the server room. Aside from the physical aspects of the network and the criticality of it, the simple fact that it's attacked on a daily basis makes defending that network critically important. In my view, it is a shame that we have to spend so much resources fending off attackers. But if we fail to do so, the cost of ransomware far exceeds what we spend. So it's a sad fact that that's part of what we do now, but it's actually work that I enjoy. Jason Segro from the Atom Group that supports us with cybersecurity is fond of saying, we are at war. The people that are after us are the Chinese, they're the Koreans, they're the Russians, and it's not individuals, it's departments in their government. So, protecting the network and keeping what we have here safe is critically important. If they can get in our network, they can get to our cloud. So, it's all connected.
And so on that point, I would very much like to, again, in the next budget, and this will be Ryan saying hello and hopefully not saying goodbye in a year, but being able to understand from a network standpoint, we have the IT and the ticketing and the help desk, and that's going to be, distinct and bespoke for the different departments. But thinking of the network as it stands, from a citywide police, school, municipal, from a citywide municipal or network effort is important from a security standpoint. And then just on top of that, I know that we've spoken with some of the folks when it comes to doing the audit, and I remember that, and I know that we went through the .gov for the police department. Are we on track to do that for municipal and school, and have we accessed the grants that are available on the state level to pursue those pathways?
Yes, I'll answer the last part first. We are waiting to do .gov. I almost don't want to wait anymore, but there is grant assistance coming from the state, and we're in line to get it, and I ping them fairly frequently to say, why are we not next? But the city will be going .gov. It's a more secure domain. You're less likely to get attacked. I'm not sure if the school is pursuing that or not, but I'd be happy to work with them.
Okay, and so that's just one example of making sure that that we should have all, not saying that they're not, I don't know, but that you don't know, I think aligns to, the human, effect of this, because as much as our network is secure, making sure that each individual department is secure so that somebody couldn't, infiltrate a school email address through kind of social engineering to then, gain access to one of our larger systems within the city. So,
even though we do not have one consolidated IT team at this time, I think it makes sense for the city from a cyber perspective to have one person doing cyber for the whole city.
yep, and maybe that's the way it could start.
And that's a good way to start. We do have an IT consortium that meets, which is led by myself and the IT people from other departments, and we get together once every other month to talk about what we're doing, make sure that we're working together. Recently, to assist the police, we took away the support of the fire department. Police was supporting fire, so we took that into our house. So we now support the fire department as well. So things that can sound simple are sometimes the devil's in the details, but I do think moving forward together is going to be the road to success, and starting with cybersecurity makes a lot of sense to me.
Thanks, Pat. Any other questions? Oh, Councilor Boa, Councilor.
Thank you, and thank you, Pat. I really appreciate all your efforts in the last year. My question is pretty general. I know when we started the IT department, there was some pushback from the public because they didn't understand the investment and the risk that we were potentially at. You said, we're constantly at war. Would you say today that people are, of course, they're safer because of this investment?
Far safer. It was a pleasure to have Homeland. We worked really hard, and we do a lot of cyber awareness training, a painful amount at times, and we were very happy to have Homeland Security come in, and they said they can't say it, but I will, that of the municipalities they've looked at in New Hampshire, we are by far the safest because of the work we've done. So that puts us in a very good position.
Oh, thank you.
Councilor Tabor.
Bravo to all those efforts, and thanks. After 18 months of getting your arms around all of our systems, where do you say to your successor, these are the biggest opportunities for efficiency?
I would say the biggest opportunity is going to be that finance system. That's a game changer. We have paper processes, manual processes. We have double entry, where you then have to go over here now and check and make sure everything is typed in the same in both places, reconciliations. a lot of that effort will go away, and work that has needed to be done for quite a while can now be addressed. So I think the finance system is going to be the big game changer.
Not quite quill pens, but it's close.
Yes.
Councilor Lombardi.
I have a question about how many cloud providers do we have, and how do you judge their security?
That's a good question. So the two big ones we have, of course, are Microsoft Azure, or Azure, and AWS. So we use both of them, and we put different things in those clouds. We own our own cloud spaces. Beyond that, though, when you buy a simple application like Power DMS, which is where we're keeping all of our policies, that too is located in the cloud, but it's in whatever cloud Power DMS is using. So when you buy a hosted application, you're actually in that particular cloud that they're using. They could change which cloud they're in. So, yeah, many. But we of course engage with the two largest because they have the best chance of being most secure and survivable.
Thank you very much, Pat.
Okay, thank you.
For everything.
Welcome, Ryan.
Welcome, Ryan. Yeah.
All right, next up is City Attorney Susan Morrill.
Good morning, all.
Morning.
Good morning.
Hey. Hey. I don't usually get to stand here away from you and address you, so this is nice. I'd have to say that the last 19 months that I've been here, we're coming up on 2 years, but not quite there, yay. It's just the theme would be a lot of transition. A lot of transition. So let me start with the transition of staff by, I think you know everybody, but Jennifer is in the top left there next to Trevor, Jennifer Smith, who's our new staff attorney. She's been with us since January. And as we transition the deputy city attorney spot from Suzanne over to Trevor, we needed to replace a staff attorney, and so she's been a great addition. She comes with a lot of experience in the practice of law, and homegrown in New Hampshire, but she's been in New York State practicing law for many years and has now come home. So we're very happy to have her. And of course, you know, Trevor and myself and Suzanne is still transitioning from regulatory counsel over to deputy city manager, and that transition continues on a sort of daily basis as needed. And Bob is still transitioning of counsel, and you will see in the budget book that we keep cutting his hours back, but he loves being with us, and we love having him, and he still contributes a great deal. And then Jane Farini, who's our senior city attorney, assistant city attorney. And then down in the bottom left, we have the prosecution unit. I don't know if you've gotten to know many of them. We've had a huge transition there with staff. So to the left is Steve Gann, and he's our new senior prosecutor, took Rena's place. And then we have Jean Reed, who's on contract with us in sort of an intermediary supervisory position for me to have more communication with the prosecution unit. And then we have Ryan Grogan, who you've seen here and there at our meetings, who's our victim assistant, and their office manager, Kayla Pofford, and then our intern, Natalie Belleville. And then you have our administrative staff, and of course, Jason, who we didn't get to the library for the photo, but we got an action shot of Jason out there. But as we've transitioned, it's just good to remember that, you know, when I came in here, you had Bob, Suzanne, Jane, Trevor, and Kathleen. And now you have myself, Trevor, Jane, and Jennifer. the school work is being done by outside counsel, still being paid for by the school department. And then we have the transitioning of Suzanne and Bob, but essentially the essential services are being provided in the civil legal department by the same number of people that were there when I first started. So we have a lot of functions. I'm learning every day of the many things that we do. So, but essentially a lot of advice, a lot of drafting and reviewing, a lot of monitoring, a lot of different representation in a variety of litigation matters, and then we have a really big burden with the right-to-know requests that we have coming in every day. And the prosecution unit, I really had that mirrored. They advise the police department on a regular basis. They're doing legal pleadings, they're drafting and reviewing, and they're monitoring their case progress and representing not only the police department but the victims of crime. And I put some statistics in there for you. And then they respond to requests from defense counsel on a regular basis. They have a lot going on there with just around 200 active cases. So it's nice to follow Pat, because she's been at the heart of a lot of our transitions here and our accomplishments that we're very excited about, as the IT department has helped us finalize a contract with a case management system to get us off the local server and into the cloud and into a much more, I think, organized functioning that's going to help our workflow. Not only is it where we can put our work, we can do our work in there, and it will be organized by categories, etc. So our first site, which we're building, and our ACE admin assistant, Cynthia Ravel, has been key to getting us going with this, is building the public record site. I've said this for a couple of weeks now, but I really think we're going live next week with our public record site. And then we're going to have a special site for contracts, for litigation, for boards and commissions. And it's a program that, with Cynthia doing the work up front, she will know if we decide we want a different site, we can add to it as we go along. We've also added a digital research database through Westlaw, and we are taking our paper and storing it, as Pat described, and so all of those file cabinets in our office, hopefully by the end of the summer, our intern just started today, are going to be packed up and go to Iron Mountain for storage. It requires a lot of indexing and careful reviewing. It's too much paper to digitize, so they will go there for storage. We did the same thing with a contract for the prosecutors for our case management system, which I cleverly got the chief of police to pay for. So they're having this new digital case management system, PBK, come in, and hopefully it will eventually talk to Central Square when the two of them are fully functioning. And the victim advocate, we did take out of the police budget and put into legal. We're supervising the advocate now, and we're also responsible for that grant funding. So we took on a lot in the last year. We have had a lot of challenges when we looked to replace, to hire the new staff attorney. We found someone that we really liked, actually a friend of Trevor's, and he was ready to accept the job, and then his law firm offered him an additional $20,000 and a fewer billable hours, etc. And I think that you're going to find in every department across the board. It's not strictly in the legal department, but those challenges of attracting talented staff and maintaining them, retaining them, is really the challenge that we face, and then planning for succession. So in addition, we're getting more and more of these digital electronic discovery requests, as you know, from outside counsel in our litigation, and that goes for the right-to-know requests as well. More of those requests are not for documents sitting in the finance department or the city clerk's office. They're more for how many emails did the mayor have with so-and-so, with this department or that department. And we are also finding a lot of learning has to go into how to extract that information and cull through it and look for what we can provide and what we can't. And with all of the development going on in this city, we have a lot of demands coming in from the planning department. We work with them on a regular basis, and we have regular meetings with them. So those are some of the specific challenges I could mention. And then our initiatives going forward are to keep up with the HiQ, our case management system. It's going to include the ability to do artificial intelligence creating documents called Doc Auto. We also have that ability. We have some AI functions that come with our Westlaw program that are going to be very helpful. And then hopefully we're going to use part of the Microsoft 365 function called SharePoint, which is where we're going to eventually store our documents instead of in file cabinets in the hallway. So we hope that all of that is going to help us with our workflow. We do have, we're going to create an external portal for right-to-know requests to come through from the public, and hopefully then an internal portal with other departments to take in our work requests and keep track of those internally. So those are some of the improvements we see coming. And that's a very quick overview, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Any questions? Thanks, Susan.
Oh,
Almost.
I'll let you have the hook. Thank you, Susan, for the presentation. You mentioned right to know. Say if we got 10 right to know requests tomorrow, does that significantly, would we have to increase the legal budget, or how would that impact?
Well, it depends on what the requests are. Some are very simple
Yep.
and easy. Some are actually, hey, it's on our website, just go look. But others are very complex and ask for a substantial amount of data that has to be reviewed for privilege, for relevancy, etc. So typical lawyer answer, it depends. We're hoping that with the use of the HiQ function and the case management with that, that it will stave off the need for more staff to answer these requests, but they are very burdensome.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. And thank you for your explanation of all the things that you're doing right now. It's quite a bit.
Yeah.
With all the right-to-know requests, how has that impacted your general workflow, given that you haven't added any staff to address that?
So this is part of that sort of shuffling and transitioning. So still having Suzanne Woodland with us to help us, continue to monitor a lot of the regulatory work and DPW work is very helpful. But that transition is evolving, and have Bob with us to answer some of the more perplexing questions that come to us is very helpful. But that again is evolving, and I think, in our future, there may be another need for another attorney. We're going to see how well HiQ helps us balance all of that workflow, along with some of the other products from Microsoft 365 that are helping us acquire emails and process email requests. So,
thank you.
Any other questions?
Great.
Thanks.
Oh.
Oh, Councilman Burke?
I just wanted to ask about contract services, and it seems like we use them a lot.
For attorneys, you mean?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and so I just wonder about the impact of that on your budget.
Yeah. So right now, I think there's a couple of different ways I could interpret that. So internally, we have an attorney who's on contract for us in the prosecution unit, which I found I needed an intermediary when I first got here due to a lot of the issues that I faced immediately about the prosecution unit. So we've worked her into our budget, and we share her expense with the police department to a certain degree. And then for the school department, we've agreed with Zach to use outside counsel, Wadley Star, and we're monitoring those bills. And so far, they're sort of balancing and even a little less than what Kathleen Dwyer was being paid, so that's working out well. The other outside counsel is for our litigation, which you'll know a lot about, and those bills are very high. And when you see those bills and you look at our budget, you can appreciate that we in no way are competitive. We have to find people who really have a desire and a commitment to work in government service and municipal law, which we were very lucky to find in Jennifer. So, but the outside counsel money is not in my budget. It is coming out of another fund. Finance can explain.
We'll leave it there for now.
I'm sorry?
We can talk
We'll
about
talk about it when we get to finance. with
Okay, yeah.
The folks, but good point on the contracting of Ms. Dwyer and the fact that we did not replace that, that we're contracting that school department.
Yeah. So we see other, challenges coming, and, different aspects of legal representation, but so far, they're being handled in other areas. So.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Susan.
Thank you.
So, Kelly Barnaby had an accident walking her dog.
I know.
Got a concussion with some stitches. She's home recovering. So, if Kelly were here, she would share with you her core functions. I think of all the aspects of government, you are the most familiar with Kelly and her group, Valerie and June. And the group has, as has been in years past, had many accomplishments. Some of the initiatives coming up this year will be to develop their historical records exhibit, to establish a collection of adopted resolutions and ordinance by the council, create an incentive program for dog licensing, and to develop additional services for residents. Next up will be our Human Resources Director, Kelly Harper. And these are a bit in rapid fire succession because there hasn't been a whole lot of change, but there's certainly things to highlight. Thanks, Kel.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor and Council members. I'm happy to be here today in my 11th year of service to the city to present the FY25 Human Resources budget. On this slide, you will see some of the wonderful faces of the new employees that we have hired in 2023 and so far in 2024. Our team is made up of 4 members, and among us, we support over 1,600 employees and hundreds of retirees. Some areas of support include staffing and employee relations, performance and cultural improvements, compliance management, negotiations, benefit administration, recruitment, training, and risk management. HR is where the primary employee-centric needs are taken care of. Our focus is always ensuring the well-being of the staff and being a structured engine that keeps things running smoothly daily. We are also one of the only departments that supports both the school and municipal sides of the city. Some of the things we accomplished this past year are implementing a new document and training software called Power DMS, which provides a secure, streamlined platform where our employees can access valuable, up-to-date information on the latest policies and training needed to serve our community. This platform will promote accountability and transparency by tracking signatures, storing document history, sharing policies, and more. We worked with a local production company, Soho Creative, to create a recruitment video highlighting the immense talents we have working here for the city. During the process of production, we surveyed the staff to get feedback on reasons why they work here. The responses were categorized, and the top reasons were empowerment, professional development, work-life balance, community impact and service, competitive benefits, a supportive environment, and a diverse and inclusive culture. I'm happy to say the video has been viewed 4,000 times. We have also increased our communications with staff on topics such as support for mental health issues, wellness, a Google site dedicated to the school department so that employees have up-to-date information on their benefits and procedures within the areas HR supports them. We continue with our quarterly newsletters highlighting staff achievements, new hires, and other internal news, and created a monthly Wellness Wednesday guide with videos and resources on different topics. In FY25, with help from our IT department, we will be implementing a new applicant tracking software due to our current ATS company having been sold. There will be 8 collective bargaining agreements to settle, and in anticipation of that, we have asked department heads to collaborate with us on updating all their job descriptions. We truly appreciate all your support this past year. Thank you.
If anyone has any questions for Kelly, well, Sean is coming up. Happy to take them now.
Councilor Tabor and Councilor Burke.
Hi, Kelly.
Hi.
Which parts of the city do we have annual performance reviews and which do we not?
Every part of the city now has annual performance reviews.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Welcome.
I just have a comment. As a retired person, I remember looking for jobs, and as soon as I was told, well, go see Human Resources, I said, oh, well, so much for that, you know. But I have the sense that it's not the case at the city. I think that you're very welcoming and do a great job in getting people here. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Bill. Next up is Assistant City Manager for Economic and Community Development, Sean Clancy. And you see Sean's staff here. We, in this year, combined community and economic development.
Great. While we're on this slide, I'll just mention that you all know that our community development folks work very hard, often very quietly, but they are, at this point, going through the final reports for this year for serving our low to moderate income residents and those nonprofits that support them. I think it was last week I saw that we received our HUD letter for our additional dollars this year, which will be another north of $500,000. So they continue to do that work. A lot of my slides will speak to economic development. So in terms of core functions, you'll recognize a lot of these. There really are challenges for our employers, and so as much as I don't spend a lot of time recruiting employers to Portsmouth because they all want to be here, it really is much more about how they can be successful, especially in light of the workforce issues. And if you look at the second and third bullets, it's really about blending and making sure that our businesses can be successful, whether it's those that are in the hospitality or tourism, or whether it's our retailers and the folks that are here year-round, and then how do they blend with our community so that all are happy. Next slide. In terms of accomplishments, it was a busy year in terms of ordinances last year and standing up both the Public Art Review Committee and reviewing their ordinance, as well as the Arts and Culture Commission and putting an ordinance in place for that, as well as refreshing the economic development, the EDC ordinance. So you'll see that those groups are quite energized and ready to go for this year, and more to come on that, but it was a lot of work to put some infrastructure in place. We certainly addressed the outdoor dining encumbrance ordinance as requested, and that is in full swing, as you all know now, as you move about town. And we supported the delivery of the 2023 cultural plan, which is really, there's a lot of energy around that. The new commission is excited about putting that plan into action, and they'll be reporting for the next, twice during the next year on their progress. And lastly is the AFTA survey. We know this is a great destination and a great arts and culture scene, and the goal is to protect and enhance it. Next slide. Challenges and opportunities. So I talked over businesses a lot about our investment in infrastructure, our civic infrastructure, and they all understand it, and they all have businesses to run. So I feel like there's a lot of communication around why we're doing the things we do in the city that you all are quite aware of, and it's helpful when the businesses understand that we are investing in our infrastructure for their support as well. And lastly, trying to engage the businesses, and you'll hear a little bit more about this in the next slide, but trying to have them give us more information or to their input as well as our residents, because some of them are residents or some of them just are business owners in the city, but we want to hear from them as well to make sure we're hearing from as many voices as we can. Next slide. So initiatives, as I talked about the arts and cultural plan, you'll hear a lot more about that. We continue to find ways to communicate with our businesses and engage them, and it's really going to require a database tool versus me walking door to door, and that's the goal for this year. And we continue to try to expand our community development efforts. More to come on that. That's it.
Great, thank you. So, Your Honor.
Any questions for Sean? Councilor Tabor.
Hi, Sean. Thanks, Mayor. In our housing committee, we keep coming up against the need for transportation. And there's been some discussion about studying shuttle buses or microtransits in the neighborhoods committee, and I understand EDC is looking at it. Because there's so many use cases for transportation, for tourists who want to come here and land at the C&J and not need a car, for workers who want to live, in the West End but don't want the expense of a car, for, people who want to get in and out of downtown easily and quickly. So,
yes. So the EDC has a working group, and they are doing a deep dive and really kind of trying to talk to different experts, whether it's Coast or others, about what works around the country, what could work locally, what might be some funding mechanisms. But there's absolutely, based on the new EDC ordinance and getting a little more proactive, they're taking a deep dive on that very issue, Councilor, because the housing is what it is, and it's going to move forward, but the transportation piece, they're trying to enhance it. Absolutely.
Thanks.
Councilor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. And thank you so much for your presentation and for all you do to support business in Portsmouth, including arts and culture. You actually decreased your budget this year, and I noticed that it was a one-time item that has dropped out. Is that something that we should expect coming back at some point, or?
It was budgeted for last year, and we didn't implement the initiative, and it's not something that rolls year to year. So I think every year there'll be, where are we at with, if, for example, AFTA was a one-time, or it was something we spent last year, we won't be spending this year, as an example. But yes, nothing that I see for right now.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
No more questions. Thank you, Sean. Look forward to all the work and the liaison with the EDC. Hopefully we'll have potentially a work session with them at some point. I don't know if we've ever had one, but would love to hear and have a conversation collaboratively around the council. We talk about a lot of things, and I think it might be useful to have a conversation collaboratively with the EDC. I don't know if we can make the morning meeting, if you guys have to come at night, but appreciate all the work.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, we'll take a break. Sounds good?
Yep, break for lunch. Be back in about a half hour.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, welcome back. On to finance. Andy Purgo, take it away.
Good afternoon, everybody. Karen, are you going to say anything now, or do you want to?
I am going to say something now.
Okay.
Thank you, first
I
of
was
all.
just wondering.
So at the break, we passed out and put at each of your seats the exciting report from Standard & Poor's that was issued this morning that reaffirms our AAA bond rating for the 12th time. We're really proud of that. And due in large part to making all that happen is a gentleman at the podium who would rather be anywhere but at the podium right now because he doesn't, he is not so, he's wonderful at this, and he's doing great. So Deputy Finance Director Andrew Burgle will walk us through finance.
All right, good afternoon. The Finance Department has a total of 22.85 FTEs and has many roles within the city operations. As shown here, we have accounting, water and sewer billing, purchasing, assessing division, tax division. I always say the Finance Department's middle name is customer service because finance interacts with many types of customers, such as the external customers, all of the residents, businesses, state and federal governments. And then we have the internal customers, which are all the city departments and every city employee and the elected officials. Next slide. Our core functions, we have accounting, which makes up 10.85 FTEs and 2 part-timers. We process the payroll for all the city employees, including the school department. We do accounts payable for all the city departments except for the school department. And then we do the financial reporting. We publish 3 GFOA award-winning documents, the annual proposed budget, the annual comprehensive financial report, the popular annual financial report, and as well as we assist the planning department in producing the annual 6-year capital improvement plan. We do purchasing for all the departments. We do water and sewer billing, which we process about 108,000 bills a year with about 1,000 miscellaneous bills, and the office handles about 50 to 60 phone calls per day. We do the accounting for the trustees of trust funds, and we prepare the city team and all the documents needed for when we go out to issue bonds. We set the tax rate with the New Hampshire Department of Revenue, and we facilitate all treasury functions. The assessing division has 7 FTEs, and they process over 9,000 parcels of property. They assess over 9,000 parcels of property. Fiscal year 2025's tax year 2024 reval is underway, as we all know. The assessing department monitors all sales and analyzes the local real estate market, supply and demand, economic situations, and other influences that affect property values. They assist taxpayers who participate in various programs offered per state law, such as the veteran credits and elderly exemptions. And then we have the tax collection division. Right, Ed? There's 5 FTEs in that division. It's a central collection for most of the city's revenues, and in FY23, $142 million was processed through the tax collection office, whether electronically or over the counter. There was another $50 million in revenues that comes directly into our accounts that does not go through them. Next slide. So this is the cycle of the calendar. The slide shows that the calendar is always in motion. We are currently nearing the end of the budget cycle, and as soon as that ends, the audit cycle will begin. While the audit is going, the CIP process begins in early fall, and the budget process starts to be activated. Once the CIP is adopted by the City Council, the budget cycle is in full motion, and our tax year starts April 1st, and our fiscal year starts July 1st. Next slide. Accomplishments. We had our new auditors. We finished our audit. It went really well. The first year is a lot of man hours when you change auditors, so hopefully those man hours are less in year 2, but hopefully we do very hopefully it goes as smoothly as the first year. Citizen outreach, we had 95 citizen requests for the CIP. That's handled by Abby. She organizes all of that. It's a lot of work. And then the PAFR, which is a financial report that communicates selected financial data to a broad audience. Paperless billing, residents can sign up for online paperless tax bills and water and sewer bills. Currently, we have 570 tax bills being produced paperless. Excuse me. Online convenience bill payment, we just added monthly parking passes for the garages to bill pay, so you can do that online. And of course, you can do your motor vehicles, and if you want to donate, you can. There's a spot online where you can donate money to the city. The GFOA awards, like I said earlier, we received the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting for the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. We received the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award and the Award for Outstanding Achievement in Popular Annual Financial Reporting for the PAFR. And I believe this is still true, that the Portsmouth remains the only New Hampshire community to receive the Triple Crown in those awards. And succession planning, we've been talking about it and planning for it for 2 years, and in the last 3 months it has started. We lost we had 2 people retire, the Director of Finance and Administration and a finance assistant. Between these 2 individuals, there was 70 years of experience that retired. Nathan Lunny has been hired to replace Judy Belanger as the Deputy City Manager of Finance and Administration. Nathan, as you know, is currently transitioning from the School Business Administrator position to his new position. The Finance Assistant position was reduced from a full-time position to a part-time position in the 2025 budget, and it's changed the name to Accountant 1. Succession planning will need to continue through FY25 as we anticipate an additional 6 retirements between accounting and water and sewer billing in the next 5 years. And with that, are there any questions?
Thank you, Andrew. Any questions? Councilor Morrell.
So I have some questions around some of the revenue lines in there. So last year I had brought up that the marriage licenses had a typo of 22,000 instead of 2,200, and it never got fixed. It's actually in our fiscal year 24 still, and then it got carried forward to fiscal year 25, still at 22,000 instead of 2,200. So I'm wondering how we can get that fixed. Can it be fixed in fiscal year 24 that's already published?
So wait, the 25 says 22,000?
Yes, both fiscal year 24 and 25.
Well, 24 wouldn't have been changed.
Why wouldn't it when we asked for it to be changed?
If it's a typo and it needs to be changed, we'll change it.
Yeah, because I had brought it up last year as a typo, and it never got fixed, and it got carried forward again to this year.
That should be easy, and we will take care of that.
There's also another page. On page 147, we have a percent of change formula issue. And I think and there's a couple of other ones that have amounts that changed, but then they don't have the percent there. The percent is 0, but it went up by 25,000 on one line. I'm trying to find my notes on that one. Yeah, outdoor pool revenues went up by 25,000, but the percent of change is 0. So I had a question about that one.
It's probably hard-coded. We'll look at it and update it and give you a new copy.
Do you want to give me the exact pages?
We can take that.
And I guess I have one other question regarding sale of municipal property. The actuals from fiscal year 23 are
are much higher than what is budgeted, so I guess I'm curious as to what's actually included in that line item.
That we put the vehicles, we could add a lot of vehicles that year. I'd have to go look at the individual, what we sold. I can get back with you on that.
Okay.
FY23?
Between like what, when you look at the actual of FY23 and then what's been budgeted, there's just a major jump in difference, and trying to figure out where that comes from. I think that's all for now.
Councilor Lombardi?
This is me not understanding, so, but and I know it's been explained before, but when I look at the percentage for the debt service, and that in future years it's creeping above the 10,000.
10%, yes. Yes.
10%, yes. I get concerned about that.
That's why we do this, is to show us what is the problem years going out. So if you go back, and I don't have it with me, but we keep the history of that. And over the history, we've always had out years going over 10, but we have never hit 10. So what we do is that's what the tool is for, is to, all right, you need to adjust something. So we know that it's the police department's first, scheduled payment. It was at 25 or 28.
28.
Yeah. So we know that. So we'll adjust. That's why we do the capital plan, the 6-year planning, and we adjust.
Okay. And when I think about expenses like the police station and some of the expenses that might come about from sustainability issues and climate change, I just wonder if there are things that we're not going to be able to avoid.
Well, that's the capital plan is where all of those numbers come from, and that's why we do the 6-year plan, to show what's coming down the road and
I get it.
Make decisions.
Thank you.
No, that's what the model is for. It is.
Thank you.
Councilor Bagley?
Thanks, Your Honor. And just a comment, we just got the report on once again, the AAA bond rating. And, the part that I always like to highlight is, rating above the sovereign. Portsmouth is eligible to be rated above the sovereign because we think the city can maintain better credit characteristics than the nation in a stress scenario. There aren't that many local communities that are rated higher than the U.S. government, and we're one of them. And it's a testament to the fine work that the whole city does, but especially the financial department.
I think there's only 2 in New Hampshire, I believe. It was Bedford and us, but I don't know if that has changed. It could have, more could have been added. That was a couple of years ago. But
Councilor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you so much for your presentation, and congratulations again on the reaffirmation of the AAA bond rating. I have a question about succession planning. Since we have 6 more positions coming up for retirement soon, last year we planned in advance for that and added some support, I guess 2 years ago, knowing that we had at least one major retirement, probably a few coming. Is there thought now about planning in the next 2 to 3 years to add positions for training in advance of?
I don't know about adding, but as you recall, we did add a deputy finance director position. We were fortunate enough to get Nathan in where we're not going to need the training as much. He understands the city, so that deputy will be trained. I will be training that. I will be the next retiree, so that person I will be training, and then there's an FTE to play with, and it's a lot of years going out the door.
Thank you.
Councilor Tabor.
Thanks, Mayor. When I was at the newspaper, we used to have a lot of different billing functions around the organization, one for a couple in advertising, a couple in circulation, a couple in our printing operation. And we were able to bring all those into the main finance office. over time, and just journal entries would be carried in from each of the systems in those departments. I was looking at, we've got about half a dozen people billing around the city, and I'm wondering if the new finance system would be an opportunity to look at centralizing, putting out bills and doing collections.
It possibly could be. There could be a lot of changes, but the process is just starting, so we'll have to see how it all works.
If I can add to that, if Pat were here, she would tell you that the ERP process or the conversion process, once we procure the product and bring it on board, is an 18 to 24-month process. So during that time, we will evaluate well which jobs can be done by the software versus human capital.
Andrew, one question before we get to escape. So when I asked the Chief McClellan and then Chief Newport on budgeted positions that have not been filled over a number of years, is there a way that we can look at those differently than we currently look at them? Meaning collect the taxes, don't use the taxes, put it into fund balance?
If you have a history, as the police department does, you could, I don't know, you could, if you consistently having 6 empty positions,
7.
Budget out a lesser, and then if they fill them all, you could do a supplemental to fund them. Don't take them out of the org chart or nothing, but instead of raising the taxes that aren't going to be used, you could do that way.
Okay. And do you have a, opinion on that from a finance perspective?
If it's 1 or 2 positions, that's one thing, but 6 and 7, now you're talking big money. So, in my opinion, you could be more flexible on, not budgeting as much. That's what I think. And promise them, if you hire 7 officers, we will give you the money. You just have to do a supplemental. It would come out of your fund balance. And then the next year, you'd have to raise your budget again. Yeah. So if you could do this, though. You could be dropping your budget and then have to lift it up the next year, too, if you do it that way.
And then next question I had was, in terms of some of the capital projects that we have upcoming, are we incorporating, the type of fuel source, whether it's green energy or things like that? Are we incorporating any anticipated price increase on those from a carbon perspective, not from a city standpoint that we would be doing that, but are we anticipating, they have this going on in the EU, it might be something that we match on the U.S. side, any sort of carbon pricing that goes into the full cost of a building over 50 years?
Well, I think that would be more of a...
But it hasn't come, I guess my question for you is that it hasn't come down from an accounting perspective that we would be accounting for the type of fuel source that a building with a 50-year or longer time horizon would have to be accounting for in terms of the total costs and depreciations.
Nothing.
Okay.
No.
It's not to say it couldn't in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew. Next up, we have Director of Planning and Sustainability, Peter Britz.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hola, or
you ready?
Aloha.
Aloha, yeah. All right, so Peter Britz, Director of Planning and Sustainability. First, I'm just going to talk briefly about the name change of the department. When I became the head of the department, we changed it from planning to planning and sustainability. Really, since becoming an eco-municipality in 2006, we've worked to enhance our sustainability efforts And most recently, the council furthered that, elevating the Blue Ribbon Committee on Sustainable Practices to a standing committee on sustainability. The name change has some significance for the city in strengthening the commitment the city has towards sustainability. So I think that's important, and I'm happy to be there. I just want to say, with this photograph here and the staff we have, I feel really lucky about the staff we have in our department. They work really well together. There's a lot of work going on, which I'll get into. But I just feel really happy and lucky that we have such a great department. Planning sustainability staffs makes themselves available to answer questions from the public. Meeting with applicants in advance of submitting land use applications to our boards and commissions often means sitting down with people several times, working them through the approval process. There are a lot of moving parts in the regulatory process, and getting the correct information can be a challenging task. But with the help of our online permitting system, we're able to process a large volume of applications. So I was trying to figure out a way to talk about, if you go to the next slide, our core functions and just how to organize them. And I came up with the idea that, because our staff does all the work and because they're the biggest part of our budget and the most important part of the department, I thought I'd just go through what everybody does in the department, and you'd get a sense of what we do that way. So starting with Peter Stiff, the planning manager in the department, he supports the planning board with site review applications, subdivisions, CUPs. He's the chair of our technical advisory committee, currently oversees the Market Square Master Plan and helps support the housing committee. Jillian Harris is a principal planner with the city and acts as the department's transportation planner, coordinating a lot with DPW on the Elwyn Road side path, overseeing the update to the bike ped plan. And Jillian provides backup and support to both the BOA and the HDC. She's also working with the Portsmouth Energy Advisory Committee. Jillian also gets the esteemed position of helping with the Coakley Landfill Group and coordinating that job. Stephanie Casella is a planner too and works with the Board of Adjustment directly, works with property owners to help get variance applications and special exception applications before the board. And Steph also works with the Parking, Traffic and Safety and sits on TAC and helps with outdoor dining. Vincent Hayes is our compliance planner. I can't say enough about how important this position is, and when I started here we didn't have this role, but Vince plays an integral role in assuring that all approvals are carried out as represented. Involves closely reviewing site plans, comparing those to building plans to ensure board stipulations are accurately followed. On larger projects, it includes collecting bonds, easements, and other necessary components. He works a lot with the legal department to ensure those are done correctly, and oversees the intake of all the permit applications from the starting point as well, but is training Michaela to do that work, who I'll talk about. Isaac Gilbo is the planner that supports the HDC. He's the primary point of contact for all questions regarding the HDC and works with the applicants and the board to process all the HDC applications. Isaac supports Kate with the Conservation Commission and is the department's subject matter expert on our online permitting system, OpenGov. Kate O'May is our associate environmental planner, works with property owners around wetland permitting, supports the Conservation Commission and Sustainability Committee. Kate is also our point person on the Climate Action Plan. Kate writes grant application and is currently overseeing a grant to update our citywide wetland mapping. Michaela Edgecombe is our newest associate planner. Michaela is currently taking on permits in OpenGov, adding the approval steps through ensuring the building permit applications go to land use board or directly to inspections, getting the right planner to review the applications. Michaela also supports Kim in the many administrative functions of the department. And Michaela is in the process of taking over the role of organizing all the documents we send to the Registry of Deeds. Kim Kiana is our administrative assistant, truly the wizard behind the curtain. Her work includes noticing meetings, contacting abutters, putting advertisements in the paper, collecting public comment, compiling packets, sending out packets to board members, posting packets online, putting together and posting letters of decision, overseeing minute taking. Kim pays our bills, orders supplies, and ensures meeting calendars are updated correctly, and answers calls, and staffs the front desk while taking questions from walk-ins. So pretty massive job. Deborah Menendez is her assistant. She's administrative clerk, part-time position, one of two part-time positions that's filled currently. She fields calls and also provides support on mailings and advertising and noticing. Howard Snyder is our housing navigator. Howard is our only contract employee. He's funded through this fall to work on workforce housing and providing other housing opportunities in the city. He's supported the Portsmouth Listens dialogue sessions, Places to Live. He's worked on updating the ADU regulations and is working on a design handbook for people wanting to build ADUs. Howard is working on regulations for housing support and supports the Housing Committee. So I talked about the staff and the work we do through our staff. And then in addition to that, we can go on to the next slide. Overall, the greatest level of effort is put toward land use approvals, supporting our boards. In addition to regulatory services, we help coordinate and implement planning efforts, which start with our boards and committees such as the Sustainability Committee, Portsmouth Energy Advisory Committee, and the Housing Committee, beyond our land use boards. As for ongoing long-range planning efforts, we're nearing completion of the Climate Action Plan, which will have specific measures the city and people in the city can take, which will be broken down into municipal and community actions. The Portsmouth Energy Advisory Committee is responsible for supporting the initiation of Portsmouth Community Power and is focused on outreach and education with plans for a contest with neighboring communities to try to raise awareness of our community power program. The Market Square Master Plan is in its early stages of taking public input and looking at ways the core of the city can be improved to enhance the experience of working, living, and visiting the downtown. Special attention will be paid to accessibility for pedestrians and outdoor dining, as well as looking at ways to enhance the look and feel of Market Square. The Housing Navigator has been instrumental in getting people to discuss their preferences and supporting the Places to Live study circle. The Housing Committee will work to enhance workforce housing throughout the city through zoning changes, incentives for developers, and other efforts to enhance housing throughout the city. The Bicycle and Pedestrian Master Plan has just started up and is intended to update the 2014 plan, which looks at ways to better accommodate bicycles and pedestrians throughout the city. This plan will have a specific focus on connections to the new Greenway or rail trail nearing completion from Hampton to Portsmouth. Outdoor dining has begun with applications opening in March. We've processed quite a few applications and are still coming in with nearly 30 applications submitted so far this season. There's an interest in getting the citywide master plan process underway this year. The current master plan was adopted 7 years ago in February of 2017 and remains a strong guiding document. Given the large amount of recent development and the ongoing long-range planning efforts, the Portsmouth Master Plan will be ready to be initiated by the end of this year. Just to wrap up and circle back to say that sustainability is at the core of many of the listed efforts, but we're also focused on resilience, expanding our floodplain district, providing adaptation strategies for those in the most vulnerable flood-prone parts of the city, and working with UNH researchers and New Hampshire DES on a groundwater study to understand the impacts of groundwater as it relates to sea level rise and climate change. So that was a little bit of a whirlwind, but I wanted to give you a taste of everything that we do in the department, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Peter. Any questions? Councilor Morrow.
You talked a little bit about transportation and working with New Hampshire DOT. I'm wondering in what ways we can encourage, because I talk about this a lot at the RPC, how we can encourage more regional transportation and what role could possibly this department play in reaching out and trying to get more, working in between the communities and getting a real sort of regional transportation plan.
That's a good thought. We do have, Jillian works on the TAC for RPC. I'm on the committee, as you know, as well. And I think that is the place to start through the RPC, but maybe there's some grant funding that could do regional efforts that could get us going. It's hard to spend money that we don't have assigned in our budget, but if we can get a grant with the RPC, I think there's some ideas that are coming out about different types of transportation modalities that could be used to get people around that aren't using like the coast bus system and that type of thing. So I think that's a great idea, and I think it could start in Portsmouth and maybe expand out.
Thanks.
So maybe on that, just Coast and our contribution to Coast lives in parking, but it would be nice to have planning and sustainability conversation around that. Not saying it would move outside of that because the money comes from them, but just things that have always kind of jumped out at me, especially as the funding now is increasing or projected to increase from the city, is a better alignment with UNH Wildcat Transit, especially around the routes there, and certainly with Rockingham County, but making sure that there's a stronger alignment now that the ask is greater from our partners in Coast to make sure that we're supporting that.
Yeah, I think that would be well served through the RPC because they touch all the communities, but I do think Wildcat doesn't get the attention it might need right now.
Or Assistant Mayor, and then answer.
Thank you. Peter, you talked about that Howard's position was on a grant. Is that any type of position you think that the department is going to look to fund in future out years?
That's a good question. It's something that when I was preparing this, I had the same question. I'm like, what are we going to do when Howard leaves? So we better start thinking about it, I guess. I don't have an answer for you yet, but we have talked, the city manager and I have talked about sort of seeing that there's a need for someone to focus on housing. Whether we can do it internally or whether we're going to have to hire someone is what we've got to wrestle with.
Thank you.
Follow on to that, Peter, how long do we have Howard till the beginning of 25?
Right?
It's September to October, I thought, but I got to go back and check that because there were some adjustments. There were some adjustments in the
January,
time.
February, so and I did technically ask the governor to give us more, but he
said
refused.
no.
Got that down quick.
A note about the deliberateness with which Peter and I decided not to put in a position. I think there's an understanding of what staff has on their plate, certainly a lot of plans that are kicking through the system, but it's for Peter and staff and me to try and allocate resources short of just saying we need a position to replace Howard.
Thank you.
Councilor Lombardi, then Councilor Tabor.
Yeah, one of your objectives is infill design guidelines for historic district. I think that there probably needs more than just infill design guidelines, and I'm just wondering, I think there's $50,000 in the CIP for that. Does that include overall guidelines?
It's overall guidelines. It should state overall guidelines because it's the HDC. I've talked with the chair, and they certainly want to look at more than just infill.
Councilor Tabor.
Thanks, Mayor. Hopefully, the Housing Committee will be coming up with zoning changes, which we'd want to come up to the council and maybe go back to the planning board to implement. And we've also got a master plan coming. Right. So have we been able to do zoning ordinance rewrites in-house? And do we have the capacity to do that in the balance of this year and next year?
I guess it depends. It depends on how extensive we're getting. We've done some in-house. We've often hired contracted services, whether it's for specific zoning amendments or whether it's a more broad look at an area. I think we're going to be looking to the Housing Committee to try to give us a little guidance, but it might be hiring someone on a contract basis and then have staff support with that.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilor Moreau.
A follow-up to that, how much of the HOP grant have we gone through? Do we have any of those funds left? I don't know. Who might know that answer?
Howard's grant?
No, the 82,000 that we got.
The 82 in addition to what Howard's for his salary. Yeah, I think most of that is spoken for in the ADU design guidelines, the work he did with RKG.
Okay. I was wondering.
There's not a lot of capacity
because
left.
we might be able to go for more. They had opened up for more, so I'll look into that.
We should look at that. That's a good idea.
Oh, Councilor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you for your presentation. I know that we have all of these planning processes in place between the Climate Action Plan, Market Square Master Plan, Bicycle Pedestrian Master Plan. But one of the challenges we have is we do these planning processes and then we don't get to implement much of them because of restraints in the CIP budget. Once these plans are completed, is there any thought around how we phase these in the master plan and putting them into the master plan, different pieces of these big planning documents so that it's easier for, say, the council in the future to go, oh, we need to do bicycle upgrades to this particular street, and that needs to be part of our long-term planning, not just, oh, we're going to repave this street, and so therefore let's look at the bike ped plan and see what we need to do.
I think a lot of the CIP efforts do come out of those big planning documents. We pull stuff out of the master plan regularly and usually support it. When we do grant applications to support projects, we identify the plan that the work's coming from. But there are a lot of planning documents coming forward, and my thought was a lot of those are going to feed right into the master plan, and so that's going to be, that integration is going to be really important And that's what we're looking at now is, I'm talking with all the project managers on those, and how are we going to take this and then build the master plan from it instead of reinventing the wheel of bike ped planning in the master plan. We don't need to do that. We should have that figured out. So there's a lot of integration, and that's important. But I do think that we utilize the plans we have as a starting point for our budgeting processes. We don't get there on all of them, that's for sure, because we have big ideas and big things we want to do, and we can't do everything. But I think a lot of it does stem from those plans directly.
Thank you.
Other questions? Peter, thank you. I guess when, it seems like there's always constraints. There's the amount of folks that you have working for you. Where would you identify as the biggest constraints? From a time perspective and just like being able to, if you had additional hires, which you do not have in this budget, but where would you be applying those?
Well, the one change in the budget is turning the 2 part-times into a full-time to support the administrative staff. That's our biggest need right now. And then the housing need, I guess, is one I've been thinking about but hadn't really thought this was the time to add a new FTE to our department. So housing, maybe a ability to separate the sort of day-to-day land use planning from the long-range planning and have maybe a long-range planning manager that can oversee all the efforts and make sure that we're consistent in them and that we're bringing them forward to tie into the master plan adequately. So a little more of a person who's just focused on long-range planning. We all deal with the day-to-day as well, and to have someone that was a little more free to do the longer-range planning would be a need that we could address.
And then just on the boards and commissions, saw the data, looking over the data just in the percent changes. Have you noticed any increase that's been outside of what you'd expect in the HDC, the ZBA, or Planning Board and CONCOM in terms of the support of the staff to those?
I just noticed that the BOA seems like it's really busy compared to what that number says. So that right now, but the BOA kind of goes up and down, and it's hard to predict. HDC, I've been talking with the chair, and if there's ways we can improve the administrative approval process, maybe we can cut down on some of those applications, do a little more in-house. If the guidelines will feed into that. If we can get clear guidelines on what can and can't be approved by staff, then we might be able to reduce the numbers. But Technical Advisory Committee, there's, people are building everywhere, and so there's always applications coming in that the Planning Board has to deal with there. So, I think it's a healthy sign that the city's busy, but there's a lot happening in terms of boards right now.
And on the permit process, from forget who we used there, but it was one of the first, is it OpenGov? Whoever we use.
OpenGov, yeah.
It seems like that's, it's been effective. Are there any other, processes that you'd like to see implemented from a technical perspective that could free up resources and allow the department to meet the need without necessarily growing headcount?
OpenGov has been great, and the timing when we brought it in was perfect with COVID. But it also it enables us to do more work faster in terms of processing permits. The one thing that we're looking at doing, and we're underway, but we're slow in doing it, is municipal code update. So having the zoning ordinance online and accessible for staff to just cut and paste sections to give to people or to give people links to that. It's hard to sort of translate our zoning ordinance to the public, and it's hard to give them links, and it keeps it updated and keeps us less staff time on doing all that. So that will be a help when we get to that, which will be soon, hopefully.
One thing that I did notice when we went through the recent conversation on the HDC is there was, and I don't know if this exists in other ways, but the HDC does have those guidelines that we'd like to see, what we don't like to see, in terms of, when you're, no homeowner is nor should be an expert in any zoning laws, bless you again, especially as they are, likely not coming before the boards, multiple times. So if we have that, then great. But if there's a way to get the frequently asked questions on some of those zoning ordinances that are slightly maybe not confusing. I mean, it's always confusing when you have to learn that, somebody else gets to tell you what you get to do with your own property, especially in New Hampshire. So, but like having an FAQ section that was as well done as the HDC's would be helpful for folks that, are intimidated coming to the third floor of City Hall and then, going through that whole process.
Yeah, that's a really good point. We are working on that. We do have a FAQ process underway to do just that, is to provide that, because we get a lot of the same questions, about fences and different things people want to do regularly that may or may not have a board component to them. So that's a really good point, and we're working on that. We're working on improving our website all around because it does need some help.
Excellent. Thanks, Peter.
Yep.
Oh, another question would pop up. That's David.
I was just noticing that the planning department is generating $1.5 million of revenue and $930,000 of budgeted expense. So clearly, the pace of building and the pace of building permits and the size of building permits that we're issuing is generating a lot of revenue. And to your point about staffing, if the volume of business we're doing is justifying more manpower, maybe that's a fee committee question. So, or a question of, is the workload to manage all these permits flowing through the system adequately staffed? And it appears that there's a lot of revenue attached to it.
Yeah, it's something I worry about, is the workload and the staff. I think one of the things I try to do to address that is have people trained on different boards, and so that not any one person is the linchpin of everything. But we're always evaluating that. I worry that this is a really busy time, and we should be happy about that. But if we staff up to handle it even better, then we go to a low time, then we're going to have challenges.
That's the risk, yeah.
I think we're doing well right now, but I think it's something we're always evaluating.
Thank you, Peter.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peter.
Thanks, Peter.
Next up is the Director of Inspection, Shanti Wolf. Welcome, Shanti.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Assistant Mayor, Councilors, City Manager. Let's see. Why don't we jump right to the next slide for the core functions. So these are our core functions. We do a lot more than this, but these are kind of the four that jump out at me. We'll be able to explain these within the 5 minutes we have here today. So permitting, day in and day out, that's pretty much our largest majority of our work takes place, just reviewing and issuing permits, and then going out and performing our inspections. Education, since I've been here about 2.5 years, we started off with offering a few free training for contractors and residents and other inspectors, and this past year we did 6. We did 6 in total, so that was good, well received, and the attendance has been climbing. For every sort of training that we have. We have countless consults in person, phone, email. The walk-in hours from 8 to 10 daily have been very successful. A lot of people take advantage of that. Collaboration, cross-departmental collaboration. A lot of what we do, we're dealing with health and planning and fire and police, DPW. Without communicating with all those other departments daily, we wouldn't be able to do our job. I think that we also have a standing weekly meeting, which all departments are welcome to join. Mostly is fire, planning, assessing lately. So that's worked out well. Code enforcement and kind of apartment inspections. Right now, the apartment inspections are as needed. We get calls or complaints. Somebody wants us to come over and take a look at the kind of the life safety aspects of these conditions that people are living in. Lots of requests from residents, citizens, single families, multifamilies, but all rentals, so that's been going really well. Next slide, please. Some of our budget drivers, pretty much I think our primary, other than staff, And it's kind of a big one, so every 3 years, the state of New Hampshire will adopt a whole new code cycle, and that means that we have to buy more books, digital and hard copies. And so that's the thing, we have a really well-staffed department, 7 inspectors and 2 administrative, but with 7 inspectors, it becomes 7 sets of books. They're not cheap. So it's about $8,000 that we need to spend every 3 years just to keep up with the codes. Not insignificant, but I think that's pretty much our budget driver. We did actually hire a part-time, or actually I should say a full-time electrical inspector. It was well needed, but we share that inspector with SCADA. You know, so that inspector is with us 2 days out of the week, and the other 3 days is with SCADA. But that I would say that position really, we self-funded. You know, our department this year generated in revenue over $2 million. Or so far, we're on track to do well over $2 million. We've already brought it in. Our overall expenditures, you know, is half of that. But I think that more than anything, with that increase in revenue, obviously increase in activity, so we really needed this extra inspector. But the inspector that we use, where we work for SCADA, also works for other departments around the city doing maintenance and repair. So you would have had to hire that out anyway. So I feel like it's a, you know, it's a win-win with that new position that we have on board. You're not outsourcing the work that this inspector and electrician is intimately familiar with throughout the cities. We can pop in, take care of a job, pop out, and move on. Whereas if you had to hire that out, you're going to spend more money, you're going to spend time consulting, generating the bid, and then doing the work. So that position is really kind of a net zero situation there. Next slide, please. And then the year ahead, July 1st, there's a new law that comes into place, which is at the state level, but talks about, and I won't get into the whole lead law right now, but the bottom line is that rentals that were constructed before 1978, at a minimum, have to have a lead-safe certificate. There's been a lot of lead poisoning in children and adults throughout New Hampshire, and a lot of actual historical states, or states that have a lot of historical buildings. So we're planning on working with the state to make sure that these homes are lead-safe. And that's a whole other presentation, which I'll skip for now, but just know that the law, it will be a law, starting July 1st, that the rentals pre-1978 have to have a lead-safe certificate. And there's a whole list of things that has to happen with that. We write the city housing code, so right now there's a housing code that's already in place. It's been in place. I talked about this the first year that I started. I've been here 2.5 years now. It's really difficult to enforce. Right now, it says that every time that a guest leaves a hotel or a motel, one of our city inspectors is supposed to go in and actually do an inspection on the room. That's not happening. That's a huge demand. That should have been taken out of there. It never should have been in there. So we want to rewrite that code. I've talked about it before to this council, but now is definitely the time to do it within this year so that it makes sense for everyone. We want it to benefit the tenants and the landlord. Streamline permit approvals. We've also, this council has brought this up to me before. I think it's time to implement it. We'll expedite solar permit reviews, providing we have all the information. As it says there, 48 hours later, we'll turn that permit around, get it out the door. And with roofing, you see a lot of times roofs are done without permits because the opportunity was there, the contractor needed to get on it, and then they apply for a permit after the fact. So we'll make sure that they have priority. Somebody comes in, they want to get a roofing permit. It's not a big deal to do the review unless it's in the historic district. So we'll go ahead and get that turned around the same day. I think that'll help the contractors out a lot. Next slide, please. So there's some of our analytics here. FY23 was unprecedented amount of permits processed, 5,137. The fees collected, 1,445,542, almost $1.5 million. Not captured here, but presently we're actually over $2 million in permit revenues. The year's not over, so this will be our biggest year yet. And I think, you know, so we're basically generating, or the city's generating, twice what it costs to run our department is what it looks like. So that's good. Inspections are always going up, as you can see there. This past year was, 11,500 inspections cumulatively throughout our department. Yeah, I think that is about it. So any questions, fire away, please.
Thanks, Shanti. Great job. Any questions? Councilor Bagley.
Thanks, Your Honor. Thank you, Shanti. Just kind of to your last point there, the number of permits and the number of inspections have dramatically increased from what, the previous 3 years were. How is the department handling that increased load, or do you anticipate potentially the need for more staff if it continues?
No, I don't think at this point we don't need any staff. We're well-staffed. Everything is run efficiently and it's organized, and folks seem to be happy. Every now and again, we do get a little bit behind in permits, depending on, the activity level in the city. It might be a couple weeks out, but we really try, to turn permits around 4 or 5 days. But somebody calls, then I'll pull it right out of the queue. It may not be fair, but if somebody calls, I'm going to pull it out, and we'll see what we can do to move it out the door. We have enough staff because it ebbs and flows. There's times of the year that certainly not as busy as right now. But the addition of the electrical inspector, not a full-time, but for us, it's several days a week, and that made the difference. That's really what we needed. But to answer your question, no. We're staffed up, confident we can handle anything that's thrown at us for now.
Great. Good to hear.
Councilor Bullock.
Thank you, Honor. Thank you, Shanti. From what I've been hearing on the street, the inspection department has been improving tremendously. It's been working with applicants. I've heard of contractors coming back to Portsmouth where they wouldn't work here before. So kudos to you. You mentioned the 24-hour turnaround. I think that's very important. I'm glad you brought that up. I think that just passes on savings to the homeowners. Any time, obviously, is going to add to costs. So I'm glad to hear that we're doing that. Could you just go over what is included in a solar permit review? I know we've talked about that.
Yep. So all permits quickly, they go through intake in the planning department. That's where all the permits start. So we have to work with planning, with Peter on this to make sure that they're in sync. So these solar permits come in, provided they're not in HDC, right there in any other area of the city, then it's an electrical permit and it's a building permit. And the electrical permit is reviewed to make sure that the system being proposed is compatible with the service size and type at that residence, and also to make sure that the panels are located in compliance with the state fire code. So we can't just, so really that's what we're reviewing. We're looking at the placement of the panels to make sure there's a clear path to get access onto that roof and around the ridge and to the other side. And then we're letting our electrical, not letting, but our electrical inspector is then doing a review for the number of panels and what that's supplying and the size of the service, so it's an electrical review. So electrical review and a fire safety review is what we look at. Yep.
Okay. Is load a part of the equation, or like?
It is. Okay. That's right. But that's, I speak a little bit of electrician, but not enough to really break that down for you.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Great job, Shanti.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thanks, Shanti. Next up, we have our Health Director, Kim McNamara. Welcome, Kim.
Good afternoon. My department staff, I think most of you know, myself, our Health Inspector, Tony McClellan, our Deputy Health Officer, Kristen Shaw, and Cameron's our newest inspector, but he's been here for over a year now. I did want to point out that under local, state, and federal law, there are really specific roles for health officers and deputy health officers, and that's why we have a deputy as well. Next slide, please. So our core functions are listed here. We are worried about the health of the community as well as the environment in Portsmouth. We advocate for vulnerable populations. We have a regulatory and environmental protection role as well. We do a lot of science-based public education and training, and we prepare to address public health emergencies. So these are some of our accomplishments. We do have some. I just have to. We have a very active year-round food safety program. So we maximized efficiency with inspection and permitting software updates this year. And these will also allow us to post inspection reports online. My staff has gotten pretty proficient at working with OpenGov and tailoring it to our needs. We've also completed a community health needs assessment from a municipal perspective. We hope this year, we hope next year Council will help us to pass an ordinance that will deal with problem properties much better than we currently have. We often work closely with the New Hampshire Department of Health and Human Services on public health initiatives, and this year we have developed public distribution of Narcan free through that avenue. So for FY25 initiatives, we will be implementing the Community Health Improvement Plan, which is based on that needs assessment. And again, it'll be what can a municipality do to assist. We will update the ordinances I just mentioned, and hopefully we have some problem properties in Portsmouth that we don't have very effective means of addressing, and this will make that a much easier process rather than just relying on the legal department. And we have to increase our public health emergency response capacity this year. Next slide, please. These are some fun facts about the places that we permit in Portsmouth. These numbers can change on a daily basis. New restaurants and facilities open all the time and others close. These numbers do not include our seasonal permits like farmers markets permits or our temporary events like Vintage and Vine and other things. Currently, we have 296 annual permits, and 159 of these also have a state liquor license. Those 296 permits represent 35,416 food service seats under license. These numbers are self-reported when people apply, and many of these food service venues turn over multiple times a day. So the actual number of meals that is provided in Portsmouth on a daily basis could be multiples of these seat numbers. So we also have 26,744 seats total under liquor license, so that might come into play with your police and fire budget as well. And 11,840 seats are outdoors now. Next slide, please. And for some flavors of what we really do, these are our public health principles we try to live by. We always want to be outstanding in the field. That's Cameron and Tony outstanding in a field at Cisco Brewers Food Truck Festival. We always give interns the most glamorous jobs. This is our recent intern, Johnson Adekale, who just completed his master's in public health from the University of Albany. He's a Portsmouth resident and a chemist at Lonza, but he did not hesitate to get into the trenches with us. And we always wear the proper PPE, especially for eclipses. Here's Kristen, Karen, and Tony with their safely and very fashionable glasses, compliments of our wonderful Portsmouth Public Library. And any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you, Kim. Any questions? Councilor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. I was just going to say, it's not lost on me that you cut some operating expenses to make sure your budget came in at 4.5%, and I truly appreciate that.
Thank you.
Councilor Boyle.
Thank you very much, Kim, for your presentation. You mentioned problem properties. Could you give what sort of problems or?
Certainly. We have some properties in the city that many people drive by and they would consider them a junkyard. Yep. They've not been maintained for years. And I don't mean the length of grass and that sort of thing, but there's all sorts of miscellaneous items on the lawn. There might be chemical containers, motor oil, drums of other chemicals, and just things that have been left outside and they're breaking apart and they're creating hazards, maybe to neighborhood children who might go through and happen upon them, or they're creating environmental hazards because that stuff will eventually, the plastic break down and seep into the groundwater and soil. So we don't have a really effective way of addressing that. Some other municipalities have a trash ordinance, and it's not just how you set your recycling out and such for pickup. It's about how do you address these problem properties. And so I have drafted an ordinance, and I've run it by the city manager, and I'm hoping that you will see that this year so that we have the ability to actually fine people on a daily basis without having to go through the legal department, which then requires things like lawsuits and such.
Thank you. And this is from a standpoint of health and safety?
Yes.
Not appearance of the...
Absolutely, yes. It's only for really habitual properties that have well-documented lack of responding to what the city has requested for cleanup.
Thank you, Kim.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Great job.
Thank you, Kim. Next up is our host for today and Library Director Christine Freeze.
Hello, Mayor, Assistant Mayor, and City Manager. Thank you all, Council, and welcome. We love hosting you here. So this is several pictures from the past year of the smiling, customer-focused team that I have the great pleasure to work with. Creative, energetic, and always ready to help. These people and our budget allow us to provide the highest per capita numbers in New Hampshire for any libraries in the following: total programs, program attendance, the borrowing of materials, and visits to the library, allowing us to punch above our weight in all of those categories. Next slide. In terms of our core functions, my message to you today is that while we still do circulate a whole boatload of materials, really libraries in the 21st century are community spaces. We are considered the third space, not home and work. We're the safe space. We're the place where community comes together, regardless of your age, economic status, or need, to be in community with others, or to be quiet and study or research, to find entertaining materials, to help children prepare for or increase their literacy, and for free, or as I like to say, prepaid, because as you all know today, you're paying for it. No, Google did not replace our librarians, and I would like to mention that we've had over 17,000 questions so far this fiscal year. And more people visit us for our exhibits, like the one you see today. Programs, over 1,200 of them last year, and we're at about 1,000 plus 10, more than 10 since I did this slide, that provide us with a good variety of programming. This community support allows us to provide not only a great variety in reading materials and a range of research databases such as Chilton's Auto Guides, Ancestry, New Hampshire Legal Forms, Value Line, online lifelong learning resources like Peterson's Test Prep, LinkedIn Learning, and Creative Bug, but also fun stuff to borrow, such as metal detectors, Oculus, backyard birding kits, ukuleles, and others, so it is certainly not just the reading place. Our library visitors are currently averaging over 500 per day, and they're spending more and more time in the library, so I think the old picture of people dropping off their books and picking up a few more and leaving is not what's happening in this building. We have, however, had over 197,000 physical items borrowed so far this year, estimating about 263,000 by the end of the year, and that's not including the over 87,000 downloadables, which are increasing kind of consistently. Ebooks, audiobooks, magazines, movies, music, and all sorts of other things. Next slide. So in the past year, our biggest accomplishment, I would say, is that we got our strategic plan approved for the next several years. And we were made up of a dedicated committee from trustees and staff. We had help from Maria Solari as our meeting facilitator and the UNH Survey Center, which allowed us to send out a survey to all households in Portsmouth to give people the opportunity to give us their input. We had paper and electronic options for that survey, and we got over 2,000 responses, so that was a good percentage of information. We also had a staff forum to hear what our staff was hearing and suggesting, and this plan was recently approved by our board. We're also very proud of and happy with the long-term partnerships that we enjoy with other city departments, community groups, and nonprofits that enrich our programming. PMAC and our Guitar Sundays, the World Affairs Council of New Hampshire. We have been hosting many of the Eleanor Williams Hooker Tea Talks from the Black Heritage Trail of New Hampshire, which we did again this year. Partnering with the Recreation Department to leverage the strength found in this city, and exhibiting the art of our K-12 students during Splash, which I hope you have all seen. Long-term, we have programs that have lasted over 10 years, like our Mahjong group that meets about 20 people every Saturday, meet for Mahjong. Our language groups are over 7 years old now, and we have 6 of them. We have World Affairs Discussion Group that came off of World Affairs, came off of the Great Decisions classes we did years ago, people who just want to keep talking about it all year. And many of our programs are this, 5+ years. They continue to have, hold an interest in the community. Next slide. So the first 2 things that our survey showed us was a big interest in our in having a homebound delivery, which we implemented at the beginning of this year, and our bookmobile, which we will be implementing in the next fiscal year. We are after the citywide survey and our discussions, the committee looked at council and city government goals and created these 4 focus areas that we will be implementing over the next 3.5 years. Strengthening the library for resilience and sustainability, adapting our spaces to meet community needs, enriching our community through services, programs, and collections, and growing our impact beyond the library walls. Many of these cross over with the city and council goals. Our biggest challenges really are the spaces here, the space available, and inflation, which is not a surprise to anyone. So, as I mentioned, people are using this space differently. We have an enormous number of people who work from the library, using our Wi-Fi, using all of our spaces. Our study rooms are pretty consistently full, and we have 3 study rooms upstairs. Our meeting rooms are pretty consistently full. We have 3 meeting rooms. And people are staying longer. So there might be people in a study carrel for 8 hours. And so the building is getting a lot of use, and it's still in great shape after 18 years. But we're taking a look at how we're using those spaces and how we can improve the use of the space, as well as partnering with outside resources so that we can expand beyond this space. And we'll see what that comes up with as we do a space study this coming year. Inflation, obviously many materials, everything that we're buying has gone up, but we have an enormous challenge in things like audiobooks. Publishers have consistently raised the prices on audiobooks because they can. And for example, a paperback that costs $17 costs $99 for an audiobook. Our demand for audiobooks and ebooks continues to rise, and so it's a struggle to get enough of our paper material books and keep up with the demand for the ebooks and audiobooks. That's kind of an ongoing challenge. And that is our 2 pieces of challenges. So that's it. Thank you for your support. Can I answer any questions?
Super excited about the bookmobile. It was the first time I was on the council, it was like said something that could happen. So I know that this is a long time coming. Glad to see that it's going to be implemented.
We are too.
Any other questions, Assistant Mayor?
Thank you. I had a line item question, and then I just lost it. Oh, the micromedia collection, I assume it's our contribution to the online collection. Okay.
That's exactly where the audiobooks are showing up. It just the demand keeps increasing, and we've had to lower the amount that people can check out in Hoopla because that pricing just keeps.
And could you explain the structure of the online programs, the online, I know we're part of like the New Hampshire online library, so do we pay a percentage based on download, or is it by resident, or how does
Yep. So the state uses federal funds for part of the base of Libby, and then we do 2 things. We do annually are charged by our use. Yes. So demand, the bigger libraries are going to pay more out than the little libraries, which is fair. We also have another piece which is called Advantage, where we're able to buy titles specifically for our users. Gotcha. And so if we see that maybe there's 25 holds on a book, we purchase an additional copy of that ebook or audiobook so that Portsmouth residents don't have as long a wait.
Wait, perfect. I just want to say thank you. Big library fan, big Libby fan. Very excited for the courtyard, very excited for the book. I think that I also want, just so residents and people know, I think it's amazing how much within the school district too, the books are rotated, and whatever needs, things are really being met, facilitated through the library. And so I just want to thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Bullock. Thank you, thank you, Christine. I've just recently renewed my library card, and I've been bringing my 2-year-old niece down here, so she's been taking advantage of the programs for little kids. Could you just help explain like how many employees typically are on during like a shift at the library, or is there the weekends busier?
It's different times.
Yeah.
So I would say that Saturday afternoon and Sunday afternoon are busier.
Okay.
And then some evenings are quieter. Depends on the evening and depends on whether there's an event, either our event or someone else's event in here. But generally speaking, we have 12 to 15 staff members on at any given time.
Awesome. Thank you. Councilor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you so much for all the work you do and that your staff does. I just wanted to highlight that the library is, for many residents, the primary place that they interact with people from the city of Portsmouth, from our city government. And the library staff makes our city look good. So thank you to you and to them for all that they do.
Thank you. I will share that.
Councilor Moreau.
I don't know the answer, or if this is even possible, but I know that when I read books, a lot of times when I'm done with them, I'll donate them. Can you do that with audiobooks, or is it not possible?
Not the downloadables. They're just there, although what I mentioned, the Advantage titles that we purchase, we can share with other libraries. So they are shared within Libby to some extent. And we also have 11 little free libraries. And we do put audiobooks, large print books, all sorts of items into those collections once we've pulled them from our own to kind of give them a second life.
Thank you, Christine. Great job.
Thanks. Thanks, Christine. Thanks. Next up, we have Recreation Director Todd Henley. Todd.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor, Assistant Mayor, Councilors, City Manager. My name is Todd Henley. I'm the Recreation Director, and I am happy to speak with you today about the great work that the Recreation Department is doing for the city. Our department oversees 4 different budgets: recreation and senior services out of the general fund, and the community campus and indoor pool, which are special revenue funds. This first presentation I have for you today is specific to recreation and senior services. This first slide shows our fun and friendly team of full-time staff. However, our department and the services that we provide rely on hundreds of part-time attendants, counselors, lifeguards, and instructors. Next slide. Where to find us? We manage and operate the following facilities and major programs located throughout the city. Along with our traditional facilities like Community Campus and the Connie Bean Center, we also manage the boat launch and the Pierce Island Ambassadors, the Prescott Park Marina Slips, and manage all of the court and field rentals throughout the city. Next slide. Our core functions are to improve the quality of life for the citizens of Portsmouth by providing the following services. We focused on the health and well-being of our residents, as well as quality after-school and summer childcare, enrichment and social activities for all ages, and providing space for the community to gather.
By the way, this really is the skate park, correct? This is an area
That is our skate park.
I just wanted to take a moment.
Here are some highlights from the past year. We completed and opened, although official ribbon cutting is this Saturday, our new 20,000 square foot skate park. It has been a huge success and has warranted the addition of extra parking. Lights are scheduled to go live there this weekend to extend the hours of the park as well. The demand in skateboarding has been successful in our programming as well, as we partnered with a local nonprofit named First Push Syndicate to offer multiple intro to skateboarding sessions at the community campus that continue to sell out every time. We are looking forward to the different types of events, programs, and camps that we can provide at the new park. We also hired our new recreation supervisor in January to develop a full-time after-school program and help expand recreation summer offerings. He has already started a new early release day program that has been very popular, established new program partnerships, and has been a welcome addition to our team. We love special events, and honestly, I think that we throw some pretty amazing parties. We continue to create new events, and our attendance levels continue to rise. Thousands of people downtown for the holiday parade, hundreds of little ones searching for eggs at the annual Easter egg hunt, over 1,200 attending our Fall Family Fun Fest last year, and hundreds of happy and spooked faces at our new Haunted Trail Walk. The Senior Activity Center also continues to host larger events like the Sock Hop, Summer Cookout, Veterans Breakfast, and Thanksgiving Luncheon. We are proud of these moments that we get to create for our community, and almost all of our signature events are free so everyone can take in the fun. Finally, our Senior Activity Center continues to grow and continues to add new age-friendly programming and exciting trips. The monthly newsletter is packed with activities, and the numbers are not slowing down. The building is always bursting with energy, and the city can be proud of the investment it has made into its seniors. Over the 4 budgets that we manage, there's an overall increase of 2.84% from FY24. This is caused by 3 major factors. First, we hired a new recreation supervisor in January, and the FY25 budget represents a full year with salary and benefits for that position. Second, with the amount of usage on our current turf field, the new turf that is about to be built, and the skate park that was just opened, there's an increase in lighting costs that we need to absorb. Last, we have had a constant demand for more restroom services, porta potties, throughout the city. We've had to add in more inventory to accommodate the amount of use at places like the pickleball courts and the boat launch, but we've also had requests to add them to new locations like Maple Haven Park and the skate park. However, after another full year at the Senior Activity Center, we have realized some key cost savings, and we're able to make adjustments to a few areas of our operations. One cost savings was due to a partnership with a local printing agency to print our senior newsletter and cut down on in-house printing costs. Initiatives. We are very excited about the year ahead and the future of our department. We will soon be starting a major project at the community campus to improve the building, relocate some tenants, and create new and secure after-school space. Thanks to this council's allocated $1.5 million ARPA funding and a $1 million community center grant, I am proud to say that this project will not cost the taxpayers of Portsmouth anything. When the project is complete, there will be upgraded IT infrastructure, multiple secure childcare wings, new programming space, updated tenant areas, and a location ready for our full-time after-school program coming in fall of 2025. Lister Academy will also be opening its doors at the campus this year. We look forward to what is becoming a very vibrant community center building. Also ahead, we have the full aquatics upgrade at the outdoor pool to be completed and ready to unveil before the summer 2025 season. And we are currently working on a fully inclusive, accessible, and age-friendly playground redesign at the South Milk Pond Complex. We also plan to watch senior services have continued success in the coming year. New collaborations with Gather Cafe and Portsmouth Housing Authority have been successful, as well as international trips and numerous fitness and education programs. I would like to thank you for your support of our important programs and the commitment to enhancing the quality of life for our residents. Here are a few more happy faces, both participants in our programs and some great staff members, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Todd? Assistant Mayor?
Thanks. Todd, I noticed in the revenue that our indoor pool membership was down roughly $40,000 or 20%. Do you have any insight on what that is? Do we see people transferring to, like adults transferring to Spinnaker, or do we just feel like because we were so short-staffed with not having like a full-time lifeguard and things like that, we had more closures and therefore losing some memberships?
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
We've been affected by that for the last few years, and we're really hoping that going forward, which I'll talk about in the next presentation about the indoor pool soon, that we're hoping that we're going to get those numbers back up, because we are going to be able to be open as, the proper amount of hours, so that we won't be having anyone be going to any other local pools.
Perfect. Sorry, I could have waited one more.
Thank you, Todd, for the presentation. I'm very excited to cut the ribbon of the skate park next Saturday and turn the lights on. How late would the lights be on? I noticed I drove by a few nights ago, and kids are out there still at 8:30, still skating, until the last moment they can. But just for information purposes.
Yeah. So we've decided to do a plan of, in the warmer months, which I believe it was May through the end of October, lights will be on until 10 p.m. And then in the colder months, so when, it might not be the greatest time to be skating outside at 8 o'clock, we're going to have the lights shut down at 9 p.m. We're going to start at that level, and we'll see what the demand is or anything like that. So it's adjustable. And also just with the lights and the way they work too, about 15 minutes prior to the end of the lights, or the end of the night, the lights start to slowly dim. Yep. So it's not like lights go off and kids are still doing skate tricks. And so it sort of slowly gives them an opportunity to say, oh, yeah, it's almost time for closing, and kind of head out. So. Awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, one other thing, sorry. And I just got to thank you for the community center grant. Well done. That's just a humongous chunk of change, to help our efforts here in the rec department, and all those, the Lister Academy and everything going on at community campus. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Moreau.
I'm hoping over the next year or so we can really take a look at fees for non-residents and across the board. I know I've said this before, but I'll just keep saying it, that I'd really like to make sure that our residents are getting the most out of all of our recreation, and that our non-residents are actually paying for the service in true, so it's not costing our taxpayers any for them to use our services. I'd really like to make sure that we're taking a strong look at that for budget reasons.
I'll just respond to that by, we do actually implement for non-residents. All of our residents have the opportunity to register first for any programs. We usually have non-residents wait 2 weeks. A good example of that is that our summer camp sold out in 19 minutes this year, which means every single person that's in our summer camp program this summer are residents. And then we also usually tack on an additional charge for non-residents as well. I would say the only area that there's a little bit of difference with the non-residents is in the senior center. And a lot of that is based on, we want to make sure that a lot of our seniors that go there are comfortable, and a lot of their friends live outside of town. So we kind of look at that as an opening and inviting space for people to come together with their friends to be able to socialize and do different things. But like I said, most everything you have to register first for residents, and then there is an added additional non-resident fee on top of that.
I guess.
Can I just add? Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm thinking like pools, like indoor pool, outdoor pool, and the uses for those. I'd really like to make sure that our costs are covered by people that use it that aren't residents.
Did you mention that you're looking to increase the number of camp seats this summer?
Yes. Yeah. We sold that out at 80 kids per week. In previous years, we were at 55.
So to clarify on resident, non-resident, anything that is a charge, there is a non-resident charge in addition to the charges.
Correct.
So, Councilor Moreau, are you asking for that to be increased?
I just want to make sure that what that increase is covering the cost, so that it's not falling on the taxpayers to have to pay any increase in their usage. Does that make sense?
It does. On the things that are like the pool, the outdoor pool, I just want to make sure, I've heard it before around pickleball courts, but then we get into the place of we have to have like an armor division there checking IDs. Want to avoid that, because the rec staff, you don't kind of doing that to, mandate adherence to the resident program there. But I do think that we have, and so I think that would be something that would fall under the fee committee, to look at in terms of the resident and non-resident fees that are applied on those.
I brought it up at fee committee too.
All right. Councilor Bullock?
I just have one more question. You mentioned the programs that fill up so quickly. Are there kids that we're leaving behind, kind of? Is there a large portion of people that want to sign up for these programs, and we're not able to?
In terms of summer camp, we do have a pretty extensive waiting list, and that's after adding more kids into our numbers. So we are looking to see how we can strategize to expand in the years to come. But a lot of our programs do fill up and sell out. So are we missing some kids? I think we probably are, but that's also why we just hired our new recreation supervisor to help expand some of those programs and try to fill in the cracks so that we have something for everybody.
So on that, a resident had emailed us on how it's another community has senior volunteers and they get a tax discount. I don't think that we're able to do that in the state of New Hampshire. We have a senior tax discount. I mean, you could just pay, but have we, and I know like the limitation of volunteers and that when you're basing it, especially on like a summer camp, like if they don't show up, then it's really difficult to, you just can't work. Have there been any models that have used, or any other, towns or cities that you've been made aware of that use volunteers from the community alongside like a rec supervisor that could put, capable background check, folks that want to contribute to the city of Portsmouth in a position to do so?
Yeah, so we do have volunteers that help out the senior center currently. In fact, kind of throughout all of our facilities or programs, we do have volunteers that help out from time to time. It's really hard in a child care setting to rely on volunteers, just due to the nature of what it is. So a lot of times volunteers are brought in to supplement a program, not necessarily be like the bones of a program that we have to rely on to meet ratios and things like that. So, we continue to look for volunteer help, and we will continue to look for that. This year, actually, we have, although he's going to be a paid intern, but we have an intern from UNH who's going to be helping us out. So we're looking in various ways to find, other bodies that can support us.
That's great. Councilor Lombardi.
Excuse me, how many programs or facilities do you have for, that are fee for use? The pools, is that?
Did you say free?
No,
fee per use.
Fee per use, okay.
Spinnaker?
Yeah, Spinnaker has a membership. However, you can walk in, anybody can walk in and just pay a daily fee. The indoor pool, same sort of way. You can have a membership, or you can pay a daily fee just to walk in and just utilize the pool. Senior Activity Center is free. We're not able to do memberships there. Outdoor pool is free for children residents, or it's just a minimal fee to access the pool.
So does a membership in one, let's say, Spinnaker allow you access to the outdoor pool and?
It does not.
Okay.
Yeah. So every one of our memberships is specific to the building. However, I will just say, like, if the indoor pool shuts down every August for maintenance, and every August people who are members at the indoor pool can go and show their ID at the outdoor pool and be able to access it. So we work that around when needed, but it is specific to each facility.
Great job, Todd. Keep it
Thank
up.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Todd. Next up, for the last, I think the 26th and last time as Welfare Director, is Ellen Tully. But Ellen and I are proud to welcome, on her very first day working for the city, Jody Carnes, who will be taking over July 1st when Ellen retires. So welcome, Jody.
Thank you. Been here 7 hours. And she's done a great job so far. Good afternoon, everyone. Most of you have heard me say this, but we are here as welfare officers because of RSA 165, which mandates that every city and town in New Hampshire has a welfare officer or someone designated as such. And this RSA has been on the books for well over 250 years. We hope to promote independence and self-sufficiency through guidance, referrals, and case management for our clients. all of our clients are citizens of Portsmouth. We try to maintain an active role in charitable organizations, businesses, and nonprofit agencies that provide services to Portsmouth residents. And because we are stewards of the taxpayers' money, we try to balance the city's financial interests with the needs of our recipients. And we assure that all forms of support are utilized to the fullest for the benefit of the entire community. Core functions are we are here to assist. Actually, the RSA states in part that we are here to assist those who are poor and unable to support himself. He shall be relieved and maintained by the overseers of public welfare. The types of things that we are able to provide for folks are shelter, food, medication, utility payments, and other items that might be deemed emergencies. We work closely with the federal, state, and local agencies, charitable organizations to absolutely maximize the amount of money that we spend in favor of spending other people's money first before we spend the taxpayer money. Additionally, it's the responsibility of the welfare officer to review the social service agency grant applications with the manager and regarding funding referrals levels for those agencies, and they are listed on the next slide. These are the agencies that we are currently subsidizing to some extent. We, in the last few years, have focused on agencies that, to some extent, may provide case management for their clients. They also focus on agencies that may provide housing or maintain housing for folks and or reduce the amount of homelessness in the city of Portsmouth. And that's my presentation today. Questions?
Well, Ellen, first, thank you for your countless years of service to the city of Portsmouth. You have been a steadfast advocate for those requesting and looking for help.
Thank you.
Always understanding the need to really be ready for that assistance and make sure that what we're able to provide is something that is need blind, and so really appreciate all the effort that you have made.
Thank you very much.
You'll be missed. You're here. Any questions? Well, Ellen just started walking away, but all right.
Your Honor, we're at a crossroads. We could take a 5-minute break, or we could keep going with Public Works and then get into Enterprise and...
No, let's keep going. Well, unless we need a... Let's keep going.
Let's keep going. Welcome, Peter Rice.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, City Councilors. My name is Peter Rice. I'm the Director of Public Works. As you know, the department is made up of 6 divisions. Highway, which is a general fund funded division. Water and sewer, which are both enterprise funds. Stormwater, Prescott Park, and parking, which are all special revenue funds. Our mission is to provide municipal public works functions to the benefit of our citizens, businesses, and visitors in an efficient, sustainable, and cost-effective manner within budgetary guidelines. I'll be covering the Highway Division, and then later on Prescott Park. Our Parking Director, Ben Fletcher, will cover parking, and our Water Resources Director, Deputy Director of Public Works, Brian Getz, will be covering water and stormwater, and then Eric Fiedler, our City Engineer, will be covering the sewer divisions. I'd like to also acknowledge Al Pratt and Jamie McCarty, who just stepped out, as well as Jen Wentworth and Roberta Orsini, who are part of our team, and they're here today as well. I'm not missing anybody, right? This year's proposed Highway Division budget is $7.99 million. It's a 2.69% increase, which is over last year's budget, which is the same as the CPI, the 10-year average for the CPI. Coincidentally, the 10-year average for the Highway Division since I took over my tenure, note pun intended, is 2.4%. So I'm very proud of the fact that my department has been able to annually stay in underneath the CPI and still continue to provide outstanding service to the city. I like to quote the former fire chief, Steve Achilles, who would always kind of prod me, and I took it as pride, is that our department is the only one that has public and works in its title. Public Works translates your ideas into action by supporting city departments through facilities development, maintenance, planning, design, and engineering construction. You heard a number of projects or initiatives here today from the police department, from the recreation department, that are all supported by the Public Works department. So we're very proud of the work that we do to help the other departments and enable them to do their jobs that they do so well. The department is made up of 163 full-time employees. The highway division is about a third of that, 53. We are seeing a reduction in the highway division this year of 1 FTE. Overall, we're seeing a 0.5 reduction in the overall department. The 1 FTE on the highway division is being moved to the parking division because it's a parking transportation related activity. It's the Signs and Lines group, which is right in the wheelhouse of what they do. So we felt there was a better allocation of resources and a more appropriate funding source for that. The division's core functions, in addition to the department, are streets and sidewalks, facilities, solid waste collection, and supplying bridges, tree programs, mosquito control, parks and cemeteries. Pretty much all the things you see that are done in the city are done either by the highway division or the different divisions of the department. In addition to keeping the roads and streets cleared and trash collected all this last year, there are a number of accomplishments that we'd like to point to. The commercial alley refurbishment, continued Tree City USA. The fact that we were able to plant over 400 trees on our 400th was a really fun thing to do. The new Borthwick Avenue side pass was completed, which will connect the downtown to the rail trail and allow for folks to go from downtown Portsmouth to Massachusetts all off-road, which is a pretty neat amenity for residents as well as visitors. The installation of the Endeavor at the Bohenko Gateway Park, as well as the successful implementation of brine application, which is a salt reduction program for our winter maintenance. And we had a staff member recognized for innovative mousetrap, which helps save money for the city but also improves efficiency. So that was pretty exciting. The one item I'd really like to highlight, though, is the commercial alley refurbishment. And a lot of folks don't realize the complexity of coordinating 5 different utilities while interacting with businesses, private property, and doing it in a manner that minimizes disruption. Dave DeFosis, along with Mark Blanchett and Christine Sporviero and Sean Clancy, provided assistance to coordinate that project, and it saved the city hundreds of thousands of dollars and reduced the impacts to businesses months. If we had left this to a normal situation where the utility has to come in, they do their project, they impact a lot of people, and then somebody else comes in, layer upon layer, it would have been incredibly disruptive. And the success of a project like this really points to the integration of our department, the importance of having reducing silos and barriers between communication, but taking a lead in a project like this and taking ownership of a project like this is a benefit to the city.
Thanks, Peter. You want to pause there?
Additional initiatives that weren't listed here include an energy efficiency audit that we're doing. We're working with a company called Energy Efficient Investment, Inc. They're a division of a company we're working with doing HVAC work, and they've done a number of projects with the school department, and we will be looking at potential projects throughout the city's facilities to see an energy reduction. What we like to say is there's dark green and light green environmental projects. The dark green are those projects that you see 24/7 benefits from versus the lighter green, which tend to be more of an eye-catching type of thing that people feel good about but don't realize that the investment in windows and insulation and energy efficiency have a constant return for folks. So we look forward to that project. In addition to that, the city is currently managing over $20 million in construction. So all the disruption that you see and the challenges you face traveling around the city are the result of projects that you all approved over the years. So thank you for your support, and we will continue to try to keep those as least disruptive as possible. So any questions at this point?
I have a couple. I guess one, $20 million of construction projects that we're managing. Do we have, I guess, I know that there's systems out there for larger construction forces, private sector, for managing that type of, I guess, bid and asset allocation. Are we using any specific software for that? Is there an opportunity to do so?
We work with, oftentimes the contractors that we're working with have those types of software. We do use those for the larger projects. We haven't invested in our own software on that because there takes time. You really need to have folks devoted to managing them and keeping them up. Eric Fiedler has been looking into project management, which is part of the Microsoft suite, and we're looking at integrating that. But we're using other software and tracking spreadsheets internally. So Eric could speak to that more probably, but at this point we don't have a specific program that we're working with.
Okay. I would just, in terms of, as we continue to take on more projects, and I know that we have coordinated, and Dave's been great with the construction that's gone down by the old VFW foundry in terms of coordinating, all of those together. But if we can be less reliant on the, where we're putting the bids out to in terms of the software that they use from a project management, hopefully we'll be able to have more information that we could then leverage renegotiations of contracts as they come up, and we get to see that more broadly.
Sure, we could look at that. There's a difference, though, on the private projects and the public projects that we're managing. There's software and things like that. The private contractors we work with doing our projects, we leverage the types of software they use for project management. So we use their licenses for that work, so we don't have to pay for the additional licensing. But the Deer Street, I would say Armageddon, but it's like there's a lot of work going on down there. It's something that when we first started it, you all brought it to our attention that there was a concern, and we shared that concern, and we started doing weekly meetings with the various private developers to make sure there was communication and coordination on that. And for the most part, it's going pretty well. We're not seeing the impacts that we feared, and up until this last week, we have been able to keep two-way traffic on Deer Street, and we only anticipate it being one-way or shut down for a couple days this week.
Yeah, I guess so maybe there's no public component to any of the work that we're doing on the Deer Street side. I guess the example then I would give would be the Daniel Street, when there was a public component to the private work that was being done. And so being able to standardize on a system that we are comfortable with and we can leverage, and instead of hopping on and having other construction companies give us a license for their project management, that they are accustomed to using ours, so we have the benefit of the information and the data that comes along with managing our public works,
and then when there's a public component to those in private developments, for them to understand that, so we get better line of sight and vision around that.
Sure.
It's only as we grow, and again, just looking from a standpoint of how do we grow with the same amount of people that we have to manage more projects in the future, being able to invest smartly in technology to be able to do that. Not
Sure.
again, not a, if there was a additional person that was, looked to be added in this budget, there would be a different conversation, but just planning out into years forward, how can we, again, extend the expertise that we have to manage more with the benefit of data.
Sure, that makes sense.
Councilor Cook?
Thank you, Your Honor. I actually have a follow-on related to that around capital asset management software. I know that the Department of Public Works does a great job keeping track of projects that need to happen, but there's some great software packages out there that will track all your assets and give you estimated timelines for when everything needs to be done,
Sure.
thereby cutting.
Yeah, and we utilize those software.
That's what I was wondering.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
And then on that software, what is the, I guess, does it constantly update as, in terms of like when we're replacing equipment? Like it uses like some sort of, I don't know if it's, algorithm could be the word, but in terms of like, like the use of it, in terms of like making sure that we aren't getting rid of capital equipment just because it's hit to the 5-year mark, and in the last 15 years, the 5-year mark is when we've seen the best.
Yep.
Does that number constantly change as technology gets better in cars and maintenance schedules, et cetera, or does that make sense?
It's an iterative process. It really depends. I mean, you may have a great car 1 year, and then a year later they change something, and it's a lemon or it's a dud. So you keep track of the maintenance on the equipment, and that goes into there's a automated component to it which says, okay, you got to spit this out. You need to replace this. But there's also the human component. It's really data-informed decisions. It's not data-driven. So it's like we look at the data. We say, okay, what is the repair frequency of this asset? Are we bumping into every other week? A great example is a water line out in Newington where we had a stretch of water line that was being we've had like 6 repairs in the last 2 years or something like that. It's like all of a sudden you're spending as much time as you are. The benefit is that you replace it and then you don't have to work on it for the next 75 years. So we do take into account that, and it is not just plug and play. It takes time. It takes somebody paying attention to it, and we have regular asset management meetings, and we actually have a contract currently going on with the water side of the house to update our asset management project on there. So it's something that we're working on, and it is a powerful tool, but it doesn't take away the human component where you need to be looking at the numbers and saying, does this make sense? Does it, can we afford it? Can we push it out? What do we need to do? And prioritize with that human component.
Councilor Bullock.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Peter, for your presentation and all the hard work that your department does. I'm going to ask one question that just comes up with residents sometimes. Is our recycling being recycled, or is it being bought, or is it being dumped in landfills?
It's being recycled.
Yeah.
It goes to Billerica, to a MRF. They do separation and things like that. There are sections that are public recycling, like downtown recycling bins, that we throw away.
Yeah.
The reason being is that for a long time we tried to recycle it, but the contamination rate was so high that it ended up rejecting large batches, and it went from being $90 a ton to $200 a ton to get rid of. So where we can, we absolutely make sure it gets recycled, and we have had discussions with Waste Management and make sure we have audits that show that the recycling happens. But when we have public contamination, it's really not cost effective for the city to do that, because they end up throwing it away anyway after they've handled it multiple times.
Yeah. I think through the news and stuff, people hear that the cost of recycling has increased, and then the rumor that what we put in our green bins and gets picked up by the city isn't actually getting recycled. So thank you for squashing.
My budget would have gone down a lot.
Yes. Well, that's why I asked, because people bring that up as a concern, and they think like, oh no, it's just a placebo thing we're doing. But thank you.
No, recycling right now is tracking about $115 a ton.
Okay.
5 years ago, right before COVID, it was about $30 a ton. So we were really helping subsidize the process. It is cheaper to throw it away. It's $84.65 a ton right now for solid waste.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Let's see, I've written one more down. But I might have lost it. All right, happy days. I guess you get to. I'll forget what that
Why did
was.
software prices go up? Oh, is that it? It went up 13%. I was like, what the heck?
Software?
No, we just weren't capturing one of our vehicle softwares.
If it comes back to me, so it's a question I've been meaning to ask all the department heads, but you're the first that I remember to ask it. Are we applying for all the grants that we think that we can effectively navigate towards receiving?
I would say yes, and even ones that are probably, a stretch. But we have successfully gotten a number of grants, and Al Pratt actually is here today. He's successfully gotten a number of grants to help purchase land around the reservoir. The road that's getting reconstructed out on Pierce Island for improved resiliency was funded in large part by a grant. So we are pursuing them as best we can, and had some success. And obviously, we don't. Not every one's a success. So, but we will continue to do that. And I know the city manager has really made it a priority for us to try to do the best we can and identify them and pursue them. So that's something that she's directed us to pursue.
Thank you, Peter.
Yep.
Great job as always.
Thank you, Peter. Next up is Deputy Director of Public Works and Director of the Water Division, Brian Getz. Welcome, Brian.
Thank you, City Manager, Mayor, City Council. I'll be sharing the podium here with Eric Fiedler, our City Engineer, and talking to you about our water, sewer, and stormwater budgets, and a shift here. I know it's been general fund throughout, and I always point out when I talk budget that the funding for water and sewer and 50% of stormwater does come from user fees. We are enterprise funds, so basically our customers are what fund the operations of our systems. And the other aspect that's quite a bit different from the day-to-day general fund is how heavily impacted the user rates are on the capital side. So a big chunk of the money that we need to get from our revenues funds the capital investments and the replacement. And Eric Fiedler, our city engineer, will be able to speak a bit more. That was a great conversation on the asset management and tracking the investments, because on the water side, 70% of our needs for funding is to fund the capital projects and the bonded debt and the ongoing operations. So only 30% is associated with staffing, and on the sewer side even more so, 80% on the capital operations and just 20% for staff. That's not to minimize the staff that we have. We have some excellent staff on board, and if we shift to that first slide, we can go over, I'll start with the water, and what we do with water every day. We make what I just filled my water bottle with. We make this fresh every day, 24/7, 365. We never close, and when we get to the wastewater side of the house, when things get flushed, we treat it on the other end, to just be blunt. And stormwater, when it rains, we handle that as well. And overall, we are thinking blue best we can and getting that word out to everyone what they could do to help protect water and also keep the quality good and quality and quantity. So the core functions on the water, we do operate 2 independent water systems, the Portsmouth water system, which serves regionally not only Portsmouth, but Greenland, Newington, Newcastle, a good portion of Rye, and Portsmouth. And then the Pease water system, serving Pease, which yesterday, though my wife would chuckle, it wasn't altogether funny yesterday when I said, well, you know what today is besides Mother's Day? And she's like, I bet it's got to do with PFAS. And I said, yes, 10 years ago, May 12th, that date sticks in mind, was when I took the call about the Haven well and at the time called PFCs the PFAS contamination. So we're 10 years along in that. PFAS has had quite a story in national news, not just locally now. And but as far as this budget is concerned, on page 428 is the detail of the Pease Air Force reimbursement. So that $1.15 million. So the budget for water has grown quite a bit, but $1.15 million that is in that budget is what the Air Force reimburses us for the operations of the Pease system. So that's a cost differential, and of course, what's not directly seen there are the funding we've gotten to fund the actual construction of those facilities. The water distribution, we have over 200 miles of water main. We are continually, as Peter said before, a lot of the work that you see on the roadway, that involves water, sewer, stormwater upgrades, leak detection, meter and backflow. And on the outreach, if there's any one thing that I tell people when they want to know about the water system, just go to our annual water quality report. Al and Mason Caceres and others, Stephanie Secord, have done a great job of putting this document together, which not only talks about water quality, but gives you an overview of the system and that. Next slide, please. On the accomplishment side, so back to staffing, what Peter said. This photo was taken by Al Pratt at 2:37 a.m. out on Market Street. And how do we know it's 2:37? If you look at the clock and you zoom in on the clock there, the church is 2:37, and there's Jim Town, his crew out there doing work. There's Eric Fiedler making sure everything is nice and straight going into the hole there. They're replacing some valves. Those valves are over 100 years old. They no longer worked. We did this work. It was coordinated work. I know I listened in on a lot of the previous presentations today, and one kind of overlying theme, staffing, everyone, their staffing needs. The difficulty, we're in the same boat as others in that, we are not fully staffed, but I have to, hats off to the staff we have, doing an excellent job. We couldn't do it without our crews, something like this, not only able to do work at Market Square in the middle of the night, and by the time morning came, people had no idea. They had to coordinate with all the businesses, let them know water would be shut down temporarily, get out there, do the work, stage it, get it cleaned up, and back out. And they did this 3 or 4 times last year. So. And then there were some recent shutdowns at night. So again, big credit to the staff we have and that. So next slide on the accomplishments. Peter mentioned Al Pratt and his great work getting conservation easements. Our next acquisition is fully funded through half from the DES, Groundwater and Source Water Protection Program, and the other half has recently been congressionally designated. So this purchase of this property will be fully funded through that. And for our efforts, there's myself with Al and Suzanne Woodland accepting the state's Source Water Protection Award last year, and certainly glad to have been recognized for that. On the water efficiency side, we're well into almost at year 10, so there's close to another 10-year anniversary. This one's a bit more fun to talk about and kind of indicating of every little bit counts, because we're at 1,600 rebates on our water efficiency program for toilets and washing machines, estimating saving about 55,000 gallons of water a day, which is about 1.5% of our water, but that's 1.5% that we don't have to go out and find and treat and do the water quality. And under Al and Mason's work and through the Safe Water Advisory Committee, I need to shout out to Councilors Blaylock and Lombardi for the meetings they attend for the Safe Water Advisory Group, or as we like to call it, the SWAG, quarterly meetings on drinking water and drinking water quality. But we've been doing a free lead testing program whereby if customers aren't on our program to get their water tested for lead, they can get a free lead test. Next slide, please. So what are we doing? We have speaking of lead, we have an inventory program going on. We need to know every single pipe that is in the ground, no matter when it was installed or what. So there is records, and that's the service lines coming. We know all the water mains we have, but there are some individual pipes that we're actively out there inventorying, and this is guidance that not only us, but every water system around the country has to do. The Little Bay Waterline Resiliency, this is a project also nearing the 10-year mark. These are two new valves that have gone in on the Newington side of the Little Bay water lines that go under the bay. There are likewise two that have been put on the Durham side, and we now have valves that if we ever get a leak on either one of those lines, those can be shut down. We are going to bid the third line under the bay. We'll see how that goes. Again, last year when we bid it, it was a $26 million bid, only one contractor. So we're doing everything we can to try to help with the regulators and come up with hopefully something that can be more palatable. The free lead testing, and we are participating in emergency interconnection study throughout the state. Without that, I'm going to turn it over to Eric, and then I'll come back for some stormwater here.
Would it make sense to pause and see if there are any questions on water?
Yeah, why don't we, are there questions on water?
Oh, that's one I already know the answer. But the updated levels from the on PFAs and stuff, the city's on top of that, right?
Yeah, so you're referring to, so the EPA has promulgated their drinking water standards for PFAS compounds, PFOS, PFOA, PFHXS, and it's 4 parts per trillion for the two main ones. We are in compliance fully at the P system. The Greenland well, we're in progress of building, designing, and going to build, hopefully later this fall into winter, treatment system for that, and we're working with the Air Force on the Collins Portsmouth wells. The other sources are below that 4. We're tracking, every day on that, or quarterly. But at present, they just promulgated those regulations. Systems, there are many systems out there yet that haven't fully sampled. So this is again a regulation that'll hit the whole country. So New Hampshire alone has about 30% of the water systems. They're going to have to now respond to the PFAS regulations.
Thank you, Brent.
And then on that, the Portsmouth Collins well with Ps, once the federal guidelines have been fully adopted and implemented on the federal level, that means that we will then be able to reach out again to our Air Force friends for the necessary funding to help meet the standard that the federal government has set.
Yes, we have, Mayor, and we put them on notice, and they're well aware that we're proceeding with preliminary design right as we speak. So
that's great. That's Dip.
Thanks, Mayor. We had a water master plan, which I think is well, tell me how old that is, and are we due for another one?
12 years, and we are doing it as we speak. So we're doing the master plan update. I know this was a lot of discussion last year, and we're doing it a combination of some consultants, but also in-house staff I was part of the team that did the one 12 years ago, so I'm spearheading the master plan update this year. There will be some back and forth we'll have with others. Certainly Eric very much involved with that. Asset management, the long-term plan, because that's a big focus as we get treatment in place. The pipes every day get a day older, and replacement is continuous and needed.
Yeah, it was really great. It had all of the sequential actions we need based on the life cycles of all of our different components.
Yes. So by year end, we'll have we're going to have a similar update.
Great.
On that.
Thanks. What is the status of the stormwater program?
We're going to come back to stormwater right after.
Okay, good.
Right after.
Yeah, we're going to jump back and
Yeah,
forth.
Eric's going to go, and then.
Do some wastewater, then we'll go back to stormwater.
Oh, on water?
Yes.
Okay, Councilor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. One quick question. Is there any risk to the Air Force funding that's offsetting our costs, given the increase in discovery of PFAS across the country that's Air Force related?
I would have to defer that one further to perhaps Suzanne. But there's a risk in everything. But to date, the Air Force, once a regulation is really clear, they've been very cooperative and things have gone very well. So we would anticipate that would continue. Certainly, the standard is the standard. So that for all of us is something that. Minus the PFAS, those wells meet all the regulatory requirements.
So, put it another way, the Air Force has paid for the standards to meet and exceed the 0.4 per trillion at the Haven well currently.
Correct. They have reimbursed us for the PEAS costs. Suzanne, if you want to jump in.
To answer Councilor Cook's question, at this point, I'm not seeing any significant risk that Air Force funding will change, that their obligations will remain, barring some very, very significant act of Congress. Again, not seeing it given the legal sort of path that was taken to get that money in the first place.
Thank you.
On to wastewater. All right, Eric.
Best kind of water? So this, I brought a prop up here. This is more on the stormwater side of things, but it's just a representation of things and some of the challenges we have upcoming.
And you'll explain what that...
Yes, I will.
Okay.
This is a punch on the end, but this was pulled out of Elwyn Road a couple months ago. So this is just stormwater piping, and we have about 65 miles of piping. Not all of it is in this condition, but we have a lot of work to do on those. Thanks, Brian, for teaming this up. Eric Fiedler, I'm the city engineer. This has been my first time for one of these presentations. Just going to kind of give a brief overview on the wastewater, some of our core functionality. Wastewater in general is a highly regulated environment and includes collection systems, pump stations, treatment. But our primary guidance framework is our regulatory compliance. So we have a NPDES permit for our wastewater treatment facilities. That's a National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit. So we got new permits for our wastewater plants this year. We have a Great Bay Total Nitrogen permit, so that's an impaired water body. So we have certain requirements on discharges to that. We have an EPA consent decree that we're working with under, and that's kind of driving a lot of those large construction projects all around the city. Mm-hmm. And then we have several kind of initiatives with long-term control plans, like what's our process to improve our consent decree compliance and the number and frequency of them occurring. In the wastewater system, we focus on 24/7 reliable operations, and it requires highly skilled, licensed professional staff. And it's going to be, I think Brian mentioned it, it's going to be a recurring theme for probably most departments in the city. And it's, you need to have this kind of skilled staff to effectively, implement asset management, including preventative reactive maintenance, and sustain reliable operations and reporting. So I was going to talk through two of our primary wastewater treatment facilities. This one is Pierce Island. It's a newer facility, and it serves the majority of the city as well as some of the surrounding communities, while Pease primarily serves just the Pease trade port. Wastewater isn't the most glamorous field to be in, but the Pierce Island wastewater facility was awarded the 2023 Wastewater Plant of the Year award, so that's really exciting. I mean, it shows the dramatic improvements from pre-construction to current operations now. The staff has done an exceptional job in meeting our nitrogen reporting limits. It's a little bit hard to see. These are our kind of the 3 primary criteria for a wastewater plant, but the line at the bottom there is our nitrogen limits, and you can see the dramatic improvements that we have. The other ones are more relative, but it shows you how much better our treatment plant is operating now that we had some of those improved treatment practices and stuff in place. Our CPO, Peter Conroy, has done a great job in recruiting several new operators, and we've also had the ability to develop some internal staff, which has been a challenge to recruit externally. So trying to train and retain our own staff has been, it's a challenge, but it's something that we're really emphasizing as part of our operations.
And I'll slow Eric down just enough to tell you that CPO is Chief Plant Operator.
Sorry, yeah, Chief Plant Operator, right. We have a Chief Plant Operator at each site, and then we have assistants and other staff. So it's part of this whole succession planning and staff development. You want to make sure that you have staff that has a pipeline to improve in their careers, improve their skills, and have a path upward. So similar to the Pierce Island plant, the staff has done an excellent job. This plant was originally constructed in the 1950s, so it's been a series of improvements over time. Basically, we're exceeding our permit requirements. You can see the line down there. This has been the process hasn't changed, but our staff has consistently been able to decrease our chemical usage and also in aggregate decrease our discharge loadings to the water body. So they've done an excellent job. And even though it wasn't in the past fiscal year, Dave Lovely, the Chief Plant Operator, was the Operator of the Year in 2022. So we have highly technical staff, and he's done a great job in developing our younger staff as well. Yeah, I don't need to beat that to death, but we're really working on training and developing our own staff, just because we've had several hiring processes, and it's either you get a candidate or you get no candidates. It's been kind of a challenge. All right.
Public Works.
All right. On the other side of wastewater is the collection system, collection and conveyance system. Really, the staff really focuses on effective asset management with an emphasis on preventative maintenance activities. We're trying to be proactively rebuilding, cleaning, inspecting, and kind of understanding that we want to work in this proactive measure where we're not waiting for things to break. We're proactively inspecting them, cleaning them, and making sure that we get ahead of them. Like you were talking about, Mayor, how do we make sure that we're replacing things on the right asset lifespan? You can say in general pumps last 25 years or pipe lasts 100 years, but you want to be inspecting them continuously so that you can see, well, this one is actually aging out really well, so you can extend the lifespan. So we're constantly doing those type of condition assessments, cleanings, and inspections. So we have about 115 miles of collection system piping. We've done about 9,000 feet of sewer cleaning, but a lot of that is informed by CCTV inspections. So we have little robots that go through with video cameras looking to see, is there roots, are there cracks, are there other things like that. So really getting through, and that's about 8% of the system. In general, we try to shoot for that 8 to 10 to 12% a year. So essentially you get to look at your pipes every 10 years. So if a pipe lasts 100 years, at least the new pipes, if you can look at it every 10 years, you can get a good trend on how things are progressing. So you can say, oh, we really need to hit this part of the system before something else. So it helps us prioritize our projects. And it also shows us when do we really need to be replacing something. So the other thing, too, is we also, our collection system folks are 24/7. They're responding to calls. If there's floods out there, they're available to respond. They deal with neighbors and community issues. So there's a lot of those like proactive type maintenance activities that we do. On the operable asset side, we have 21 pump stations. We're always in the process of rebuilding and replacing equipment, inspecting parts, greasing, lubing, all the other things you do to make sure that they continue to run on their asset management lifespan and not waiting for things to break. Because it's always tough to go to other utilities that don't have the type of staff we have, and they're just waiting for the next pump to break or the next thing to break, and they're like, it's fine. Whereas our guys know exactly where is the condition, where are they at, what are the things that are a problem, how do we focus our CIP activities and our dollars. The city was able to, in this past year, implement a fats, oil, and grease permitting process. Our industrial pretreatment coordinator, WB, he did a great job. He issued over 250 permits with 100% compliance with our food service establishments. He's really great to get out in front of everyone. I think he's quite the character, and I think everyone agrees. But he's done a great job in really letting people know how important it is that grease traps are maintained, making sure things are effectively maintained and operated, because, all it takes is people not to clean their stuff, and you got plugs up in the sewer system, and you have overflows here or there. So I think it's really helped. We're seeing a lot less incidences of reactive maintenance to clean out piping networks downstream of restaurants and such. So that's been a good program, and we're going to continue to be in front of that just to make sure that we kind of limit those reactive type of activities. We want to make sure our pipes are running cleanly and going forward. And then again, just kind of harp on this staffing thing. We have many open vacancies in our utility crews, so it's been really hard to recruit and retain staff.
Our slides got a little out of order.
Yeah.
Could we move ahead 3, and then we'll go back to stormwater real quick?
Okay, we can do it that way.
Yeah.
There we go.
All right. I'm going to flip to my next page. So year ahead, we have a lot of ongoing initiatives and projects and other things like that. I know some of the, so let's go on the wastewater side first. At Pierce Island, we have a few energy efficiency projects. We have some aeration and blower improvements. We have some chemical usage and efficiency improvements that we're trying to do. We think those are going to have considerable capital expenditure savings and ongoing efficiencies long term. And then we have another capital project for another sludge press. And this was one that was removed from the original project, but we're seeing that there is a need for that additional press. And that was, there's space for it. It's already ready to go. It just needs to be dropped in place and plumbed in. So that's been in the capital budget for a couple of years. And then at Pease, we're in the process of moving forward with the rehabilitation facility design project. We went through a pretty successful value engineering initiative, and we're kind of integrating that into the design. And then we have several asset management initiatives. So now that it's not a holistic, comprehensive upgrade, we're trying to target a few of the other things that we know are outstanding to try to get ahead of in parallel with that project. Okay, and I just want to emphasize too, this doesn't include, there's a multitude of other equipment rebuilds, inspections, replacements, optimization projects that are just part of our normal 24/7 operations. We're always doing that stuff, and it's maybe not as visible and nobody realizes it, but there's always things to fix and upgrade, even on newer facilities and even older facilities. So, on the collection and pump station side, I know we have a few pump stations that are pretty visible. I know Mechanic Street has been kind of front and center for this past year. We're in the process of engaging with a consulting team to help with some feasibility and feasible options for that. I think it's a really strong team. We're excited to work with them, but we're still going to be working forward in that contracting process, and it'll be a bit of time so we get a handle on what's going to happen, and then we'll have a pretty comprehensive public process. So there'll be a lot of ability for input and collaboration in the community. I think especially this site, has a lot of opportunities for involvement with the community. So. And then we have construction of a new pump station over off Marjorie Street. So that one's, I think they're mobilizing in June. June for part of it, and then August for the majority of the excavation work and stuff. And then we have a lot of internal pump station renovation projects. So we're replacing pumps, other things like that. And then we have down off Deer Street, we're looking at replacing some isolation valves similar to Brian's project on the Little Bay water line, some force main isolation to improve our reliability. But that'll impact some of the downtown. And then, as you can kind of see regarding all the work around the city right now, we have 5 sewer separation and complete street type projects ongoing right now. They'll kind of bridge over into the following year. We got infiltration and inflow pipe projects. That's part of our consent decree stuff. Those are bidding out in another couple weeks. We have a couple drainage projects and improvement projects. We have Sagamore Ave. Some of the private connections are still ongoing out through 2028. So there's a lot of work that we're doing, and a lot of it's driven by consent decree, but a lot of it is rehabilitating aging assets. So let's jump over to. Are there any questions on wastewater, or do you want to jump to stormwater? Yeah.
What's the status of the pipe going around the Boyle property?
Yeah, that's the Marjorie Street pump station. So we need to get the pump station in and get 2 of the properties that connect to that line disconnected. And then that's in process. I know there's been some ongoing activities, but it's moving forward. I think the biggest thing is making sure that that line is no longer critical to us, and then we can go and look at the next steps forward after that.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you.
Council Tabor.
And what's the update on Sagamore Creek and the low-pressure system down there?
So all the main infrastructure is in place. We're doing some additional road work. There's some opportunities for additional sidewalks, road widening to make the road a little bit nicer. But there's those ongoing private connections. That was part of the agreement with the community. Through 2028, we're funding about $300,000+ a year, just so people can connect to the new that new system. Even, we've seen a few of the septic systems that were functioning, no longer functioning. And then, in general, septic systems on the water bodies, they still are impacting the water quality in the bay. So we're constantly encouraging people to connect if they can. But there's a prioritization based on sort of condition of your system and things like that. And that's partially funded through state monies and things like that. So there's offsets, and they're funding a portion of that project.
Councilor Barton. Thank you. Does Newcastle connect to that?
On the wastewater side?
Yeah.
Yeah, they have a force main that connects right into Pierce Island.
And are they connecting? Are residents connecting there as well?
All of Newcastle gets treated at the Pierce Island wastewater plant. Yeah. So we have all of their infrastructure. So they have a couple pump stations, they have a bunch of private connections, and that all comes through a force main that connects right into the main headworks channel at the island. Yes. Well, they manage their collection system, but we're coordinating with them on asset management initiatives, and we've been working with them in terms of guidance on inspections or improvements that they're looking at doing. It's just hard to pay for it when you have as few customers, too. That's always the challenge, right? There's only so many ratepayers in their community.
Any other questions for Eric? Eric, good job. The one question I have is you have the FOG program. Are there other programs that I guess you might not implement, but at least for the citizens to understand actions that we're taking as a public that have a direct impact on the cost of wastewater treatment? Anything that we could be doing better as a city that means that we don't have to kind of clean up at the end?
Well, we do have, as part of our permitting requirements, we do have an industrial pretreatment program too, so we're working with any industrial connections to this. It doesn't strictly do residential. We do have pump station master plans, wastewater master plans. We have a bunch of things like that. I don't, specifically in terms of outreach, we went to the sustainability fair, but it's there's not too many things that we have just to try to inform the community on. Think blue, I guess.
Some pump programs.
There's some pump programs, yeah. And I think once some of the consent decree larger projects ramp down, a lot of our targeted improvements are going to be for like side sewer connections, because in a lot of communities upwards of 10+% are where your sewer connects into the main sewer line. So there's a bunch of things where we probably would start working with the community, because those are the next low-hanging fruit, is like leaky pipes, leaky sewer connections and stuff. So there's probably more outreach in the future once we kind of get over the hump on the consent decree projects.
Awesome. Thanks, Eric. All right, Ryan's back.
I'll circle back to stormwater. Jamie McCarty's with us. He's our manager of GIS and stormwater, and so he has a very big role in accomplishing a lot of what we're doing out there with respect to the compliance and operations of the stormwater system, which include mapping, sampling, and illicit discharge. So illicit discharge is basically discharges that are going into the stormwater pipes that should be going in the sewer pipes, and if we track down through sampling or any other inspections, we eliminate those. A lot of maintenance. Carl Snyder out there working on one of the catch basins and our tree box filters. So you do install these at what are called BMPs, which like a tree box filter. But those themselves don't just continue to work endlessly. You have to do a lot of maintenance on that. Storm drain upgrade. So again, when we're out there digging up the streets, we're doing the water, sewer, and a lot of these projects include stormwater piping, system replacements and upgrades. And of course, we're thinking blue throughout with website, Instagram, and YouTube updates. And I have another slide later on this, but the next slide is something we're really happy to report on. This is our Wall of Fame. If you go into DPW and you go down the back hall, we started out with 2014, a summary of the two summer interns we had, and this summer intern program has been truly successful, working with Jamie and his staff, also Al Pratt on the drinking water side, We've been able to accomplish a lot through having summer interns, usually engineers or science-based or GIS interns, and actually out of that we've had 4 full-time employees, and currently 2 of them are still with us. A couple moved on, but Chris Vakili on the stormwater side is working with Jamie, and then Mariah Habershaw is out at Madbury doing drinking water quality specialist for us. So again, just really great, and we're on year 11. We've got some candidates and soon to hire, and we'll be out there utilizing their efforts to continue with the programs that we're trying to accomplish. Lastly, on initiatives, we are working with, I know Peter Britz mentioned the groundwater storm surge impact or sea level rise. We're working with Strawberry Bank. This is a kiosk in their Water Has a Memory exhibit, and it's real time. It shows you what the water level is in the basements of a couple of their buildings, and then also out at the pier what the tide is doing. We're expanding that through work with UNH to go beyond that area, and this is going to help educate and inform the public in real time as to what water levels are. I know a lot of people talk about flooding this year, flooding in so many ways. This year has been very wet, so naturally the groundwater is just higher, and it's been on the heels of a lot of dryness. But we've also had significant storm surges which just raised the water level in the groundwater because of how much the sea level's coming up. So we had this exhibit where Water Has a Memory, and we've got a Think Blue component, which we're really glad to have and work with Strawberry Bank, so we'll continue to do that. So that's on the stormwater side. And the punchline, my apologies for the slides were a little out of order. This was the reason for Eric's little demonstration here. So that's Eric right here in the photo, Jim Town, his crew on Elwyn Road just a few weeks ago. And that's a piece of pipe that is only 30 years old. So as you can see on the left side, galvanized pipe looks like that. When you put it in the ground, it has a lifespan of 30 years. Well, that Elwyn Road drain line was put in a little over 30 years ago. So again, like Eric said, a lot of things. We do have best we can and continue to improve our asset management of the system. But every day things get a little bit older, and Eric's office is becoming a little museum of some of the things we've pulled out. So between he and Tyler, one of our engineering associates, has a little museum of old signs he loves to grab when we get rid of them. But overall our challenges, again, as Eric mentioned and Peter and others, regulatory compliance, staffing, and overall the aging infrastructure. So with that, thank you, and I guess we take some questions on stormwater or anything else.
Councilor Barty and then Councilor Bullock.
Yeah, I'm wondering about the impervious parts of properties and the thought of charging for that.
Charging, yes. So, last year we were forging ahead with the thought of a stormwater utility. We had a work session year prior with council, and at present we're kind of in a holding pattern with that because of, and again, I don't want to totally have Suzanne on the spot, but she's probably ready for this question. So there is ongoing a petition from the Conservation Law Foundation, which has kind of circumvented our going towards the stormwater utility at the moment. And then, of course, you may have followed that Dover initiated, a vote and everything, and it failed. But Suzanne could speak a little more to where we're at with the EPA and others with trying to implement that.
I'm not going to say a lot, except that there are some ongoing conversations with the Environmental Protection Agency, New Hampshire DES, Conservation Law Foundation, to see if there's a good path for the city and any of the cities that are covered would be covered under the Residual Designation Authority petition, to see if there's a path for us to go forward with a stormwater utility in a way that would not conflict with what might eventually come at the federal level through EPA. So that's part of the reason why we don't want to proceed right now until we get a little more clarity. And like I said, there are a lot of conversations and meetings that are ongoing. How would you figure out the credits so that if there is a federal program, it's not inconsistent with what we want to do at the local level, or could we be exempted out if we have a robust program for stormwater utility? So ongoing conversations that Brian and I have been involved in. So stay tuned. It's not lost.
Thank you.
Mayor, do you want to run the meeting while the mayor?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just have one question. You mentioned some open vacancies for full-time, just I don't know how many.
Currently, we have 2 on the stormwater side.
Yeah, sure, or all 3.
Well, stormwater specifically, we have 5 full-time employees, and we have 2 openings. We have 2, and it's mostly the field staff we have the most difficulty in get, and there's the most competition. As you see, all the construction. Yep. I mean, they're able to outcompete us for the money, basically. But 2 there, but overall, I believe we're at 20. We're down 20. Okay. Which again is fielded, and it speaks to the whole department, which. We have successfully gotten some really good employees, but sometimes we get we get ghosted. Yeah, unfortunately, we schedule an interview and people are off, somewhere else.
Thank you, Mr. Tabor.
To continue that discussion, we reclassified some positions, I think, to create some higher pay levels for the higher skill operators that we needed. Do you see more of those coming to us?
In respect to the treatment,
No,
those classifications were on our water and wastewater treatment, which actually we've been really successful. So when we talk about the openings, it is mostly with the field staff, people that doing the digging and the work and the labor side, and then also especially Peter's division with just trying to get people on the back of a packer. It's a tough job and difficult to hire for that, but the treatment side, we're almost fully staffed there, so that has proven to be good, and we've attracted good employees. But it was mentioned earlier, I think the police chief said it well, that you train people and you might raise your pay, but the next day here comes a competitor. So it's very competitive. The field, water, wastewater, though, as Eric said, well, it's not the most glamorous job, but if you're good at it, you can have a job for life, and there is job security in that respect, but there's also competition for being able to move up as people retire, and that could be elsewhere.
As long as people flush, there's a job.
But yeah, we did some reclassifications this past year just to make sure, because you don't want to have these, you don't want to have these big gaps where staff just kind of feels like they have to wait till someone retires. So we've done a few of those, and I think there's always opportunities to kind of keep on making sure that people have that pipeline to develop. Because, as Brian kind of mentioned a little bit, like all of our projects and all of our stuff is getting more sophisticated, whether it's instrumentation, whether it's this. So trying to retain those really technically competent staff is it's a priority for us.
Yeah, I've been around long. This is sort of repeated itself in the water field, especially. David Paris, who was deputy director at Manchester Waterworks, used to say for years, he goes, well, for years, working at the water or wastewater plant, that's where you went to retire, because all you had to do was, turn a pump on and look at the charts, and that is not the case. I mean, it's highly technical, and there's a lot of maintenance, and and the regulatory side, water quality wise, you don't have the buffers you used to have if you have any issues outside of the parameters you have to treat to.
Councilor Blaylock.
Thank you. Yeah, just with 20 missing full-time employees, I imagine that work is kind of passed on to the other employees, and their workload becomes a little
It
bit
does.
more,
It adds stress to those that are working. Again, big credit to the staff we do have. They really step up. But yeah, you want to know to what extent you can keep doing that. I don't know if Peter wants to add.
And you can't
something.
self-perform sort of the labor-intensive projects as well. That's the biggest thing, like pipes in the ground, things
And
like that. It's hard to resource that.
We
So
do, yeah, we do try to, contract, we have to then turn to contractors sometimes, but that's very competitive too. I mean, the state today, just through our engineering consultant, said they rebid the bicycle pedestrian bridge, and that price continues to be very high. They got it.
Yeah, I just didn't know if you mentioned, reclassifying, or I didn't know if like restructuring had been looked at and, making it 18 full-time employees, but they're paid a little bit more or something, maybe they're more attracted. I just, you know what I mean, I'm spitballing here.
So,
Yeah.
Brian and I have had this discussion a lot. We've been looking at all different stuff. How do you incent
Got to speak into the microphone.
Sorry.
Yes, yes, we have. Unfortunately, we're in a demographic tsunami. It's a major change. People are moving farther away, and even if you pay them more, it's hard to attract them because they have to buy a reliable car, which is very expensive. Even in housing, up in Rochester and farther is becoming expensive. So people are having to drive longer distances to get here. So when a job opening occurs close by, like we just trained a great employee to get his commercial driver's license. We were looking towards him to develop him and to move him into like a foreman type position, and a job opened up 5 minutes from his house. And it's like, how do you say that quality of life? It's just like, and it sort of ties back to affordable housing. It ties back to the types of things, the types of people that are living in the area. You can't necessarily hire them. So it's, but we are. I mean, Brian has floated that idea, and it's similar to what I believe the mayor had mentioned. Is there a way that you can either consolidate available resources to be able to bring it up and do more with a fewer number of people? Is there, how do you do that? And we've been working closely with HR, the Human Resources Department, and the city manager, and we've been talking about this challenge because it's not just a challenge today. What I worry about is not being able to pick up trash a year from now, not being able to plow the streets, and in emergencies not having staff available to do this stuff. Those are the types of things that kind of make me anxious because I want that pipeline of staff coming in to know that we've got that succession planning, to know that we got a feeder program for those foremen. So it is something that's of concern.
Yeah, I'm glad it's being looked at. I imagine it was. I know down in the restaurant, if we're bare bones staff, I'm always looking at the morale of the staff that I do have and hoping that I'm not losing everybody. And I would hate to have a big snowstorm in Portsmouth and no plow drivers show up, right? And then we're all sitting here. So thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah.
Oh, Councilor Lombardi,
It's not a question, it's just a comment. I just am somewhat disturbed about employees coming up through the pipeline at the sewage treatment plant.
Yeah, it's funny though. We do have a good position on our pump station floater, and it's we rob them coming up, and it's really funny.
So, not to step on the applause line for Councilor Lombardi, that was a good joke. What on the 20 positions that are available throughout DPW, have we looked at overlap between the building and maintenance facilities at the school department? Are they all in varying different levels? Are they entry-level functions? Are they specifically trained? What could I know about what could we know about the functions that are existing across those?
There's a couple sanitary laborers, which are the guys on the back of the Packers, which, if you're not used to jumping up and down on a metal
tough job.
Tray, it's a really hard job. So there's skilled the vacancies range from mechanics to to equipment operators. There, I had heard your comment relative to the potential leveraging of resources, and can we do more if we create a specialized group that overlap and share resources. I think it's a really interesting concept that needs to be explored a little further. I think there may be areas, greenery and parks, really jumps out at me. I don't necessarily think we would see a reduction in staffing, but I could see that you would reduce potentially some redundancy, especially when it comes to equipment and the ability to cover more types of things. The school department has really specific needs relative to custodial services, which, I don't see the shared resource on that, but on greenery, on plumbing and electrical, that type of stuff.
100% just want to be clear, not looking at it and saying, hey, we got these guys over here and those gals over there, and if we eliminate one, can one do both jobs? It's more like if we're down 20 people in DPW because we can't hire enough, if we pooled those resources, could the jobs of the 80, the other folks be improved by having additional folks that could step in from another department if they were consolidated and coordinated over those two to make up for the fact that we're just down a significant amount of employees. And then, for the employee advancement, if we had them consolidated, would there be more opportunities to move up within those organizations respectively, so there's more career advancement opportunity as well?
I think these are really great ideas to explore further. We've gone as far as having discussions with other departments, department works in other communities to say, hey, we're all having a hard time with these types of hires. Let's explore, where can we have shared resources? How do you, and how do you allocate between the different demands? But I think your point is really well taken. How do you create a structure that allows for advancement and allows for opportunity for staff, but at the same time eliminates some of the redundancies, which you'd see some efficiencies. I think it's really worth taking some time, and I think you've planted the seed, and as you said, it's not going to be necessarily this year that something can be implementable. But I think over the next year, it's a great opportunity to kind of say, where are there areas that could be benefits?
Well, in this budget, we've asked for no staff increases, and, by and large, everybody's come back with that. Over the next year, I imagine there's going to continue to be demand and growth within all of the departments and still the same hiring challenges. So if we could have the alignment that we look to solve those through interdepartmental synergies where there's opportunity to collaborate, and then that's a great idea from our neighboring SAU 52 communities where we all have sometimes shared resources. It's all going to the same place, or we're sharing the water or the piping through the water. All of those are great opportunities to try to look at, strategically being aligning on that, because water district and sewer districts don't necessarily have the same borders that we share in the city of Portsmouth. So if we can look at those collaboratively to say, hey, there's an opportunity to get the right resources here and save money, and also, again, the secret sauce to Portsmouth, I still think is the job that Karen does, that you do, that all the leaders do to make sure that people have a purpose when they show up to work and feel valued in that work that they do. I want to make sure that we're able to just build on that so that we're not going to be facing the same challenges that other communities do. And that seems like growing that to other communities that are facing the same challenges in specifically stormwater, sewer, and water, I guess, would be a great place to look at.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
Well, it was your idea, Peter, on that last point. So
if it works, I'll take credit.
We're on to Prescott Park. So Peter, don't go anywhere.
All right, I'm back.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eric.
What more can you say? This is, Prescott Park, it's the jewel of the city. It happens not just DPW. I know I take ownership of it, but there is, assistance from finance, the city clerk's office, rec department, and the city manager's office. However, it always ends up when it comes to custodial rights or having to chaperone the whole place, it often rolls to us. So therefore, I take ownership of it. The Prescott Park proposed budget for FY25 is a 4.5% increase, which is about $25,000. It's really driven by contractual obligations, as well as some material costs. Flowers and the like have gone up, but for the most part, staff have done a good job trying to keep costs down, and we're proud of that. The core functions are pretty clear. It's really maintaining the park, helping provide for the docking services, resource management, capital planning, and helping administer the tenants' leases, as well as permitting and scheduling. Our accomplishments, one of the really neat programs we have is a tour program that our horticultural specialist, along with our horticultural interns, help lead residents and visitors around and talk to them about plants and talk to them about gardening. And it's something that's been really successful, and staff really love it. It's a great opportunity to talk about things that they're passionate about, and it's fun to share that with the residents. The types of metrics, the bulb plantings and things like that, really reflect in terms of the park itself. I don't know if last year, if you had a chance to go into the park, it was probably the nicest I've seen it. I can remember. It was beautiful. It was really nice. Historic fence around the formal gardens is being replaced. These are kind of custom-made fences that are they're not something you buy off the shelf. So it's been an ongoing project that staff do during the wintertime, and they do a few panels at a time, and then they paint. And so we should be nearing completion of that in the near future, hopefully. And then energy-efficient boilers. This is kind of tongue-in-cheek. This is because the boilers got flooded out. And then we obviously put them back with more improved boilers. But it was an accomplishment to keep the facility running after that inundation and get it back up and running in really short order. So it was, and that actually led to some other aspects of improvements to that structure. So that is pretty much the park in a nutshell. I know there's probably some questions relative to other aspects of the park, and the future of the park, so I'd be happy to answer.
So those are, all of those questions, and Kate, you're up, but all those kind of CIP questions and master plan questions are separate from the operating kind of budget questions, but Councilor Cook.
Correct.
Thank you, Your Honor. I actually have an operating question.
Okay.
Do we have a plan for the geese this summer?
Laser pointers.
Yeah, I continue to chase them with lasers. We use a green-colored laser. If anybody wants to if the residents are hearing this, feel free to deputize yourself with a little laser pointer, and they are agitated by the green laser, and it'll keep them from staying there for a few hours at a time. And if you can
up one of those laser levels, then just like
keep it, you got to jump around their feet. I did take my dog out one time, and I think I relayed this to you last year, that he had a great time chasing the geese, but he also had a better time eating the poop afterwards. So it was it worked great for a short time. It is an ongoing challenge. But we are aware of it. Staff is aware of it. I actually have a little laser in my car. So when I see them and I drive by, I stop and chase them.
Councilor Morrow?
A follow-up to that, I was given a hint from another community, had said that you could actually have sculptures or even in metal of dogs that are out there that should actually scare them away, that other communities have done that. So maybe we could
We've
have
tried that as well,
and
they get accustomed to it. And
does it last forever?
No, you need to move them a little bit. chase them.
Robotic.
A better trained dog.
Robotic dogs.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to pray for as much rain as we had last summer, but the park looks great.
Yeah.
I have one question. This is, as mentioned in the book, obviously the master plan is not in here. Do we feel that do you think that there's going to have to be some adaptation of the Prescott Park master plan? Obviously, we started that process in 2015, 2016, 2017. We had to finalize. While we still have that committee led by Tom Watson and so many great people, obviously we know that funding is a huge issue and it's a major renovation. Do you feel that, I guess, go back to my original question, do you feel that we're still, the master plan as is going to go forward, or do you think we're going to have to adjust it and then look at, are we thinking now 4 or 5 years out for some deeper
So
reflection?
the feedback that I received from you all and the feeling that the general consensus seems that it's appropriate to probably revisit the overall master plan. The protection of historic resources is something that we felt that there was consistent support for. So I was actually I'm going to be putting together a memo recommendation to the city manager on how to proceed, and the thought would be, would be prepared by the time we have our work session to help inform us, give you kind of a heads up of what we interpret the direction as, but to get clearer direction in terms of if you would like to revisit that. At this point, there are a lot of capital needs in the city, and the master plan as envisioned previously had a funding source attached to it that would make it revenue neutral to the city. And we're looking at significant investments to implement a project of that magnitude. The protecting the historic resources being the Shaw Building, and I would add to that, for whatever reason it wasn't included originally, the Players Ring, I think really needs to be included in this discussion, especially after the last inundations that we've experienced there. I think the message that I received from, it seemed consensus from you all, was, step back, focus on protecting those resources, but then take a measured, a measure of what it is overall, would be looking to do in the park. So I don't, at this point, I don't feel I have a clear mandate from you all to pursue full force with the big project, but I feel that the protection of historic resources and looking at protecting against inundation is there's a support for that work.
I think it's also very important to remind people that, as we renew this endeavor of potentially updating Prescott Park, that if we do nothing, it will go back to the way it originally was, which was not there. That it is a man-made area of land, and so it is really important that we as equally to me as important as to preserve the historical buildings there is to make sure that we maintain and keep the place itself.
And from a state, so I want to make sure that, agree with the Assistant Mayor, that the preservation, historic, and then inundation levels, seawater rises, there's going to be a state component to that would have to come in from or federal level of monies to help with that, because it does a lot for Portsmouth, and it's the jewel of Portsmouth, but it's jewel of the state as well, and so preservation on that needs to be had a state level conversation from a funding standpoint. But I would agree that mostly from the council's conversation, it was not unanimous, but taking a pause on the master plan and looking at the preservation of the buildings and inclusive of the Players Room, I think would be important of that. Looking at this picture here and the sunken garden there is beautiful, and until those trees fall down themselves, I don't think that there's going to be anybody in Portsmouth that wants us doing anything to change the look of that before nature would take its course with those trees. But Councilor Tabor?
Yeah, I think the good news is that the CIP as it stands now has moving the Shaw and doing the drainage work, correct? So,
Correct.
And I think the assistant mayor is absolutely right. The drainage work, including the utilities underneath, the electrical, the plumbing, and all that, the creation of the performance bowl, which is actually a stormwater drainage system, and moving the Shaw are all pretty essential. When it gets to moving that garden or dealing with the Hovey Fountain, phase 2, phase 3 kind of things, those seem further off, I think, in today's financial realities than it was originally. But to me, the work of preserving the historic buildings is really important, and the drainage.
Thank you, Peter.
Peter, next up. Parking. Ben Fletcher with parking. Come on up, Ben.
How's everybody doing? Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor McEachern, City Manager Conard, and Council. Thanks for the opportunity to come down today and talk about the FY25 budget for the Portsmouth Parking Division. Next top, please. As you can see illustrated here, the division has multiple core functions, each supported solely by parking revenues. Some are pretty obvious given the nomenclature: parking facilities management, on-street management, enforcement. Other core functions people may not be quite as familiar with include traffic engineering, roadway and bridge project designs, multimodal transportation support, downtown maintenance, which includes sweeping, trash collection, and signage. Next tile, please. FY24 has been, we're beyond.
What's wrong?
We're beyond the tile. That is, go back a few. There we go. FY24 has been a busy year for the division, as you may be. There we go. All right, now.
Where do you want me to be? Where do you want me to be?
Go back to that. One more back. There we go.
Okay.
All right. FY24 has been a busy year for the division, as you may be aware. We're responsible for continued management of the Hanover Restoration Project. We're now in year 2 of this 3-year renovation. While it's still in the final stages of completion, we have reopened the primary entrance and exit onto Hanover Street, which has been redesigned and outfitted with new state-of-the-art equipment for traffic control. We've also implemented a new online payment system for monthly parkers and pass holders. The new system has a greatly enhanced user experience and affords the city a daily reconciliation rather than monthly of the monthly parking revenue stream. It's also a lot less expensive than the previous system we were using. We've also developed a highly successful shuttle system for citywide events such as the 400-year celebration and for Sail Portsmouth. For FY25, we're excited to see the results of the city's 10-year parking and zoning study, which is, of course, focused on the current and future needs of parking, transportation, planning, and zoning, with a view to shaping policy discussions for each of these disciplines moving forward. Soon we're going to finalize the equipment installation at Hanover. We'll be rolling out a fresh new sign package that will make the facility more user-friendly and easier for guests to navigate. Another exciting initiative, I've begun a pilot on an electronic wayfinding program which can predict parking availability in real time or at a pre-selected time, date, and location that a user is anticipating visiting the city. I've introduced this company to Park Mobile, and they are working to incorporate that system into the Park Mobile product, which is now the city's #1 source of transactions and collections on parking meter revenues. Next tile, please. Just checking. All right, so the division continues on its mission of supporting local business through the stay-and-pay pricing model, which ensures 91% of users continue to turn the city's parking inventory over at the desired third hour, meaning the space is available for the next prospective shop or diner. This year, to clarify the budget model, we've created the Downtown Operations Business Unit, which is comprised of staffing and supplies that were previously posted to business units such as Hanover, Foundry, and Meter Operations. By moving the cleaning and maintenance staff, equipment, and supplies to this new unit, the Hanover and Foundry and Meter Ops budget units all better reflect their actual costs, while this also provides a clearer picture to the public of what the true cost of maintaining the iconic downtown Portsmouth cityscape actually is. The division continues its management of the downtown workforce parking program to the tune of over 100 users per day in peak months. We are dedicating currently 63% of parking revenues to support non-parking related salary and service support in the form of, and I'll just name a few, $2.5 million to the general fund, snow removal, the aforementioned downtown maintenance, school, police, and fire support, recycling, Prescott Park, etc. The division is focused on ensuring the city is as accessible and easy to navigate as possible for residents, visitors, and businesses. Top 5, please. In the year ahead, we continue to partner with Access Navigators to enhance the accessibility to Portsmouth events for residents and visitors with disabilities. As mentioned, we are piloting this modern electronic wayfinding program to coincide with the Park Mobile product, and going forward, the parking and zoning study will inform the city's infrastructure policy for many years. And last top, please.
What I got for you?
Back one.
No, we're good. That's it.
Well, somehow we got the people one came in the middle or the first. But anyway, so the Parking Division takes great pride in our dedicated and hardworking team of full and part-time employees. Funded solely by parking revenues, the 25 budget reflects staffing and programming that will support efforts of our workforce and provide the resources needed to go above and beyond expectations for city's residents, businesses, and visitors. So I'll take questions.
Oh, Councilor Bagley.
Thanks, Your Honor. And just looking at the FY 23 to FY 24, there was a significant increase in the coast dues, and then there's a even more significant increase in this proposed budget. How are the coast dues set, and do we predict that these rates of increase will continue?
So they're set by an ask that Coast basically, they come up with what they believe their costs are going to be. They divide that cost by a number of different cities that they serve. Portsmouth pays a large portion of the overall. They send a letter to the city manager each year saying this is what we believe we're going to need to function according to what we're accustomed to. And then the city manager, I guess, makes the assessment, and then we move forward from there. We were anticipating a large increase for this year. They told us that in previous years that, hey, we're holding back costs during the COVID situation, but they don't have some of the funding they had from the federal government that was COVID related any longer. So we did know that there was going to be a fairly significant increase this year.
Great, thank you.
And do we put that in operating costs?
Yes.
All right. And have we had, what is the meeting schedule with Coast from the city to Coast?
So I'm on the board of directors, and we meet the first Wednesday of each month via Zoom, or you can appear in person in Dover. About a 2.5, 3-hour meeting.
And is a member of the Wildcat Transit on the board of directors as well?
I do not know.
Okay.
I don't think so.
I guess from a city perspective, we're almost at $1 million. But this year, well, we're 800,000.
It's 17.
600,000, which was up again from. So we've doubled in nearly 2 years. So I guess we'd like to have a conversation with Coast and see what their long-term plans are with the increases and whether or not. I guess we'd just like to know the partnership with Wildcat Transit, which also, as I'm not mistaken, operates into the city of Portsmouth.
Right.
So understanding those two synergies, or if there is synergies, or if they operate on completely different models.
That's my understanding.
There. So maybe that's a Rockingham County Planning Commission?
Not county, it's just Rockingham Planning
Rockingham County
Commission.
Commission, yeah. Rockingham Planning Commission. That's great. But if we could have that conversation before the budget's finalized, I think there would be folks that are interested in having that conversation. Councilor Tabor.
Thanks, Mayor. Ben, we're budgeting $10.1 million in total revenue next year.
Correct.
And where do you think we'll finish this year?
Just over 10.2.
Okay. And our trend has been steady increases, or are we plateauing? Or?
So over the last 7 years, we have been able to increase this budget, revenue budget, from about $6.5 million to $10.2 through the use of new technologies, cross-training staff, trying to find efficiencies within our programs, certainly trying to reduce costs at every chance we get. There's been some contractual things that I've done behind the scenes, such as changing the company that handles gateway fees, which is the fee it takes to go move money from your credit card over to the city's bank account, saving us about $300,000 a year. But the large portions of that work are done. The $10.2 million, you're not going to see large-scale increases under the city's current pricing schemata and its current inventory profile.
Yeah, I was.
And that's true as well. So forgive me. Yeah. So Hanover obviously is down 30%, and considerably more than that since earlier this year when we closed the entrance and had some issues with the exit times. So we actually shut down an additional portion of that garage so that we would simply have fewer cars to need to exit on event day. Now that entrance exit is open again, Fleet Street is now open again. High Street is closed, but that's an entrance only. We've reopened those 250 spaces, so we're down to just the 300 that we anticipated being down for the 3-year project. So we're starting to see Hanover come back a little bit, but it is the biggest drain on our funds versus budget.
Yeah. So you think we'll close out at $10.2 million, but that's with reduced capacity at Hanover.
Correct. Yes, but Hanover is a little low. Yeah.
Yeah. So it could potentially be with full capacity at Hanover that we have significantly more revenue.
It's 30% down, so you would like to think 30% would be increased. We'd probably increase the number of monthly parkers at that facility because we do have a wait list there, and you want to serve all constituents. Transient parking does turn over and make a lot more money than monthly parking, but we want to serve all constituents. I would caution against, assuming or hoping for large-scale increases over that 10.2 figure.
Yeah, and I think every year we come to this question of the $2.5 million that goes in the general fund really hasn't changed much, going way back to when we were only $6.5 million of revenue.
Well, the general fund is limited to the parking garages. Right, like we can't have.
That's illegal.
Yeah, we can't.
Yeah, that's
street parking in there.
The legal department has given us an opinion relative to what we can and can't spend for different types of parking revenues. On-street parking revenues have to be spent for specific transportation and parking-related expenditures. Parking lots and parking garages can be spent on; they're unrestricted, as the interpretation goes. The point that you make relative to that 2.5 hasn't gone up, I point to the other services that are being funded through parking, and it's roughly 60% of the revenues generated, as Ben was saying, go towards benefiting a reduced tax rate. Right. So it's really, when you say that it hasn't gone up, you're not taking into consideration all the other things that are in there as well.
Yes. Yeah, snow plowing and portions of allocations of salary and all those different. Yeah. Right.
Downtown municipal. So, I mean, if you looked at that, if the 10.2, if you looked at the 8893 expense profile that we have for the FY24 year, you would have a $1.3 million surplus against those revenues. However, then taking into account the $2.5 million on top of the 8.9, I'm at a deficit of $1.1 million for FY24.
You're dipping into fund balance.
Yeah, so the fund balance is slated to be around $5 million, just to give a broad picture here at the start of FY25. I'm budgeted to use 1.8 of that, which takes us down to what, 3.2? Yeah. And so then, you got another year of that. That's going to take you down to 2.2, 1.4. And by the start of 27, we're not going to have enough in the fund balance to cover.
Right.
So it's just a matter of how soon.
Yes. And as we found out during COVID,
something could happen.
It can go down. This revenue can go down. It's volatile.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Then can you highlight on, or do you know for senior transport, we were doing about 175 in 24, budgeted in, I'm sorry, in 23, budgeted in 24 was 196, and then we're looking at a recommendation of 244. Do you know estimated actuals year to date for senior transport? Are we just seeing like an increased need in it, or?
The ridership figures should be in the back of the department summary. Let's see if I can find them. So they're saying, well, I've got for FY24 estimated, I've got 23 and 22. It's basically the last page, or the second to last page of the department summary. It shows you the fixed route numbers, the regional ADA numbers, and senior transport is the third one at the bottom of page 462. 7,761 in ridership for FY24 is what the estimate is.
Okay. Okay. It just, to me, feels like, I guess we would have to, I'm not a mathematician, so percentage-wise, it just seems that we only jumped 1,200, but we're looking at a $75,000 jump.
Agreed, and they did warn us that there was going to be a more significant increase this year based on holding back on increases for the previous years because they were being able to supplement with federal funding.
Okay.
That they're no longer able to get.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions?
All right, I'll make
Oh, yeah.
my favorite comment, and it looks like it's gone up based on this, but, you know, to the parking department's credit, they offset for the median single-family home in Portsmouth, which is $482,000, their tax bill by $456, and that's some of the $2.5 million, but a lot of it is all the things that Public Works does downtown to make it a desirable place to go, which is the, you know, the snow plowing, the paving, the garbage pickup, you know, all the cleaning up. That's all funded not by the taxpayer, but by the people parking on the streets and in the garages. And by running the department so well, that makes a real financial difference for the residents.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
How are we able to cut the number of part-time employees, both from a parking enforcement, we've gone down 4 from that, and then is the garage attendant -8, is that just a regular?
So for the enforcement, we rolled it into a single full-time position because we just have no luck hiring part-timers at that position. So it basically was a very minimal cost change, but it shows one increase in full-time and then multiple increases, or decreases, excuse me, in part-time. As to the garages, we just have tried to streamline that. We're using a little bit more full-time staff and cross-training other members when people can't come in.
Okay.
But we're trying to most closely reflect what we believe we're going to absolutely need.
Councilor Lombardi?
Thank you, Mayor. What is the Park Mobile percentage now over using credit cards on the...
Transactions or revenue?
Well, both, I guess.
53% of our transactions, so more than the other 2 meter systems combined, and 60% of our revenue. And counting.
And growing.
Yeah. Additionally, the other systems actually cost money to operate. This one actually pays us.
You should plug the resident discount.
True.
Plug that.
Yeah.
Also, of course, the Park Mobile app does allow for what you call whitelisting a certain set of plates. Residents can come down and prove residency by showing a Portsmouth driver's license, or with a Portsmouth address, I should say, vehicle registration, and some kind of bill, or otherwise, or a phone bill or something. And then they get a different experience when they use the app. They're not charged the 35-cent user fee for each transaction, and now they're seeing even more greatly reduced rates on street.
75 cents on the first hour,
Yeah.
3 hours, and then...
No, I can't remember.
Ben, can I confirm that of the total amount of revenue collected, 96% is coming from non-residents? and
Yes.
4 is residents.
So, and I base that on the usage of the app. We have 4% resident use on the app, and it's interesting that that number has stayed at 4% from when we were doing 1,000 transactions a month to now that we're doing 60,000 transactions a month. So that number, that 4%, has stayed the entire time. So I think it is a pretty good measure at this point. Maybe early on you could say, well, it's only a small portion of the mix, so how do you really know that it's accurate? Maybe residents use coins, but now that it's 53% of our overall transactions, I think it's pretty safe to say that, yes, 96% of that traffic is coming from out of town.
And that's still, we're basing that not on if somebody gets the resident parking, but by license plate lookup?
Resident use of the app. Yeah, we are, yes, we are basing
So
it
if
on.
somebody signs up for the resident.
Correct.
So if I'm too lazy and I don't go down to the, we don't count as a resident. Would love to see how we can increase the ease of use or to get the, like the automatically opt people in when they register for their car to get into the resident parking program with a checkbox. It would be great to see if we can do that, because you have to register your car every year, so I don't see why it wouldn't be, why we couldn't link that. We might have a legal requirement to have you consent to something additional in that, but to be able to have you whitelisted as a part of your registration of car would seem like it would be an easier thing to go down the Foundry Garage and sign up.
Certainly, you know, that would be deep discussions with the tax office and the legal department to make sure that we were within our bounds. There's certain restrictions that the state of New Hampshire puts on collection of people's data and license pictures of driver's license, things like that. So I can't accept yours over, say, the email or any other way other than seeing it and having my employee attest that they've seen that driver's license and signing. We're not allowed to take photographs of those driver's license or people's personal data like that. So there are some legal restrictions there as well that we would need to explore.
Yeah, but I think the 4% is probably more to the fact that people remember to do it and then they just get busy and don't go down to the Foundry. At least in my experience, since I haven't done it in 5 years.
And Peter feels the same way. You know, what we're really discovering is that what we're seeing, though, is when we do the voter drives and we sit at each of the 5 voting wards every 2 years when the elections come, we're seeing hundreds of people come down and sign up and do the paperwork, go through the process. 4%. Those folks, it's the only demographic we have any real control over in terms of multimodal. We can encourage bicycling, we can encourage walking, we can make scooter parking free as long as it's close to a building and you can get a wheelchair by on the sidewalk. But I don't think too many families of 4 are coming up here from Boston on scooters or bicycles. So it's staying at that 4% because we're able to, and we really don't want to increase the incentive for people to bring a vehicle down when they were willing to take a scooter or walk in. But that is what the resident discount does, and we still sit at 4%. So I'm actually pleased that as many people sign up year after year at the voting drives, we still see the 4%.
What is the voting drive sign up? Sorry, I'm not.
It's at each voting ward. We
At
put
the
it.
voting board,
Yeah.
there's a staff.
Return
In
your
your
ballot.
ballot, there's a table there to, you know, if you want to sign up for Park Mobile or.
Is there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right near the bake sale.
I stand there like a carnival backer.
I've missed that now for as many years.
Which?
I guess I do have one question to kind of to Mayor. As you said, the forms have to be checked off by a member of the
By
staff.
hand, yeah.
I guess my question would be, what would be the difference of that form being checked off by a member of city staff at City Hall when cars are being registered versus the parking staff? Because they have to confirm IDs, have to confirm everything. So I guess my question would be, why does it have to be parking staff when staff is already confirming addresses? You have to bring in the same, to go off what the mayor said, you have to bring in the same documentation when you register a vehicle.
So that's, we'll explore it.
Okay.
The concern, and we need to talk to legal to make sure we're not.
It's
overstepping.
transferring.
There's very tight parameters relative to licensing.
Yep.
So what we need to do is work with the tax collection office, as well as legal, to make sure we can do that. I think it's a great idea. We've talked about it before. So I think it's, whatever we can do to make it easier for folks to be able to get that.
I would just think that we wouldn't need to have a photocopy if a city staff member saw it and could check a box that says, I've confirmed the address.
Which is what we do, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, great, thank you.
We are going to pursue this.
I know.
Another advantage from that is state RSA allows us to collect parking revenue, or parking citations that are open before somebody can register their vehicle.
Let's do it.
So
Except me.
the division would not be against that aspect of the program.
I'm all about it. That means I would be paying some tickets in July.
So, yeah, and I guess the reason why it would be helpful to proactively opt people in is that we're still undervalued in terms of what people, a family of four, expects to come and pay when they go to any area that they're in down in south of us compared to what they come up and pay here. So if there was complete adoption of the Park Mobile application through a car registration program, it would allow us to further decouple what the residents pay and what might be the market rate for parking. And that's the reason. I just don't still feel like we are at an adoption point where that is, I just don't feel like that adoption point, and I don't want it to be the thing. I don't want to increase parking rates and that be the lever or the stick that we force people into the Park Mobile app. But I'd love it to be opt-in so we can then have that conversation when we say, hey, there's, of the 11,000 cars that are registered in the city of Portsmouth, I don't even know how many cars do we have registered? A lot more than that.
Yeah, way more.
So 22,000? 22,000 registered cars, then, when we're close to that number, that'd be great. Last question. This is not a budget question for this year, but would like to know what it would take to have a citywide parking program, and from a standpoint of implementing a parking enforcement on a citywide policy based on demand. What I mean by that is that when we talk about housing, I don't think many people are upset with buildings or even more people, but collectively we all dislike more cars. But right now, when we're lowering parking requirements for housing, there's no way for us to enforce that they don't simply park on the street in front of other neighborhoods. And so if there was a way to tie parking certificates or create a market for parking, would love to know what the actual cost of that program would be in future years.
So we are in the middle of a 10-year parking zoning and transportation and planning study, so I think we're going to see a lot of conversations surrounding topics like that come from that. Certainly there was the NPP discussion several years ago in the West End. The end result was, all right, the best way to do this is monetize the area as if it were a new Zone B, now that Zone B is gone, and then put residents that have come down and shown whatever methodology they use to show that they're residents, and put them in the system so that when their plate is punched in, it says, hey, this is a resident vehicle, move on, and we wouldn't cite that vehicle. That way you'd have the revenues would be raised to help pay for the staff to do this work. We would have to hire a considerable number of staff to add one or more neighborhoods. I think that is a significant part of the ongoing discussion that's going to come out of the 10-year parking study. That and a number of other factors. We're going to have some grown-up discussions on the way.
I look forward to those. Ben. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Ben. Last but not least, Todd Henley is back talking about indoor pool and community campus. Thanks, Todd. Thanks for sticking around.
Thank you. I'm excited to be the show closer, the headliner, if you will.
Silicon of town. We saved the best for last.
Yes, thank you. So just a quick little FYI, there's going to be a little bit of repetition from some of my earlier stuff just because the community campus is such an important part of our department and the future of our department. So anyway, good afternoon and hello again, Mr. Mayor, Assistant Mayor, Councilors, City Manager. It's my pleasure to present to you information on the community campus and indoor pool special revenue funds. As you know, the community campus was purchased by the city 2 years ago, and it has since become the hub of recreation in the city. Our main offices are located there, along with multiple nonprofit tenants and the new Lister Academy. A lot of our large special events are held in the building or on the grounds, and our various enrichment programs utilize the walking trails, pickleball courts, art room, athletic fields, and playgrounds. The indoor pool provides swim lessons to thousands, is home to the PHS swim team and other youth swim teams, and is a social gathering place for seniors and Seacoast swimmers. Next slide, please. We not only enhance the quality of life for our residents, but we also meet the needs of our community by providing space for multiple agency partners to host gatherings, blood drives, trainings, rehearsals, meetings, and practices. We focused on recruitment and retention of lifeguards over the past year, and we were awarded the Elks Club Gratitude Grant to help train young adults to become lifeguards. And our pool staff have taught a lifeguarding class at the high school to attract students to our facilities. From those programs, we've seen an increased interest in aquatics, and we have filled all of our summer lifeguard positions very quickly this year. Fingers crossed. We also were able to hire a full-time lifeguard after an extensive search dating back to last summer. This has expanded operational hours and gives new opportunities for programs, events, and swim times. We had a very small increase to the community campus budget due to utility cost adjustments, and were able to decrease the pool budget to reflect the change with the part-time staffing. Next slide. As I said earlier today, we will soon be starting a major project at the community campus to upgrade areas of the building, relocate some tenants, and create secure child care wings. Lister Academy will also be opening its doors at the campus this fall. Part of the project is fitting some recreation space to create a new full-time after-school program ready to be open for fall 2025, spearheaded by our new recreation supervisor. As a resident and parent in this community, I know firsthand of the need for more quality after-school care. With continued coordination with the schools for coordinating bus service to the campus, we will be able to meet a critical need for child care for families. We are also looking to hit a segment of the population that we feel has been underserved, teens. We plan to implement new teen programs and a summer teen camp in 2025. The indoor pool continues to have a huge demand for swim lessons, and we are working to train new water safety instructors in the coming year to help expand the amount of lessons offered for all age groups. With the added full-time coverage, we could also host more swim meets and provide new aquatic options for all. Again, thank you for your support of our programs and your commitment to helping us meet the needs of our community. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Todd. Councilor Bagley.
Thanks. Thank you, Todd. And just to be clear, I understand that we're going to increase after-school care. So it's not a moving of existing capacity. It's an actual increase in capacity?
Yes. So we have existing after-school programs right now, but they are just one-offs. So it might be for 6 weeks on a Tuesday, you come to the campus and you go attend like a mad science course, something like that. What we're looking to do is, along with those one-off sort of programs, implement a Monday through Friday, school year-round, full-time after-school program. So, it would stay open until like 5:30, something like that. Kids get bussed over from the schools, and we provide, that full-time care every day.
That's great. I think that there's a very large unmet need for that capacity.
Yes. Thank you.
Councilor Boyle.
Thank you, Todd. And you mentioned the full-time lifeguard. Could you just explain what benefits that is, hiring the full-time lifeguard, and how hours have extended? Or
Yeah. She just started recently,
Yeah.
And so we're excited to have her on board. Like I said, it took a long time to find someone to fit that role. So it is able to open currently right up until this past week. We've been closed for about 3 hours every single day during the middle of the day. We're now going to be open during those daytime hours. And she's going to be sort of splitting shifts with Lexi, the pool supervisor, to provide more coverage in the evening or more coverage in the mornings, whichever is needed. So again, it should be going into hopefully the fall with like a full normal schedule back pre-COVID times for the pool.
Awesome. Yeah. Councilor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have a question about community campus. I noted that really the staff that is assigned to community campus is facilities foreman. Have we looked at any redundancy with the school department, with them moving Lister there? This kind of goes back to that idea of facilities and maintenance, and how that will be handled between the schools and the city.
We have not really had those discussions quite yet. I'm not sure if Peter has anything else to add into it, but it's, right now, it's almost looked at as Lister is almost its own separate thing over there. And it's really, a lot of it has to do with, security and things like that. But I think there's possibly opportunities there for coverage.
We have had some initial discussions relative to that, and the feedback we've gotten is like, yeah, we understand we need to nail this down, but we still have a lot of things that we're working out. So the facilities position, the foreman position, is more like a the facilities manager. Elio Santana does that work for us, and then we contract the custodial services out. So that's a professional service.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Todd? That's what, no questions when you get $1 million grant, I guess.
All right. I'll try again next year.
Okay.
All right, so with that, we have any other questions left unanswered? This is not obviously the last time to ask them, but any questions to the council that we have? Do we have anyone from the public that would like to ask a question? No one from the public. Reminder, at 6 p.m. we have a public hearing, the beginning of the public hearing this evening, and I believe there's a short recap presentation, or no, just right into public hearing?
No, I'll give a short presentation.
Short presentation, and then right into public hearing tonight. Thank you, Portsmouth.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, staff.
Thank you.